Meet Merlin Lucifer, the most powerful man in the entire empire. Any woman in the world would fall at his feet. The world's most priceless treasures were his for the taking. But he harbored a dark secret, and because of it, this girl's fate was about to intertwine with his. But before all that, the story truly began with the king in his castle. One of his servants kept trying to steal a kiss while he slept. "What do you think you're doing? No one in this world catches me off guard." He pulled her into a warm embrace, whispering that he's the one who chooses the time. Besides, the enemy was already at the gates. The girl, Lilith, was ready to fight, to defend their home, but her king stopped her. He preferred to face his enemies personally, so Lilith could only watch as war raged outside between demons and humans. Amidst the chaos, one person caught Merlin's eye. That girl. She had to be this generation's hero. She felled a massive golem with a single powerful strike. The soldiers roared, screaming that she was incredible. But ironically, through the Demon King's eyes, she looked pathetically weak. A creature of nightmares appeared, its mouth filled with more teeth than a man could count. The soldiers were paralyzed with fear, but the girl faced it without a hint of hesitation. Her spear of ice tore through the creature's massive body. While soldiers cowered on the ground, the heroine's voice rang out, promising to save them all. Her name was Alice, the current hero, sworn to defeat the Demon King and bring peace to the world. Rallying her terrified soldiers, Alice pressed the attack. In the distance, the Demon King's castle loomed. The army's main funding came from the church, and its portly bishop was growing annoyed by how long the battle was taking. He screamed that he'd done all the hard work. The soldiers were just fumbling the easy part. He was certain of victory this time. After all, the powerful hero was now on their side. Back on the battlefield, Alice noticed something grim. The vanguard was being overwhelmed by the twisted monsters. She had to turn back to help them. But as she moved, a shadow fell over the field, and every eye turned to the sky. The bishop roared with glee. "Behold, the secret weapon the church has cultivated for 100 years. A colossal whale-like beast descended from the heavens, the most fearsome weapon ever created on the entire continent." The battle stopped. Human and demon alike froze, staring up at the monstrosity in utter disbelief. Even Alice couldn't believe her eyes. It was a creature born from a waking nightmare. The bishop raised his staff, declaring, "This is the maiden of battle, the church's masterpiece." The creature opened its massive maw, lined with gigantic teeth. It obeyed the bishop's command, and, at his signal, began to attack the monsters. But Alice realized with dawning horror that an attack so widespread would annihilate her own vanguard squadron as well. She was too far away to save her allies. They were being consumed by the behemoth's onslaught. Even the Demon King, watching from his castle, looked on with disapproval. The battlefield was being scoured clean by the creature's devastating power. A cloud of destruction billowed outwards, erasing everything in its path, and the bishop just kept on smiling. Gloating, he told Lucifer to witness the church's true might. Alice, somehow still standing, clutched her sword, squinting through the choking smoke. The dust cloud rolled over Merlin and Lilith, who watched from the sky. Then, the haze cleared. Alice saw the cost. Despite that cataclysmic power, so many had survived. One soldier, his voice trembling, whispered, "Am I alive?" A cold smile touched Merlin's lips. "Of course not." Gripping his own blade, he declared, "Only I decide who lives and who dies here." And in that moment, our hero finally saw him clearly, the Demon King. The imposing Lucifer sneered, demanding the weaklings before him to kneel. The bishop's faith shattered. The sacred weapon's ultimate attack had been completely blocked. The lord beside him trembled, stammering that Lucifer was far stronger than they had ever calculated. But with veins popping on his slick face, the bishop roared at him not to cower. The maiden of battle was the continent's strongest weapon. He was certain the Demon King couldn't even scratch it. The bearded man screamed with every ounce of air in his lungs, ordering the creature to crush Lucifer into dust. The Demon King offered a sliver of credit for the bishop's grand display, but admitted it was all for nothing. Their secret weapon was pathetically weak. He waited, letting the colossal beast approach, then his hand fell to his sword. It was in range. The monarch lunged, a flash of steel. The whale was sliced clean in two, without a hint of effort. That raw display of power only made Lilith fall harder for her idol. But for Alice, a cold dread began to set in. Even their ultimate weapon stood no chance against the Demon King. He twirled his blade, flicking away the gore, and shut his eyes. Victorious. On the field below, his monstrous legions stared, utterly awestruck by his might. Bishop froze, watching his invincible creation become scrap metal in less than 3 seconds. The army mirrored his horror. The vanguard watched in disbelief as the giant whale was shredded, the two halves of their secret weapon crashing down onto the battlefield. Its part in this war was over as quickly as it had begun. Lucifer sheathed his sword with a dramatic flare, his eyes remaining closed. Lilith erupted in cheers, overflowing with pride for her beloved brother. To her, The carnage was a beautiful spectacle. Alice was so stunned, a cold sweat broke out across her skin. The bishop collapsed to his knees. The entire church army was shaking in their armor. Merlin declared that now, it was their turn. He would grant them all a glorious end. With nothing left, the bishop screamed for the hero to save them before they were all annihilated. A wave of terror washed over Alice, but she knew her duty. She was the hero. She had to defeat the demon king. Her grip on her sword tightened. She wouldn't let fear win. She charged. Straight for Merlin, she raised her sword and challenged him to a duel. But as the girl closed the distance, the monarch's gaze never fell on her. An unseen energy began to stir the air around him. The wind alone blasted Alice backward. He used the opening to grasp his hilt. With blinding speed, the blade left its sheath. He unleashed his attack, not at the hero, but past her, directly into the heart of the army. The horrifying truth hit her. He was completely ignoring her. The bishop and the church's forces took the full brunt of a blow so powerful, it sent even the hero flying. One swing of his sword. The demon king had carved a massive scar across the land. All that remained of the battle was a lone, small hat floating in a muddy puddle. A testament to the church's swift, crushing defeat. Merlin scanned the wreckage around him. Just shattered banners and a broken hero. His final battle as Demon King was over, and his new life as an unemployed wanderer had just begun. Born with immeasurable power, Merlin Lucifer became the third Demon King. They called him the Monarch of Pride, but this young demon carried a fatal flaw, a cursed heart that promised a short, agonizing life. A constant, biting pain was his reality. Merlin's only hope was a key to his salvation. The demonic sword, Arterum. Every powerful enemy it consumed bought him more time, a temporary release from the curse's hold. The stronger the foe, the greater the reward. This single hope fueled his search for the world's ultimate adversary. He'd just slain the church's secret weapon, but the creature wasn't strong enough. The relief was minimal. He was certain of it. To truly break the curse, he needed to defeat the strongest being alive. The battlefield was a silent, ravaged wasteland. As birds circled overhead, Lucifer watched, a quiet truth settling in his soul. It was finished. The demonic castle no longer needed a king. It was time for his own journey to begin. Lilith approached, sorrow etched on her face. He smiled. "Why the sad face?" the demon asked softly. He gently touched her cheek, his voice low. "When I leave, you'll have to look after yourself." Her eyes flew open in panic as she tried to find the words to stop her big brother. But it was useless. A tremor ran through her, and tears began to fall. "You were always here," she cried. "Please, don't leave me all alone." He stroked her hair, a familiar, comforting gesture. "You're a young lady now." Merlin's hand instinctively covered the left side of his chest, and the air grew heavy. "If I stay," he explained, "sooner or later, this curse on my heart, it will kill me." "Is that what you really want?" The little girl collapsed into his arms, sobbing that she didn't want her big brother to die. But she didn't want to be alone either. Her own hand went to her chest as Lilith began to stammer. "If it comes to it," she declared, "you can take my life. Use it to extend yours if the curse flares up." Merlin froze, his eyes wide with shock at her words. He flicked her forehead, leaving a small red mark. "You're an idiot," he chided gently. Stroking her hair again, he leaned in close. "I would never do that to you." But Lilith grabbed his hands, insistent. "I wouldn't mind taking care of you," she pleaded. "Even if you became a useless shut-in." The words useless and shut-in stung his pride, but he kept smiling, his gaze on her impossibly soft. With a look of pure reassurance, he said, "I love you, but I have to go. I promise," he vowed, "when I'm free of this curse, I will come back and stay by your side." And when that day comes, it came. Not even death could pry them apart. His vow shattered her composure completely. A tiny squeal escaped her. She admitted that after hearing that, she couldn't possibly keep acting like a pampered child. But Lilith still had one critical piece of advice for him, her tone turning dead serious. She warned him the world was filled with cunning vixens, and he'd better not fall for their cheap tricks. She was prepared to eliminate every single one, yanking out their hair, flaying them alive, tossing them in lava, and then devouring their flesh. Faced with that gruesome scenario, Merlin had to wonder if his little sister was secretly a yandere. So, without another word, he set off on his new path and said his goodbyes. Along the way, he stumbled upon Alice's body on the ground. Merlin studied her, trying to figure out if she was dead or alive. But the girl was drooling, muttering something about wanting more food. Looking at her, he realized that after being knocked out, she had simply conked out and fallen asleep. So, he decided to carry her a move that left Lilith staring in absolute shock as she watched it happen. The girl shrieked, asking if a hussy had appeared already, but he calmly told her to be quiet, explaining Alice would just be a slave. He knew next to nothing about the world beyond his gates, and a guide would be useful for this new journey. This woman was too weak to be a hero, but her willpower and resilience could still be valuable tools at his side. Pouting, Lilith made it clear she did not approve of the situation. In her opinion, Merlin should have just finished her off. As he hoisted Alice over his shoulder, he declared that once the sun set, he would no longer be a demon king. That was all. He promised he and Lilith would see each other again very soon. As he bid her farewell, he told her not to worry. He would never fall for a hero. With that final assurance, Merlin and Alice faded into the horizon. With a heavy heart and tears in her eyes, Lilith watched the love of her life disappear from view. But she shook her head fiercely, banishing the dark thoughts from her mind. She focused only on the promise he'd made her, that when he returned, not even death itself could separate the two of them. The thought made her face burn as red as her hair. It was a confession of love, she was sure of it, and she could barely wait to see him again. So, with a heart suddenly overflowing with hope and anticipation, she decided to return. Lilith headed back to the castle, her mind consumed by her beloved as she began setting goals for herself. By the time he returned, she would have finished her bridal training and become the most excellent wife. Meanwhile, Merlin walked on, with Alice still unconscious on his back. A former king, now without a kingdom, and a captive hero. An unlikely duo in search of a new destiny. Merlin and Alice's next great adventure had just begun. Still out cold but slowly surfacing, Alice wondered if she had really been defeated. She remembered how, ever since leaving the mountains, she'd stumbled from one disaster into the next. She had bought into the church's sweet talk and hollow praise, and the dream of slaying the Demon King was her only reason to keep going. But then she witnessed him obliterate the church's secret weapon without even breaking a sweat. The chasm between their strengths was terrifyingly clear now. Her master's voice echoed in her mind, a warning about her complacency, a truth about a world beyond the mountains, a world filled with monsters far stronger than her. This crushing defeat proved it all. She finally understood. Her master was right all along. Merlin stopped. Something on the shore caught his gaze. Splintered wood, a wrecked ship scattered across the sand. He gently laid Alice beneath a tree's shade. He ran a hand through his hair. They'd need another way off this island. The former king stepped away from her still form. She was out cold, but a flicker of awareness returned. Her thoughts, a scattered mess, started to reform. A warm, slick fluid dripped onto her skin. It traced a sticky path down her cheek. Her eyes shot open. She wasn't alone. A shadow loomed over her, a monstrous wolf. She scrambled back in pure terror, clawing at the dirt, trying to escape. A raw scream tore from her throat. Demon wolf! It stalked closer, a predator. Its maw dripped with hunger, lined with daggers. Alice squeezed her eyes shut. This was it. She prayed for a miracle. Then, a sharp sound sliced through the air. A gloved hand shot out, clamping the beast's snarling jaw shut. Merlin stood between her and death, a living shield. His voice was quiet, but it held absolute power, his gaze unyielding. Down. The beast whined, its fury melting into fear. It collapsed like a scolded pup. The blond man spoke, his tone casual. This one's mine, so you can't have her. Alice could only stare, her mind reeling in disbelief. His words echoed in her head. Asterisk. His? Asterisk. What did he mean by that? The massive wolf, now docile, wagged its tail in total submission. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks. He'd saved her. Again. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic, wild rhythm. Merlin was already scratching the demon wolf behind the ears, treating the monster like a simple pet. The sight was captivating. And that smile, it wasn't the smile of a demon king. Not at all. She shook the thought away. No, he's the demon king. There's a trick. There has to be a reason he saved me. After a few more pets, the wolf turned and trotted away, completely unconcerned. With the girl finally conscious, the former king turned to her. Your name is Alice, correct? Her sword was out in a flash, a defensive crouch. What do you want from me? His own eyes hardened, a cold, intimidating glare. What could I possibly want with a girl like you? Her pride stung. She assumed he was just another fiend, drawn to her light, wanting to snuff it out. But Merlin just scoffed, rattling off his titles. The former demon king, the archmage of... She wouldn't let him have his way. Ice crawled up her blade, chilling the air around it. She cut him off. A battle cry. She charged the arrogant king, her eyes burning with resolve. The girl lunged, her sword of ice a blur of motion. But Merlin's expression was unreadable stone. He simply watched the attack close in. And with no effort at all, he caught it, just one hand. 2 fingers clamped around the frozen blade, halting it completely. Alice stared, her mind refusing to process such overwhelming power. Now, inches from her face, Merlin saw something new. His eyes widened slightly. His hand moved to her chin, tilting her face into the light. He realized she was far more striking than he'd first thought. Leaning closer, his gaze intoxicating, he whispered that she now belonged to him. Alice snapped back to reality. This was a battle, not some dark romance novel. She slapped his hand away. She recoiled, putting distance between them. The fearless heroine roared that she would never submit to a creature of evil like him. Merlin's playful demeanor vanished. His hand dropped slowly, his eyes locked on hers. Then, he just shrugged. It was all so pointless. The former king explained that she was mistaken. This was not a request. It wasn't a negotiation. She had to accept her new reality. He was, officially, her captor. Merlin started walking toward her. He backed her against the rough bark of a tree, slamming a hand next to her head, cutting off any chance of escape. The blonde man declared she was his prisoner. He expected her to grasp that concept, because he added, he could be a very gentle person. Alice could hide the frantic beating of her heart, but there was no hiding the deep crimson blush that flooded her entire face. Turning her head away, she challenged him, asking if he wanted her to stop fighting and just give in, and if so, to just say it. Merlin smirked, replying that he would give her a little preview of her future. He whispered that he would claim her body and make it his. The words hit Alice like a physical blow, a sudden heat threatening to buckle her knees. She remembered the chilling rumors, how some demons used human women to sire their offspring. Panic seized her. The poor girl hadn't even had a first date, and now she was about to become a demon's broodmare. He grabbed her hand, his grip like steel, and declared that she was coming with him. She tried to pull back. She was convinced the former king was a shameless monster with the darkest of intentions. Her resistance only annoyed him. He sighed, complaining that she was a very disobedient girl. Since she wouldn't listen to reason, he'd have to use other methods. Before she could even react, Alice fought back, a desperate struggle against his iron grip, a frantic thrashing against the inevitable. But it was useless. He carried her to the waiting boat as if she weighed nothing, her escape impossible, her fate now resting in the hands of his dark desires. A cruel light danced in his eyes as he leaned in, his voice a low whisper. Now, our little game begins. A raw scream tore from her throat. "Stay away from me!" she shrieked, her eyes wild. "Get any closer and I'll jump into the sea!" The heroine and the fallen demon king, adrift on an endless ocean, locked in a battle of wills. Her knuckles were white on her sword's hilt. Her gaze was a dagger, fixed on her captor. She gritted her teeth, a final, desperate plan forming in the chaos of her mind. Cold steel met the soft skin of her throat. "Take one more step," she warned, her voice trembling but unbroken, "and I will end this myself." The boat's oars lay stacked nearby, a silent, chilling reminder of just how alone she truly was. Merlin's eyes scanned the scene, a plan clicking into place. He casually stepped on the tip of an oar. It flipped end over end. The heavy wood smacked the girl hard across the head, sending her stumbling. With a sharp cry, she dropped her sword, the blade clattering against the deck. Alice clutched her head, stunned. Merlin exhaled slowly, wondering how a girl this naive could have ever been called a hero. Tears welled in Alice's eyes as her fight finally broke. "Just get it over with," she pleaded, her voice trembling. "There's no use fighting, but please don't be rough." But Merlin just scoffed, his face a mask of pure disgust. Of all the women he'd met in his long life, he spat, wasn't even remotely his type. The Demon King wasn't done breaking her, though. He pressed his attack. He mocked her strategy, sneering at the metal plate she used to cover for her shortcomings. Alice flinched, her face burning with humiliation. That's my armor," she stammered. The idea that she was using her armor as padding sent Merlin into a deep, rolling laugh. A flash of rage cut through her despair. Alice demanded to know why he'd even bothered kidnapping her. If not for an heir, then for what? He simply raised one finger, gesturing to the oars. "You see these?" he asked. They lay on the deck beside her, well within reach. Merlin informed her they would be sailing through the deadly Strait of Orcne. "From there," he continued, "we'll cross the sea into the territory of Great Britain." Alice stared, completely baffled. Then she shot his insane idea down. "Don't be stupid," she snapped. "That's impossible. Even the church's massive fleets, with hundreds of sailors and complex magic, barely survived those waters, always hiding from the things below. Countless creatures lurked in that abyss, things that were practically immortal. The two of them, taking turns rowing a tiny boat, they'd be devoured before they even got started." A wicked glint appeared in his eyes. "You must have misheard me," he purred. "I never said we'd be taking turns." He'd told her he'd take her body and make her do unreasonable things, and by that he meant she'd be doing all the rowing, alone. With that, he turned his back on her, staring out at the vast, gray horizon. He planted his foot on the prow of the boat, leaning into the wind. He declared he would simply be standing right there, enjoying the sea breeze. Alice's face was a canvas of total disbelief, utterly lost in his madness. She stared at the oars, then at the endless churning sea that surrounded them. They were completely on their own. The terrifying reality of her situation finally crashed down on her. 3 long days crawled by. The sky above was a heavy, bruised blanket, swollen with unshed rain. Just as Merlin had decreed, Alice was the one straining at the oars, while he did nothing but lounge at the front of the boat, watching her suffer. The girl finally spoke, her voice raspy. It's strange. 3 days and not one attack. Merlin simply said the ocean was a dangerous place. He explained that when you get too close to a much bigger predator, you usually end up as lunch. He let his words hang in the air. Besides, something very large is tailing us. That's why all the little fish are giving us plenty of room. Berth. He casually told her to hang on, admitting he couldn't swim, so if the boat flipped, she was on her own. Alice shot back, saying she'd heard a story about him tearing a sea demon in two with his bare hands. He corrected her that sea demon had crawled onto land trying to swipe one of his favorite snacks. So, naturally, he killed it. Just then, Alice's eyes went wide. A colossal shadow was rising from the black depths, and it was coming up fast. As Merlin talked, the water around their tiny boat began to boil. He calmly noted this thing was way bigger than the last sea demon he fought. And then, it broke the surface. A terrifying sea monster exploded from the waves, launching their boat into the air. Without a second thought, Merlin launched himself right at it. Alice was thrown, about to be swallowed by the raging sea. But the former demon king saw her fall. Mid-air, he twisted back towards the boat and unleashed a powerful kick, righting their small vessel. It slammed down perfectly, flat against the waves. Alice landed hard on her backside inside the boat. Safe for now. The sea monster let out a world-shattering roar, its massive form blotting out the horizon. In shock, the heroine wondered, could this be the legendary ruler of Orcne? The same beast rumored to have sunk the entire British royal fleet. She knew Merlin Lucifer was strong, but against the ruler of Orcne, she had her doubts his sword would be enough. Merlin, on the other hand, was completely silent, his eyes locked on his new enemy. Lightning cracked behind the beast, lighting it up in a terrifying silhouette as it stared them down. Alice was about to lose her lunch, her eyes wide with terror. As the horror unfolded, she buried her face in her hands, thinking, "We are so dead." Even Lucifer looked scared. But as she sank into despair, Merlin's voice cut through her thoughts. Trying and failing to hold back a laugh, he pointed at the monster. "Don't you think it's just ridiculously ugly?" he joked. Then he just burst out laughing, calling the thing completely out of proportion. Alice, on the other hand, was furious he could still crack jokes at a time like this. The ruler of Orcne, now glowing with rage at Merlin's open mockery, began to coil. It raised the tip of its massive tail, readying a devastating strike. It slammed its tail into the sea with full force, unleashing a colossal wave. Their tiny boat was instantly thrown into a chaotic dance, fighting against the monstrous waves. Alice screamed, "How can you fight something with the power of nature itself?" The monster, growing even more enraged, started to thrash more violently. The sea itself seemed to reflect the beast's fury, its waters churning into a storm. Merlin drew the sword at his hip, a smirk on his face. "Since you're so bold as to see me as prey," he started. As the colossal beast lunged, jaws wide open, the former demon king finished drawing his blade, adding, "Don't blame me for what happens next." The ruler of Orcne was closing in, fast. The sea monster shot toward their tiny boat, ready to devour them whole. The beast of Orcne unleashed a deafening roar, but Merlin, he didn't even flinch. His sword was already free, a blade sharp enough to split a raindrop. He swung. It sliced the air with raw power. The former demon king's face was a mask of pure confidence, not a trace of fear. Alice, her heart pounding, could only stare at his sheer nerve. The monster charged. A mistake. Merlin's blade became a blur. A storm of crisscrossing slashes met the beast. The strikes cut through the very ocean. The raging waves fell silent. One last swing. A casual smile. He sheathed his blade. Then, he simply strolled back to Alice. He declared, "Easier than taking candy from a baby." Alice just stared, completely dumbfounded, as if she'd seen a ghost. Merlin walked over, pinching her cheek to break her daze. "Stop gawking and start rowing," he ordered. "We need to move." But Alice could only point. The monster was still there. It hung in the water, frozen. Then, faint red lines appeared across its massive body. The lines deepened, multiplied, spreading in a heartbeat, and then, in a single instant, the beast just fell apart, sliced into perfect colossal pieces. "That's going to bring the sharks," Merlin noted. "We should go, now." Alice didn't need to be told twice. She grabbed the oars, her eyes locked on the boy. She replayed what she just saw. His power was absolute. On land, in the sea, it didn't matter. A cold dread crept in. If he reached human lands, what would stop him from taking over everything? Her voice trembled slightly. "Lucifer, why did you leave the demonic palace?" He cut her off. "Don't call me that. I'm not a demon king anymore." A smug grin spread across his face. "It's Captain Merlin now." Alice shot him a look, stunned by his nerve. He caught her glare, and his smile vanished. "No sense of humor," he muttered, then sighed. "I left because I was bored." But his eyes told a different story. The truth? He'd been kicked out by the Demon Council. Best she didn't know that. Alice pressed on. So, are you Saint Class? She asked. He scoffed. Human ranks can't measure me. But she insisted. You must have trained relentlessly to get that strong. It's like the old saying. Genius is 1% talent and 99% hard work. Merlin just snorted. Then he broke into a full laugh. You actually believe that garbage? He pointed right at her. That's a lie they tell the average to make them feel better about struggling. It's just a pretty story to keep the talentless busy, to make them think their effort actually matters on our level. A bead of sweat ran down Alice's temple. She couldn't accept that. If that's true, she stammered, how could someone like me ever hope to beat you? He casually rested a hand on his sheathed sword. In the entire demon tribe, he said, I'm the only one who can draw this blade. It's a gift. A gift. Alice stared at the sword, his words echoing in her mind. Then she asked the real question, how did you become you? So much power, and if he were to share his story, Merlin's expression hardened, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. He wondered aloud, how could I even start to explain? His mother was the second monarch. He was born a prince. He was supposed to live out his days in lazy, opulent comfort. But during the 197th Church Crusade, his mother fell in battle. He and his sister were cast out, orphaned and alone, forced to live among the demon tribe. They had to survive by the harshest law, kill or be killed. From that day on, he vowed he'd grow stronger than anyone alive, all to protect his sister. He hunted the ancient giant demon of the snow-capped peaks. He clashed with the bull-headed sorcerer in the deepest woods. He even waged a war to the death with the infernal demon that slept in rivers of lava. He trained without rest, day after day, until his very blade began to corrode. He stared death in the face more times than he could count. And then, finally, he personally slaughtered the demon who had tormented him and his sister, claiming the throne as the new demon king. Before he realized it, he was untouchable. And that, he finished, was the story of his past, the epic tale of a prince's bloody path to revenge. Alice stammered, pointing out, That sounds like you fought incredibly hard to gain your strength. But he shot it down, saying his true dream was to be a bum. Why would I work hard? He sneered. I was born this strong. Completely lost. Alice asked why he'd tell such a heart-wrenching story, or if this was all just some sick joke. He explained it wasn't a lie. He always had this colossal power. He just never knew how to use it. The moment he learned control, he truly became the strongest. The girl's face fell, a mask of pure disappointment. Merlin scoffed again, muttering that even if he explained, a girl like her would never get it. He then ordered her to get back to rowing. As he leaned back, totally at ease, Merlin thought that ditching the palace was the best decision he'd ever made. Killing the Plesio had lifted a weight from his soul, a curse. He wondered if it was all just in his head, this newfound calm he felt. And it seemed to happen most when he was around that foolish heroine. The day was perfect. A brilliant blue sky stretched over the coast. Seagulls cried out as they soared on the wind. The adventurer's boat finally scraped the shore, coming to a gentle stop in the sand. Merlin stepped off, scanning the island. A question took shape in his mind. Is this really Great Britain? Jagged mountains shot straight up from the beach. Their peaks were so high that the gulls flying near them simply vanished from sight. The crystal-clear water lapped at the shore, a soothing, rhythmic sound. With a hint of irritation, Merlin turned to Alice. Where are we? I told you not to stop until we hit Great Britain, and I don't see a single town. The girl was still in the boat, which was now beached on the sand. A small hand was visible, desperately clinging to the side. The poor heroine was completely and utterly spent. Can't you see for yourself where we are? She bit out, her voice ragged. She just slid out of the boat, collapsing onto the sand in an exhausted heap. Merlin had made her row the entire way by herself. A quiet fury burned inside her. She swore that the second she mastered her teacher's secret ice magic, she was going to make him regret everything. Merlin walked over to the girl sprawled on the beach, planting his hands on his hips. Remember your place, he said, his voice cold. You're my slave. Your tantrums are pointless. His hand shot towards her face. Alice flinched, her eyes wide with terror. Was this it? Was he going to hit her? But a strike never came. Instead, his fingers pinched her cheeks, stretching them wide. A sharp cry escaped her lips. She demanded to know what he was doing. He just waggled her cheeks back and forth, a humiliating, squishy sound filling the air. She slapped his hands away. Great Britain, she yelled, louder than intended. This isn't the main port. It's just some spot on the north coast. Merlin finally let go, a cruel smirk twisting his lips. He straightened his tunic. So you did row hard, he conceded. I suppose you deserve some credit for that. Still seething, Alice shot back that she didn't want his praise. He just waved a dismissive hand. Fine. Perhaps we'll meet again. It was a pleasure sailing with you. A pleasure? Alice couldn't disagree more. She silently screamed every curse she knew at the former Demon King's back as he started to walk away. He headed inland, away from the shore. Then, suddenly, he stopped. An idea had just struck him. He was in a human land. He needed money to survive. The once great demon king didn't have a single coin to his name. A dark glint flickered in his eyes. He turned, his gaze locking onto Alice. A cold dread snaked down her spine. He remembered it now, carrying her on his back. The hard, unyielding weight of the mithril plate under her tunic. An heirloom passed down through her family for generations. Armor that not only protected her, but also accentuated her form. The inside had to be covered in runes, wards against every kind of magic imaginable. The ache in his back from carrying it was proof enough of its immense worth. If he could just get his hands on that armor, he'd be set for life. Alice just watched the blonde man mutter to himself, completely unaware of the predator he'd become. He moved, a blur of motion. He was on her in a second, catching her completely off guard as he delicately cleared his throat. His hand was held primly near his mouth. Then, with a theatrical flourish, he extended a hand to her, his voice dripping with false courtesy. "To part with you now would simply break my heart," he declared. "So, how about you give me something? Precious." She crossed her arms, her eyes narrowing with suspicion. "What do you want?" he pointed, his gaze intense. Unblinking, "Take off your clothes," he said simply. A strangled gasp escaped Alice's lips. The demand hit her like a physical blow. She stumbled backward, landing hard on the sand. "But, you said you weren't interested in me." He just shrugged. "I changed my mind." Her arms flew to her chest, a useless shield. She scrambled backward, begging him to stay away. A wicked, almost crazed grin split his face. "Just do as you're told." Panic seized her, her heart hammering against her ribs. She screamed, a raw, piercing sound. But the empty coastline only swallowed her cries. Tears streamed down her face. "Please," she sobbed, "be gentle. I've never." But now he just stood there, holding her mithril armor. He chuckled, making a cruel joke about her figure without it. "I already have what I wanted," he said, hefting the armor. Alice could only stare, his real greedy demand finally sinking in. It dawned on her then. It was never about her. It was always about the armor. He'd explained that a Myethil hero's set was worth a king's ransom. Calling her Miss Flatchist, he simply turned his back and walked away, leaving Alice stripped of her armor and her dignity. A raw scream tore from her throat as she hurled curses after him, calling him despicable, shameless, a complete and utter fool. The heroine finally broke. Tears streamed down her face, soaking the hands she used to hide her shame. She howled into the empty air, swearing she never wanted to see his face again as her sobs echoed across the lonely sand. She was utterly alone, abandoned. Meanwhile, Lilith was busy brewing a strange concoction from crocodile scales and other bizarre creatures. As for Merlin, he just kept walking, whistling a cheerful tune without a care in the world. He hoped aloud for more interesting people from now on. A year passed. We find ourselves on the outskirts of Wales, in Britannia. A man clutched a wooden club, his eyes scanning the road. They were common highwaymen, a couple of grifters, lying in wait for their next mark. The lookout called down, "We've got someone coming," but his partner wasn't impressed. The approaching figure was draped in rags, looking like he didn't have 2 coins to his name. The man in the tree squinted. The traveler looked strangely familiar. He glanced at a flyer in his hand, and a slow chuckle rumbled in his chest. "What's so funny?" his partner asked. With a sly grin, he replied, "Looks can be deceiving, my friend. This one could be a walking gold mine." At that moment, the flyer slipped from his grasp, catching the wind and fluttering down toward the road. Merlin, ragged and starving, leaned heavily on a crude walking stick. He noticed a piece of paper dancing on the breeze above him. The paper slapped right across his face. He peeled it off to see a wanted poster, with his own face staring back. A hefty reward was listed below. He wasn't even surprised. Just a heavy sigh, a wanted man for a few skipped meals and some petty mischief. The human world was profoundly dull, and now he was broke. Not a single easy job with good pay to be found. His thoughts were cut short by 2 men blocking his path. "Hold it right there," one of them ordered. "This road belongs to us." The former king offered them nothing more than a sideways glance. He utterly ignored their claim. He played deaf. He just kept walking. Even when they started threatening him for money, the thief, fuming, yelled, "Hey, didn't you hear what I just said?" The young man finally stopped, his cold, empty gaze sweeping over the 2 of them. The other thief stepped forward. "Hand over everything you own, unless you want to get hurt." But the red-haired man just smirked. "The most valuable thing here," he said, holding up the poster, "is your life. It's wanted for 5,000 gold coins." He gave his dagger a long, slow lick. "And this little beauty," he hissed, "is coated in a lethal poison." Finally fed up, Merlin asked, "Let me get this straight. You 2 intend to rob me?" His hand was already hovering over the hilt of the sword at his hip. "If I draw this," the former king stated flatly, "you both die." The red-haired man simply snapped his fingers. "Let's test those skills." His partner tossed an apple high into the air, a flash of steel, a flick of the wrist. The red-haired thief caught the fruit. It was perfectly peeled in an instant. The younger thief just grinned, bragging about his friend, claimed his senpai's skills were second to none. Merlin's eyes were fixed on the juicy, perfectly peeled fruit falling through the air. A pang of hunger hit him. He hadn't eaten in days. Enraged, the red-haired thief snarled, "Don't you dare ignore me," and lunged. The former king, still watching the apple, was completely unfazed. He finally acknowledged the attack with a faint, annoyed sigh. His hand touched his hilt, a blur of motion. The blade was sheathed before it was ever truly drawn. The red-haired thief only registered a flash of blinding pain. The apple landed perfectly in Merlin's open palm. As the thug crumpled to the ground, out cold, Merlin calmly took a bite. The other thief panicked, yelling, "How is that even possible?" He turned and fled, scrambling away and begging Merlin for his life. Merlin sighed. Opponents like this are just a chore. On the ground, the body of the red-haired thief began to steam, dissolving into vapor. The mist thickened, his form twisting into something else entirely. Now this was interesting. Merlin glanced down at the transforming corpse. He realized the man he'd just dropped was no man at all but a goblin. It must have been disguised, hiding from the Imperial army. Merlin kept eating his apple, watching the body fade. He tossed the core over his shoulder. Not his problem. He needed to find more food. But just ahead, tucked into the mountainside, was a cave. From its dark opening, a goblin emerged, clutching a spear. The thief who had just fled from Merlin appeared at the entrance, stopped by the guard. "Your business?" the goblin grunted. The bandit revealed his own goblin form. "I request an audience with His Majesty." The goblin guard let him pass. "This better be important," he warned, "or you'll regret disturbing the king." A massive goblin sat on a crude throne. "Where is the money?" it boomed. The bandit bowed low, apologizing. "I couldn't steal a single thing." The king roared, "Then you shouldn't have returned. I'll devour you myself." "Wait," the thief pleaded. "I have important information to report." He explained that a human had taken Regu-senpai's head clean off. He insisted the man hadn't even fully drawn his sword. It was just a single flash of steel, and his friend was dead. A wicked grin spread across the Goblin King's face. He mused that the humans must want a war, sending out their champions to provoke them. Back in the city, the market was a river of noise and people, a constant flow of commerce and life. Merlin drifted through the crowd, his eyes scanning the stalls. His pockets were empty. Again, he'd need another job, something to keep this carefree drifter's life afloat. It was a stark contrast to last year. Then, flush with cash from selling Alice's armor, he'd lived like a king, a sprawling mansion, a full staff at his command, and he'd burned through every last cent, lavish meals from world-class chefs every night. On top of that, he'd bet fortunes on horse races, losing every single time. By the time he faced reality, the money was already long gone. Fortune and utterly torched his reputation in the city square. But old habits die hard for a man used to a pampered life. He kept showing up at fancy restaurants with empty pockets, always causing a scene. It didn't take long. Wanted posters with his face were slapped on every wall in the city. The soldiers grumbled that he'd truly kicked up a storm in Scotland. As a man with a price on his head, he had to disappear from the area, escaping the relentless debt collectors nipping at his heels. Now, he stood in the middle of the street, drawing a crowd, boasting that he was about to perform a show for the ages. Something they had never seen before. The former Demon King, once draped in luxury, was now nothing more than a common street performer. He called for cash from any nerds and shippers who passed by, adding, "And if you're broke, at least stick around and clap." And the most unbelievable thing? People actually stopped. Their curiosity piqued. A confident smirk spread across his face as he prepared to show them a taste of his true power. With a theatrical flourish, he unleashed a series of lightning-fast sidesteps. The crowd gasped, impressed. "Is he a martial artist?" they whispered. He just scoffed. "That was nothing. The real show is just getting started." Then he erupted into a stunning tap dance, striking one flamboyant pose after another. "Witness the afterimages of my steps," he roared. The audience was completely mesmerized. They were practically tripping over themselves, captivated by his every move. Merlin let out a polite cough, signaling his grand finale. Then, with a cynical grin, he held out his hands, fully expecting his payment. But when the time came to pay up, the crowd simply turned away from the broke performer, ignoring him as if he were air. On a stage nearby, a man in clerical robes was preaching about the goddess of light. The same people who had been cheering for Merlin now drifted toward the preacher. And just like that, Merlin was left utterly alone. The young man just stood there, the light draining from his face as his audience abandoned him. But then, his eyes caught something out of place. A child in ridiculously fine clothes strolled past without a care, sucking on a lollipop. A new idea sparked as Merlin laid a hand on the boy's head. "I can see it," he declared dramatically. This boy possesses the skeleton of a legendary martial arts genius. His stare was so intense it made the child shrink back. He demanded 2 copper coins to teach him the way of the fist, but the kid, trembling in fear and calling him uncle, stammered that he didn't have a single coin on him. The former king's hands clamped down on the boy's shoulders. "Calling me uncle was a grave error," he said, his voice dropping to a low growl. "An offense for which you should pay with your life." The poor child froze, paralyzed by sheer terror, completely baffled by the sudden threat. The fallen king then asked for the child's name. He meekly whispered, "Henry." Merlin's hand drifted to the hilt of his sword. The boy flinched hard, but Merlin just smiled. "Even though you have offended me, I, Merlin, will show you mercy. A mercy that can, of course, be purchased for 2 copper coins." Trembling, Henry insisted he wasn't lying. He really didn't bring any money. Merlin, however, eyed the boy's expensive clothes, knowing he was from a wealthy family. His strategy shifted. "Fine, you want to learn how to use a sword instead? Arts," but quickly tacked on, "That'll be 2 copper coins." And right then, the fallen king knew he'd hooked him. A spark ignited in Henry's eyes at the mere mention of sword arts. Merlin sniffed, claiming that if not for the boy's genius bone structure, he wouldn't even bother. He then shot him a stern look, telling him to drop the uncle bit, but his face softened into a charming smile as he announced, "This art is called Time's Quick Draw Asterisk." But Henry just stared back, unimpressed. "That's useless," the kid scoffed. "I thought it'd be something cooler." Merlin's smile vanished, replaced by a mask of pure irritation. He swore his times. Quick Draw Times was one of a kind, but Henry wasn't buying it. The boy just dug around in his pocket. "Since you tried so hard with your little show," he said, "I guess you earned a reward for the effort." The reward? A lollipop and a single piece of hard candy. Henry finished with a lecture of his own, telling Merlin to stop scamming people and get a real job. That was it. Merlin exploded, roaring that even if the kid begged on his knees, he would never teach him now. Still seething, the former king thought, asterisk, this brat has no idea who he's talking to, asterisk. But what was done was done. He might as well get something out of it. He unwrapped the lollipop and started sucking on it, already scheming up his next hustle. That's when the sound of a preacher's sermon cut through the air. A large crowd was captivated, hanging on the man's every word. He overheard a few young women whispering to each other, saying the demon king of the first palace was some hideous monster, and that he'd even corrupted the 233rd heroine. Merlin froze, realizing they were gossiping about Times him asterisk. He scoffed internally. He'd never given a damn about Alice. The preacher's voice boomed, warning that Lucifer was a terrifying power who had crossed the great sea. Their only hope was to seek the light for protection. He went on, painting the demonic race as bloodthirsty savages ready to slaughter them all at a moment's notice. A hot rage burned in Merlin's chest. The church was spewing nothing but lies about him. The preacher kept yelling, pushing everyone to buy a Bible to fortify their faith. He brandished a thick book for all to see, claiming only the goddess of light could save them from Lucifer's clutches. He threw open a cabinet packed with copies, announcing a special deal. Once 10 gold coins, now, for a limited time, only 1. Panic set in. The crowd surged forward, desperate to buy their salvation. His knuckles went white as he clenched his fist. These hypocrites, Merlin seethed. They know exactly how to fleece the desperate. And what made his blood boil was that they were using his Time's name to do it. Broke and out of options, our protagonist found himself looking for work at a local shop. The owner, a young woman, blushed as Merlin smoothly promised he would send her sales through the roof. He gently took her hand, a gesture of pure, calculated chivalry. He locked eyes with her, asking her to just give him a chance. She looked completely won over, charmed not by his resume, but by the devastating charisma of a fallen king. With barely a moment's thought, she told Merlin he had the job. Still flustered by his charm, she completely missed his inner monologue. He never figured a married woman could be so timid. But before they shook on it, she had to ask, was he a traveler, from outside the village? Merlin's smile was effortless. He was. He explained that because of his travels, he could only commit to 2 months, maximum, before the road called to him again. What he didn't say was that the curse on his heart was a ticking clock, and only by defeating powerful beings could he buy more time. The young woman pushed her glasses up her nose and pulled out a ledger, her fingers dancing across an abacus. Then, with a practiced grace, she picked up an elegant quill pen. Her efficiency was startling. She laid out the terms. 1 gold coin per month, room and board covered, plus a 20% commission. The protagonist was floored by the offer. It was more than generous, but as she closed the book, she warned him the work wasn't easy. In the afternoons, a different crowd came in. The pub would be open exclusively to women, and his job was to sell them drinks, using any special measures he saw fit. A bead of sweat formed on his brow. He asked hesitantly, "What kind of special measures?" She blushed again, suggesting he could try sweet-talking them, offer some advice on their love lives, or maybe get a little more personal. It was then that Merlin, the former Demon King, understood. The day had come when he would have to sell drinks with his own body, casting aside every last shred of dignity he had as the Monarch of Pride. The former monarch bowed his head, swallowing the bitter taste of his own pomposity. Hope flickered in the young woman's eyes as she adjusted her spectacles. She added that if his sales were impressive enough, she'd give him a significant bonus when he left. The former Demon King's pride was no match for the allure of profit. A massive grin spread across his face as he eagerly accepted, shaking his new employer's hand. He promised he wouldn't disappoint, and with that, he began to prepare for his new profession. He pulled on fine gloves and stylish boots, grooming himself to perfection. He was dressed not for work, but for conquest. Merlin began his new career as a pub gigolo, confident that in this remote town, no one could possibly recognize him. His disgraceful past would stay buried, or so he believed. But on the horizon, a lone wagon was kicking up a cloud of dust. Inside, a young woman stared intently at a piece of paper. It was a wanted poster, and the face on it was Merlin's. The image was faded and worn, almost beyond recognition. It was the heroine, Alice, lamenting how smudged and torn the poster had become. The face was nearly wiped away. It had been 1 year since her ultimate humiliation, since her sacred armor was stolen from her. The theft had thrown her into crippling debt. To pay it off, she had no choice but to register as an adventurer and hunt for coin. Her fame as a heroine, at least, had its perks. She was promoted to the gold class instantly, taking on mission after grueling mission. Unlike Merlin, Alice had kept herself from completely breaking. She was steadily paying her dues, one humble job at a time. But this poster, it made her eyes go wide. The bounty for this one man was a staggering 5,000 gold coins. She has no idea it's Merlin. She just sees a lucrative mission. Apprehend the gigolo from Scotland. She accepts. An easy task, she figures. With the reward, she can finally pay her rent and buy some beautiful new clothes. She and her small donkey, Sweet Tart, journey onward. But she's walking straight into a cruel twist of fate. The man she's hunting is the one person she would pay all the gold in the world to never see again. As night falls, the scene shifts to the pub where our protagonist is now working. Inside, the place is alive. 2 people command the dance floor, their steps in perfect sync. It's Merlin, the charmer, with a lavishly dressed client. With a devastatingly tempting look, he asks if the young woman would drink that wine just for him. Her face flushing bright red, she declares she would die for him, calling him her little daisy. The other women in the hall go wild, all clamoring for a hug. He just brings a single finger to his lips, a sly smile playing there. Merlin asks if they might all buy a drink. In an instant, a line forms, all of them vying for his attention. Every last one of them is eager to spend their money on him. The bar owner, it seemed, had known this would happen. He had already anticipated Merlin's immense success with women. A child's voice calls out his return, and the woman turns to the boy. She calls him Henry. It's the same young Henry with whom Merlin had a run-in not long ago. The boy is completely battered. His mother's face drops. "Were you fighting with the other kids again?" Merlin quietly overhears the entire conversation. At the same moment, Henry recognizes the man from the market. Merlin recognizes the small boy too. Henry shouts, "It's him! The useless bragging uncle!" The former king, never one to let an insult go, immediately snaps back. A cup of tea is served, presented with perfect grace. The bar owner hands the cup to Merlin, who offers a polite, smiling thank you. Henry is absolutely fuming. He crosses his arms tightly, his expression hardening with resentment. He points at Merlin, telling his mother the man only knows how to brag and has no business working there. She yanks Henry by the collar, apologizing for the trouble her son caused. Hiding what he really thinks, Merlin forces a smile. "It's all right. I adore children." But Henry explodes, yelling that he didn't cause problems for anyone. He keeps going. He screams that his mother needs to stop hiring shady people like that guy, that it's the reason people talk so badly about her. He says even the other kids claim Henry's mother is a bad woman. The words hit her like a physical blow, leaving her stunned and speechless. Sipping his tea, Merlin thinks to himself that for a single mother, such vicious rumors were to be expected. He glances at Henry's clothes, torn and filthy. The boy wasn't just fighting, he was defending his mother. And now, the boy's only decent outfit is reduced to nothing more than rags. Something changes in Merlin's gaze. He decides to step in. He tells Henry that if he truly wants to protect someone, then he has to become stronger. If he wants to protect his mother, he must get so strong that people will think twice before ever daring to provoke him again. Pointing a finger right at Merlin, Henry spat back that he was nothing but a cheap gigolo who had no right to say a word. He waved his arms wildly, shouting that he'd rather die out there than learn some useless quick-draw trick Merlin was trying to teach. And with one last hateful look, the small boy slammed the door and vanished. His mother cried out his name, trying to follow. but he was already gone, a blur sprinting down the dark street. Merlin watched the entire scene with a look of utter disgust. He simply thought, that brat is a complete and total nuisance. As night fell, the Moonlight pub came alive with noise and laughter. Merlin polished a glass, calmly observing the rowdy evening crowd. A warrior in full armor, Log, leaned over the bar. Are the rumors true? Goblins in that village? He asked. Another warrior confirmed it with a grunt, and a young woman chimed in. She mentioned they'd found a goblin's corpse on the road not long ago. The man who'd asked the question drained his mug in a single swallow. Turning back to the bar, he gestured to Merlin for another. The bartender, Merlin, simply offered a disarming smile and confirmed the order. With a practiced, elegant motion, he poured the liquor into a cocktail shaker, a performance in itself. He shook it with a powerful rhythm. Then, putting on a show, he sent the glass flying behind his back. He caught it without looking, juggling it effortlessly between his hands. Not a single drop was spilled. Finally, he poured the perfectly mixed drink into a new glass, that same easy smile on his face as he served it. Log watched, completely amazed by the display of pure skill. The red-haired young man next to him called out for another round, and Merlin, ever the professional, simply replied, "It would be my pleasure." The night grew deeper, the hours melting away. The group of warriors kept talking, ordering more drinks and a few plates of food. Log, the spiky-haired fighter, was busy chewing on a snack. The red-haired man explained that his cut of the mission's reward would be a full 2,000 gold coins. But Log just shook his head, confused, asking why his friend was offering him a bigger share of the pay. The red-haired man suddenly flushed, scratching the back of his neck. At the same time, the young woman with them looked down, a blush on her own cheeks. The two of them looked at each other, and it was clear they had something they needed to confess. The couple announced they were getting married, planning to head back to their hometown right after this last job. Log was stunned by the news. To make such a big decision right before this mission of all things. From behind the bar, Merlin had been listening to every single word. His face soured, like he'd caught a whiff of something foul. While Log clapped his companions on the back, Merlin's mind whispered, "That's the biggest death flag I've ever seen." He moved to intercept their boasting, keeping his approach casual. He asked for just a moment of their time. With a calm, disarming tone, he pried for the details of their mission. Log puffed out his chest. A simple cleanup. Slay 100 goblins, collect the ears. He then sized Merlin up, asking if he had the guts to be an adventurer. Merlin just shook his head, claiming simple curiosity. He just wanted to know if the job was truly as safe as they made it sound. The fiery-haired kid laughed it off. They were silver class, he boasted, nothing to worry about. Merlin stroked his chin, unconvinced. It really didn't sound that dangerous, Merlin conceded aloud. He thanked the adventurers for protecting his home. But later, far from the warmth of the pub, Log's axe met goblin flesh. He cut down several in a brutal, efficient flurry of swings. He wiped the sweat from his brow, a smirk playing on his lips. These things are a joke. The adventuring couple was with him, the redhead grinning. Just 37 more of these runts and we're done. But a low, heavy scrape echoed from the dirt. Log, ever the optimist, just laughed it off. Just a few more goblins, he said. Behind him, a colossal green foot stomped into view. He never saw it coming. A shadow fell over him. A monster dropped from the sky. It landed directly on Log. A wet, sickening crack echoed through the clearing. They could only watch, paralyzed by horror. The beast's foot stayed planted, grinding what was left of their friend into the dirt. The redhead screamed, charging the green behemoth, but it wasn't alone. Riding its shoulder was a smaller goblin, its nose a twisted, grotesque mockery of a face. The goblin rider cackled, welcoming them to the goblin kingdom. The couple advanced, their terror a cold weight in their chests. This wasn't just some goblin, this was their first minister, a high-class goblin mage. A high-class mage? Out here? It made no sense. The young woman's knuckles were white on her staff. She trembled, life draining from her face. The minister sneered, "She will serve my king." As for the male, he mused, "He is useless. He will die." A massive fireball bloomed in its hand. It hurtled toward the swordsman. "Cover me!" he roared. "We fight!" She gripped her staff, channeling raw mana. Spells crackled to life around her. A shimmering portal of light erupted from her hands, unleashing a volley of spells as the swordsman met the attack. He poured his will into his sword. The blade pulsed. Crimson flames licked its edge. He unleashed his skill. Asterisk, crimson cross. Asterisk. A fiery X sliced through the air, meeting the fireball head-on. His flaming blade met the inferno. He pushed, sweat stinging his eyes. A single thought screamed in his mind. Please, let us get out of this alive. But in that moment of distraction, he made a fatal error. The giant. It was gone from the minister's side, and now it was right in front of him, its massive club blotting out the sky. A crushing blow. The impact was absolute. The warrior was sent flying. He hit the ground hard, a sickening thud. She screamed his name, A sound of pure despair. The minister gestured. Take her. Goblins swarmed, their claws digging into her arms as she screamed for help that would never come. Trun pushed himself up, blood in his mouth. Get your hands off her, you freaks. The minister chuckled, a dry, rasping sound. You can save her, he hissed, for a price. A swinging sign came into focus, the Moonlight Pub. A young woman named Alice stood outside, just looking. The best inn in town, she'd heard. She peeked through the doorway, the warm light spilling into the street. Laughter and chatter filled the air. She saw several women working, one calling out, Daisy, we need you. The roar of the crowd told Alice all she needed to know. This place was popular. The pub owner sized her up, a question in her eyes. First time here, traveler? Her road-worn clothes were a dead giveaway. Alice flashed her adventurer's crest, cutting to the chase. I need a room for the night. A warm smile broke across the owner's face. We've got just the thing. Follow me. They climbed a wooden staircase, each step groaning in protest, stopping before the door to room 206. This is you, the owner said, gesturing to the door. And if you're looking for a little entertainment, our star performer is dancing tonight. The show's on the house. Alice bristled, her mind jumping to the worst conclusions. Just the room is fine, she replied stiffly. The owner just chuckled, urging her to at least take a peek, but Alice ignored the suggestion. Instead, she unfolded a worn wanted poster. Do you recognize this person? The face on the paper was torn, a ghost of an image. The owner squinted, then shook her head. Can't say I do. With a final smile, she wished Alice a good rest and left. The door clicked open. All the bone-weary adventurer wanted was the sweet embrace of a mattress as she stumbled inside. At that exact moment, the door next to hers swung open. Merlin, clad in a Queen's Guard uniform, stepped out. He paused, catching the faint sound of a familiar voice. Alice? No, couldn't be. He shook his head, dismissing it as his imagination and turning his thoughts to the stage. Alice didn't even bother with the lights. She collapsed onto the bed, burying her face in the pillow. After weeks of sleeping on the cold, hard ground, the simple softness felt like an impossible luxury. Her mind drifted back to Elgin and the swordsman. Would she ever see them again? This whole punishing journey, all to pay a single debt. The memory surfaced, sharp and cruel. The port of Elgin, captured, hopeless, bound by ropes on a ship crawling with pirates. Two of them approached, their shadows falling over her, their breath thick and foul. They were after the Duke's daughter, a prize of noble blood. But they'd settled for her, an adventurer, and the handful of other terrified young women they'd snatched from the docks. She could see them behind her, huddled together, their eyes wide with fear, a fire ignited in her gut. Get back, you filth, she screamed, her voice shaking but defiant. They just laughed, a cruel, grating sound. We are filth, one sneered, his eyes glinting, and we think we'll start with the feisty one. But as a grimy hand reached for her, a new voice cut through the air like a blade. Wait. High above, a shadowed figure was perched on the mast, watching. It was Merlin, his features obscured by a long cloak that whipped in the sea breeze. You've all made a terrible mistake, he called down. From the cage, all Alice could see was a silhouette against the pale moon. The bars of her prison blurred her vision. The pirates below jeered, utterly unimpressed. The man above didn't even flinch. Merlin's voice was laced with amusement. You really think you're something special? They roared back that they were the Redbeard brothers, Saint-class masters. No one on the open seas could stand against them. They commanded a fleet of 17 warships. Even the Imperial Navy wouldn't dare challenge them. One of them jabbed a finger toward the sky. And some nobody like you thinks he can take our prize? Merlin almost laughed. 2 Saint-class masters, and he'd only been trying to dodge a few creditors. His hand twitched, already itching for the cold, familiar weight of his sword. Their lives would be a fine price to pay to quiet his curse. A slow grin spread across his face. This was his lucky day. But down on the deck, the pirates were smiling too, certain the kid was about to die. One pirate brandished an energy blade, the other a vicious chained hook. Merlin dodged their lunges with contemptuous ease, his own sword a blur, one clean, sweeping arc. He landed silently back on deck. The lean pirate shrieked, a devastating gash across his chest. The heavier one stared in shock as his chain exploded into shrapnel. The blow's raw force split the ship clean in two. He stood there, a heroic silhouette, his cloak whipping in the wind, his face a mystery, a victor. That was the only glimpse Alice ever got. To this day, she still doesn't know her savior's true identity. But that one moment was all it took to capture a naive girl's heart. She hugged her pillow, completely lost in the memory, convinced that behind the mask was a generous and tranquil soul. The thought was shattered by a sudden duty she had to write to her mistress. The young heroine picked up an ornate quill, dipping the nib into the dark ink. The letter began. A string of pretty lies, that she was safe, that she was so wealthy, the church's debt was a ghost of the past. She even claimed to be in a relationship with Elgin's legendary master swordsman. that her future was blindingly bright. She ended the letter with a plea for her mistress not to worry, promising a visit very soon. After sealing the letter full of fabrications, Alice gazed at the night sky, a faint, sad smile on her lips. The sky was a tapestry of countless stars, sharp and clear. Alice began her nightly prayer, a desperate plea to the heavens that she would never cross paths with that bastard Merlin again for as long as she lived. She even asked God to ruin him, to turn him into a gutter rat forced to be a gigolo. And as if on cue, our protagonist sneezed the very instant his name was cursed. He adjusted the mask of his uniform, thinking how he sneezed at this exact time every single day. He had to wonder if someone, somewhere, was truly putting a hex on him. Meanwhile, the young women in the crowd were losing their minds. They screamed his stage name, begging for the famous little Daisy. Alice watched the chaos from the bar, nursing her drink. Who in the world was this little Daisy, that every woman in the room was shouting for him like a madwoman? Her thoughts were interrupted by a glass of milk set firmly on the counter. Little Henry stood there, seething, muttering that all those women were just shameless floozies. Alice gently suggested he shouldn't use such harsh words, especially for a boy his age. He shot back that they deserved it, that most were married women who still came to swoon. Poor Henry despised his mother's line of work. It was the source of her terrible reputation. The pieces clicked for Alice. He was the owner's son. But the boy wasn't finished, adding that she was different from them. Unlike the others, she wasn't fawning all over that despicable gigolo. A flicker of pride warmed our heroine's chest at the unexpected compliment. The boy's eyes drifted to her attire. He spotted it, the adventurer heroine's crest hanging from her belt. His eyes went wide with wonder. He leaned in close, whispering in awe, "You're a gold-ranked adventurer, aren't you?" He thought it was the most amazing thing he'd ever seen. A genuine smile touched Alice's lips as she confirmed she was. He immediately started gushing, saying he'd never met anyone so cool. Then his eyes landed on her sword. He pointed, his voice full of hope, asking if she could teach him how to use it. Awkwardly, Alice glanced at the sheathed sword on her hip. She knew that without the right bloodline, mastering the ice sword arts was impossible, but seeing the boy's raw hope, she couldn't bring herself to crush it. An idea sparked. She gently ruffled his hair, promising to teach him, but only after he drank more milk to build his strength. Henry's face lit up at her offer. He seized the glass of milk with a newfound fierce determination. He threw his head back and chugged the entire glass, as if strength could be gained in a single gulp. Wiping his mouth, he declared she was a genius, unlike his worthless uncle who only knew that flashy times quick-draw times move. Alice's brow furrowed. "This useless uncle you're talking about, who is he?" Just then, Merlin's show exploded to life. He apologized for the wait, and the room of adoring women erupted. He stepped onto the stage, a vision of charisma and charm. Alice remained unmoved by the theatrics, realizing this must be the infamous little Daisy. Henry confirmed it. "That's him. The useless times, quick-draw times uncle I told you about." The boy added that despite being useless, his uncle was a total player, the definition of a gigolo. Gigolo. That was the word. The trigger. Her 5,000 gold coin target was right there. Her hand went to her sword, the steel singing as it left the scabbard. She looked at Henry. "I'm about to arrest a criminal. Stay right here. Don't move." In a flash, the determined young woman was on the stage, her voice cutting through the cheers. The spotlight snapped to her as she announced he was wanted for evading his debts. "You're under arrest." Merlin paused, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. She looked like that reckless heroine he'd adventured with a few years back. But her assets had definitely seen some significant growth. Alice pressed on. "Come quietly," but he just held up a hand. "Calm down," he said, his arm slowly reaching out, aiming for her chest. He blatantly grabbed her breast, right there in front of everyone. Merlin's smirk faltered. They were just patting. A chill shot down Alice's spine. The sheer audacity of it. The girl felt the eyes of the crowd on her, a wave of shame washing over her. She wanted to disappear. Her hand, shaking with fury, tightened on her sword. She lunged. A stab, a second, a third. Each one met only air. The audience, once captivated, now gasped at the sudden violence. "Stop," he said calmly, his voice smooth as silk. "You're going to hurt someone." Pushed to the edge, a feral roar escaped her lips. "I won't stop until I've taken that hand." The performer took a single, measured breath. He vaulted into the air, twisting away from her desperate thrust. His foot landed squarely on her blade, using it as a springboard. He landed behind her. A sharp kick sent her sword flying. He pinned it to the floor with his boot. His hand cupped the back of her head, holding her fast. "Let it go," he whispered. "It's been a year, and your temper is even worse. Have you forgotten what we were to each other?" Alice stared, bewildered by his words. Who are you?" He reached for his mask. As he pulled it away, he leaned in close. "Have you already forgotten those wild nights we shared on the boat? Because I remember every single moment." A smitten girl, ready to offer him everything, and in that instant, She knew exactly who was standing before her. A sly grin spread across his lips as he introduced himself, remarking on how young and innocent she used to be. Then, the memory crashed through her mind, a tidal wave of humiliation at Merlin's hands. A raw, piercing scream tore from her throat, sharp enough to shatter the beautiful, waning moonlit night. At the entrance to the Moonlight Pub, Merlin lowered the mask that had concealed his face. His eyes locked onto hers. "Have you already forgotten those lovely nights we shared on the boat?" he murmured. With a venomous glare, she relived every moment of suffering she'd endured. Her hand tightened on her sword. "Because of you," she seethed, "I was forced to live in shame for an entire year." Without another thought, she lunged at the former king, her only vow to kill him. But he caught her wrist in an iron grip, stopping the blow cold. Merlin leaned in close, suggesting, "We should be partners." "Besides," he added with a smirk, "I only stole from you. Isn't killing me a bit of an overreaction?" Tears of pure fury streamed down her face, but her hateful gaze never wavered. The sheer resentment in her eyes actually made Merlin flinch. But in a heartbeat, her brave warrior facade shattered, and she crumpled to the ground, breaking into sobs. "You stole the most precious thing I had," she choked out, "and you just left, with no clue what I had to go through. My life has been a living hell because of you. If you consider yourself a man at all, you'll face your responsibilities." The women who had been fawning over Merlin began to whisper, their adoring gazes turning to judgment. Murmurs spread that they never would have expected this from him. Henry, who never liked the former king to begin with, declared his utter disgust. Cornered by their glares, Merlin held up a hand, pleading, "This is all a misunderstanding." As Alice continued to cry, Henry shot back, "You should be grateful a woman like her even looks at you, not taking advantage of her feelings." To drive his point home, he spat on the ground near the blonde's feet and snarled, "You really are the scum of the earth." Merlin knew that if the women believed these accusations, the charming persona he had so carefully crafted would be utterly destroyed. He had to make a move. He wouldn't let it all go down the drain. He strode toward Alice and pulled her into a tender embrace, stunning the entire crowd. "Calm down," he whispered. "I'll buy you a drink. And while we drink, we can talk and sort all of this out." Hours passed. The common room slowly emptied, until the only sound was the quiet tick-tock of a clock. Alice and Merlin sat at the bar in a tense, uncomfortable silence. As she finished her glass, Merlin said, "The customers are gone. Now we can finally talk." Wiping her mouth, she slammed the glass down and exclaimed, "This iced milk is the best. I'll have another." Merlin scoffed at her chugging. "So unladylike. You'll die a spinster at this rate," she retorted. "I'm already in a relationship with Elgin's master swordsman." To which Merlin scoffed, "The guy must be blind to fall for you." The bar owner chuckled, remarking, "You're a natural with the ladies, Merlin, seeing as you've even been acknowledged by a high-class adventurer." And from an outsider's perspective, she added while tidying up glasses, "You two look like a couple that's madly in love." Quietly watching the entire scene unfold, she finally steps toward Merlin, calling his name. She tells them she's putting Henry to bed, and that they should make themselves at home. With a knowing wink, she wishes him luck patching things up with Alice. Merlin offers a quiet thanks as she heads upstairs. Alice cuts right to the chase. "Give back what you stole, and we'll call it even." Merlin feigns ignorance. "What exactly did I take from you?" The memory alone sends a hot blush across her face. "The mithril armor," she grits out. "You left me stranded on that beach," he scoffs. "You mean the bust padding? Get over it." Her glare doesn't waver, forcing a sigh from him. "Fine. I'm sorry. I already sold it," he admits, and every last coin went down the drain at the horse races. "It's gone." She trembles, her voice cracking. That armor was worth tens of millions of gold coins. "Don't be so petty," Merlin waves off. A tremor of pure rage runs through her, her fists clenching at her sides. She lunges, grabbing his collar. "Easy for you to say. I'm not letting this go. You're finished until I get it back." The former king calmly wraps his hand around her wrist. His eyes are cold. "The moment I stole it, it became mine. So, even if you demand it back, all I have left to give you is my life. I'm not the demon king anymore. We aren't enemies. But if you're dead set on taking my life, I might just have to reconsider that last part." The sheer gravity in the former king's voice stops the heroine cold. Then, that familiar, dangerous smile spreads across his lips. Alice sheathes her sword, forcing a steady breath. She realizes he has no real intention of killing her. He just sits back down and picks up his drink. "Lady Martha has been good to me," Merlin says calmly. "I'm not about to tear up her shop. We were just talking. No need to make a scene. Let's just be reasonable." Alice swallows, fighting to compose herself. "If you're so strong," she challenges, "why can't you just steal it back?" He shakes his head. "Demons have a strict code about sacred agreements." "But you're not the demon king anymore," she argues. "Why would you care about that now?" "Even I have standards," he retorts. "And a heroine shouldn't be telling people to steal." She looks down, shamefaced. "I'm not a heroine anymore either. That armor was a loan from the church. Now I'm buried in a mountain of debt. Merlin just scoffs. You'll pay it off eventually. Utterly defeated, she sinks her face into her hands. I'd have to take on countless S-rank missions, she mumbles, the kind that pay out tens of thousands of gold coins. A sudden, sharp interest glints in Merlin's eyes. Is that right? She nods, oblivious. But those missions are crawling with danger, she warns. Santier-level threats. And I'd still have to take on so many. She'd have to run thousands of missions just to clear her name, and it was all his fault. In that moment, a new scheme began to form. Merlin had found his next move. The life of an adventurer came with some serious perks, a chance to face saint-class foes, a longer life, and a fortune, all perfect for his ultimate goal of living a life of absolute leisure. Yes, this was the perfect job for him. He strode over to Miss Alice. He leaned in, turning on the charm, and asked what it took to become an adventurer. She was completely unmoved. She stated flatly that anyone with aura or mana could join. He had neither. So he pressed. Isn't there another way? A recommendation from an active adventurer would also work, she explained, eyeing him suspiciously. Armed with this crucial information, he put on his most pathetic puppy dog eyes, murmuring about how they were clearly soulmates. Then he suggested she could just recommend him. The look on her face was a perfect blend of shock and utter disgust. Alice demanded to know why on earth she would do that for him. He shot back, because we're in the same boat. She practically shrieked that he shouldn't even think about it. She would never recommend a freeloader like him. It devolved into a nasty shouting match. He called her a stingy washboard. She fired back, calling him a gigolo. The night ended bitterly, with both of them storming off. A few days passed at the midnight pub. Merlin was back to his new reality, cleaning glasses. He let out a long sigh, lost in the whirlwind his life had become. Martha came over, her brow furrowed. Have you seen Henry? He shook his head. Her worry deepened. He'd been gone since morning. Holding the handrail, she slowly descended the stairs. She walked up to Merlin. Why the long face? The former king looked at her and asked what she really thought of adventurers. Her answer was beautiful, a profession where danger and hope walk hand in hand. But for those who crave freedom, there's nothing better. Then, her eyes widened in realization. You want to become an adventurer, don't you? He gave the same story he gave Alice. He wanted to, but had no aura, no mana. And that cursed woman, Alice, refused to give him a recommendation. Martha's expression soured at his words. Don't talk like that, she chided gently. You'll hurt her. I'm rooting for you both. She brought a hand to her mouth, her thoughts drifting elsewhere. The mood shifted. Merlin saw a deep sadness cloud her eyes. She grabbed his hand, her grip surprisingly firm. If you become an adventurer, promise me you won't take on the most dangerous jobs. Without mana or aura, it's just too risky. He insisted he was still strong enough. A sudden crack of thunder shook the pub. Lightning tore across the sky. A storm was rolling in, fierce and fast. It shattered the night's calm. Then came the first drops of rain, splattering against the cobblestones outside. Martha rushed to the door, grabbing an umbrella as the weather turned nasty. A new wave of worry washed over her. I have to find Henry. As she left, Merlin was alone with his thoughts again. His mind drifted to those 3 silver-ranked adventurers from the other night. Outside, the storm raged. The rain was relentless. Rain pours from the sky. A lone figure stumbles forward. He's wounded, exhausted. A desperate shout cuts through the storm. Is anyone there? Inside, guards pause their meal. The shout reaches them. One stands, annoyed. The gates are locked for the night, he barks. Get lost. It's Trun. He pleads with them, his voice cracking. Please let me in. My party. They're all gone. I'm hurt. The guards see the blood, the desperation in his eyes. He needs help. They make a choice. They'll open the gates. The massive wooden gates groan open, but Trun doesn't move. He doesn't rush for safety. He's frozen in place. He's on his knees in the mud. A tremor runs through him. I'm sorry, he whispers, his voice barely audible. Again and again, the apology spills from his lips. I had to save her. My fiancée. A guard walks toward him, confused. What are you talking about? The guard's eyes are on Trun. He never sees the shadow detach from the darkness. A monstrous goblin looms behind him, its prime minister at its side, smirking. That was remarkably easy. Other guards finally see them. A scream rips through the night. Goblins. But it's too late. An army of grotesque monsters pours through the open gate. The prime minister raises a hand, his voice cold and sharp. Leave no man standing. Take the women. The goblin horde surges forward, a tide of snarling beasts hungry for spoils for their king. The guards turn, scrambling to sound the alarm. They're inside! The goblins are inside! As the hulking goblin and his master step across the threshold, ready to claim their prize, Trun's voice cuts in, desperate. I did what you asked. Now give her back. Give me my fiancée. The prime minister turns, a cruel smile twisting his lips. You open the gates. A great service, truly. But get her back? Don't be a fool. She belongs to the king now. A ball of fire ignites in his palm, casting a hellish glow. The fireball erupts, engulfing Trun. His screams are silenced by the flames. The goblin minister glances back, his face a mask of cold indifference. He watches the man burn to ash. Now, the village is lost. The bells begin to toll, a frantic, ceaseless clang against the night, a desperate warning to every soul inside. But fire already licks at the rooftops, swallowing a part of the village whole. The goblin invasion had begun. Villagers, startled from their sleep, had no idea what nightmare was descending upon them. A man throws open his window, drawn by the chaotic bells. He peers into the darkness, wondering at the noise. He doesn't have time to understand. A shape detaches from the roof above, a goblin, plummeting right for him. A crude blade sinks into his chest. His life ends in an instant of shock and pain. His neighbors see the monster. They scream. Then more goblins swarm from the shadows, an endless tide of them. They fall upon the men, blades flashing. They drag the women away. The night explodes into pure chaos. Screams of agony echo through the streets, pleading, begging, and through it all, the bell tolls on a desperate prayer for a savior. A plea for anyone at all. Not far away, Alice walks, carrying a heavy box of apples. She sees it first. A flicker of orange against the dark sky. Then, the thick, black smoke. A knot of ice forms in her stomach. What's happening? Her walk quickens to a jog, then a full-blown sprint toward the village. She runs right into them, villagers, faces streaked with terror, screaming at everyone to run. Confused, she tries to stop one, to ask what's wrong, but they don't answer. They just shove past her, their eyes wide with a horror she can't yet see. A frantic old man stumbled into her path, his voice cracking as he screamed for her to run. Her mind raced. Maybe it was just a bad fire, something her ice could handle, a blaze she could help contain. But the thought died before it was even born. A black streak sliced through the air. It found its mark, right in the old man's chest. The impact threw him back, his eyes wide with shock, staring right into hers. Alice couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The world went numb. He collapsed in a heap, a life extinguished in an instant. No second chances. Then they poured from the shadows. A tide of grotesque goblins. The archer stood among them, its eyes fixed on her. But frost spiderwebbed across the hand holding the bow. It spread like a disease. The creature shrieked in panic. It watched its own arm crackle and split apart, consumed by the creeping cold. Before it could even drop the bow, its entire body exploded into a million glittering shards. Alice stood in the center of the cold, her eyes burning with glacial fire. She was the storm. Her gaze was a promise of vengeance. This adventurer was out for blood. The horde snarled, undaunted, and charged. "Come on," she whispered, a challenge laced with ice. "Don't blink, you'll miss it." On command, the air around her sharpened, crystallizing into a storm of ice. Daggers flashed. Goblins lunged. Alice met them, sword raised, a blur of motion. Magic surged. Asterisk ice shards times erupted from the ground. They shot forward. Goblins were skewered, their lives snuffed out. But she couldn't see everything. A coward took aim at her unprotected back. The crossbow clicked. The bolt flew. It was a perfect shot, faster than thought. But a wall of ice exploded into existence. The bolt shattered against it. The goblin froze in disbelief. It was her own magic. A living, breathing aura that moved without her command. An instinctual shield of frost. She coiled her power and launched herself into the sky. Magnificent wings of crystal erupted from her back. "For justice!" she roared. "I'm sending every last one of you freaks back to hell." The goblins stared, their crude jaws hanging open at the impossible, avenging angel above. They knew it was her or them, kill her or freeze. 100 bows drew back as one, and the sky darkened with arrows. But the nimble hero owned the sky, weaving through a storm of projectiles. She dodged and swerved through the deadly barrage, a blur in the air. Her blade flashed. Goblins fell with every elegant strike. Any who survived her sword were frozen solid, trapped in ice by the chilling pulse of her crystal wings. But as that vicious fight raged on, back at the Moonlight Pub, a young man named Merlin was the center of attention for 3 very interested ladies. Suddenly, desperate screams tore through the pub's warm, flirtatious vibe. He got up, apologized, and said he had to check on something. But the women held on to him, begging him to stay. They insisted it was just a couple fighting. It wasn't. Those screams announced the goblin's arrival. A savage kick splintered the door. The pub had been breached. Screams of pure terror echoed off the walls. The once cozy pub was now a hunting ground for those foul creatures. 3 of them stomped in, 2 gripping crude weapons, their grotesque faces split by sadistic grins. The women were frozen solid, paralyzed by a fear so deep they couldn't even think. The monsters knew this place was an easy score, full of vulnerable prey. And yet, through it all, Merlin remained impossibly calm. "Why is this green-skinned trash in my establishment?" he asked, his voice cold as steel. A tide of slaughter and despair washed over the village as the goblins descended. Homes were devoured by flames. The destruction was so total, the downpour couldn't hope to quench the inferno. A mother, her face a mask of worry, ran through the street. She was desperately calling for her son. It was Martha, frantically searching for Henry, who'd been missing since that morning. She didn't know he was safe, hidden away, lost in a world of goblin and warrior figurines. He was proudly telling his friends how the brave adventuring woman swore she'd teach him powerful sword techniques. His friends listened, their eyes wide with awe at his story. Henry vowed he'd become an adventurer and keep his mother safe. His promise was cut short. A noise from outside, ugly and sharp, silenced him. Drawn by the sound, the three boys crept to the window. Henry peered out, and his innocent world shattered. Burning homes, piercing shrieks, a town swallowed whole by pandemonium. A cold wave of dread washed over him as he whispered, "What's happening?" Just as his mother's cries reached him from the street below, she was out in the storm, risking everything to find him. Through the gloom, the small boy saw her, but to his absolute horror, she wasn't alone. A pack of goblins blocked her path, their shadows dancing in the firelight. They closed in, cornering the defenseless woman, their faces twisted into cruel smiles as they advanced on their terrified prey. A savage roar, they lunged. Her lantern crashed to the ground, its light extinguished. One goblin brandished a rope. He meant to bind her. The others seized her, their claws digging into her arms. Watching this nightmare unfold, a scream ripped from Henry's throat. He bolted from their hiding spot. "I have to save her." But his friends, knowing the danger, grabbed him. "They'll kill you," they pleaded, holding him back. The little boy thrashed in a storm of helpless rage. "I have to save my mom," he cried. But the goblins were already dragging her away. Henry's screams echoed into the night, tears streaming down his soot-stained face. The same tears of sorrow fell from his mother's eyes as she was dragged into the darkness, completely at the mercy of those horrid creatures. Her umbrella, her only shield from the rain, now lay broken and abandoned on the wet ground. Meanwhile, back at the Moonlight Pub, the situation was anything but calm. An invading goblin was thrown through a window with contemptuous ease. A second one followed. It sailed through the air like a wadded-up piece of paper, destined for the garbage. Merlin strode toward the last miserable, green-skinned wretch. He gripped a heavy bar stool, wielding it like a warhammer. A cold smirk touched his lips. "You really shouldn't interrupt," he said, his voice dangerously quiet. "When I have guests," to amuse him. Their impudence made them nothing more than insects he would have no problem crushing. The goblin was already a mangled heap, utterly broken by our protagonist, but Merlin showed no mercy. He brought the stool down again, and again. The insolent creature was little more than a stain on the floor. Merlin nonchalantly brushed a stray, rain-dampened lock of hair from his face. But before the former king could savor the silence, the squelch of approaching feet announced more company. He turned. A whole horde of them stood in the rain, watching him from the shadows. Every last one wore the same twisted grin, their yellow fangs bared and their eyes gleaming with a sick, predatory hunger. The one in a makeshift helmet barked a single command: "Kill him." A wave of goblins surged forward, a mess of rusted spears, chipped daggers, and crude swords. A ghost of a smile touched the demon's lips. "Pathetic. You aren't even worthy of a real fight." His hand found the hilt of his sword. His grip was steel. Then, in a flash, he drew. His signature quick draw unleashed a razor-thin gale of pure force across the battlefield. It swept past every single goblin. They froze, a flicker of confusion in their eyes, the killing blow already delivered. "Let me help you make one final, messy contribution to the world," Merlin's voice cut through the rain, cold as ice. With a faint click, his sword was sheathed. One of the goblins just stared, its mind too slow to process its own death. It couldn't even scream as its body began to swell, bloating like a week-old corpse. Then, one by one, they all began to pop in a horrifying chain reaction, a firework display of gore and viscera. Meanwhile, in the village square, near the terrified civilians, the chaos had reached its peak. The first minister watched the carnage unfold, a proud, vicious smirk plastered on his face. He knew it was only a matter of time. A goblin underling scrambled to his side. "Sir, the entire Western troop, they've been wiped out." The minister's smirk vanished. "What? Was there a high-class hunter among them?" But the scout shook his head. No aura, nothing. He just looked like a handsome man. Blonde hair, red eyes. The first minister snarled, grabbing the scout. "I don't care what he looked like. They needed those women alive." He stroked his chin, his mind racing. A critical question hung in the air. How could one ordinary man slaughter an entire troop? This was wrong, all wrong. But the scout insisted, "I saw it! He didn't even draw his sword all the way." And just like that, the whole army was gone. "Sir, the soldiers on the main street are dead too, impaled on spikes of ice. The swordswoman who did it. She's heading this way now. The minister's eyes widened in dawning horror. These weren't setbacks, this was a slaughter. Fall back, relocate, now. He screamed the order for a full retreat, his command swallowed by a sudden manic cackle. He sneers, a cruel glint in his eyes. Their losses mean nothing. The women they've captured will ensure their ranks are replenished. The remaining goblins scatter, dragging screaming women through the mud. And among the faces of terror is Martha, the very mother who just risked everything to find her son, now a prisoner herself. Her only prayer now is for Henry's safety. But high above, a figure of ice and vengeance soars through the storm. Alice. She spots them, a full retreat. Alice dives, pushing her wings harder. The rain will wash away their trail. She knows their vile habits. They take women. A cold dread fills her. She won't let it happen. But as she scans the chaos below, a shadow erupts from a rooftop. A monster, far larger than the rest. It leaps, a blur of muscle and malice. It hurtles toward her. No time to think. She throws up a wing, a shield of ice. The impact jars her, but she holds. A sickening crack echoes. Her wing shatters into 1,000 pieces. Flightless, she plummets, sword in hand. The behemoth stalks forward, a predator cornering its prey. "Get out of my way," she screams, her voice cracking with rage. "Or I'll make you." The beast just snarls, a challenge in its eyes. It's not backing down. A massive arm swings, a blur of motion. She dodges, a hair's breadth from death. She creates distance. Her bow forms from frost. She unleashes time's glacial volley asterisk. The shards tear through its thick hide. It roars, shielding its face. A fatal mistake. She's already moving. Her blade, a sliver of pure ice, is at its throat. One strike, a clean cut. A deep fissure cracks across its side. Frost spreads like a virus. In seconds, the monster is frozen solid, a statue of its own defeat. Then, it shatters into a million glittering fragments. Victory. But the cost is time. She scans the village, empty, too quiet. The giant. It was a diversion, a stall tactic. And it worked. They're gone. Just as she feared. The vile creatures. They took the women. The rain mixes with the melting shards of her victory, a cold, bitter reflection of her failure. The only sounds left are the cries of children, wails for their mothers. But she knows the goblins won't be fast, not with prisoners. There's still a chance, a small one. Then, the village bell tolls, a somber, urgent call. The survivors know the sound, an assembly. The chief is gathering what's left of his people. They huddle in the church, the air thick with the smell of herbs and blood, as the leader calls for their attention. He lays it bare. Their people were captured, dragged to the mountains. They need a plan. But even he cannot make this choice alone. A man, his voice shaking, pleads to abandon them. "It's hopeless," he whimpers. Whispers echo his fear. "Those things," one says. "We can't fight them. It's suicide." But a young man steps through the crowd. "They took my mother." Henry's voice cuts through the despair. He looks at their faces. "They took our families, and they're waiting for us. This is the moment to fight for them." Doing nothing is its own kind of hell. But before his words can rally them, a sharp, older voice cuts him down. He's short, dismissing it all as foolishness. Then the pastor arrives, a spectacle of pomp and self-importance. He raises a hand, proclaiming no one is damned to hell. For the goddess of light shows mercy to the truly wise. The village leader drops to his knees, begging the pastor for a way out of this nightmare. The other villagers follow, a wave of desperation. They cry out for the pastor's help. He soothes them, promising to cleanse their sins in the name of the light goddess. At his command, the crowd begins to pray, their voices a low, obedient hum. He lifts his holy book high. The pastor declares them too frail to fight those who stole their families. Their only recourse, he insists, is to stay and pray. He then suggests that every person whose family was taken should acquire a holy book and pray with it. A lone villager asks, his voice trembling, if praying will truly bring their loved ones back. Another man steps forward, claiming he was once taken by goblins, but through fervent prayer, he stands here today, safe and sound. A murmur spreads through the crowd, asking if he's telling the truth. The man swears it's true, boasting that the monster's cowered when he simply held the holy book. This sparks a frenzy. Everyone is desperate for a holy book. And then, the man who just shared his story lets out a quiet, chilling laugh. The pastor shares the look, a predatory glint in his eyes, a silent acknowledgement that their scheme was working flawlessly. With a flourish, the pastor throws open his coat, revealing it lined with copies of the holy book. He announces the price, a small fee of 100 gold coins each. The crowd erupts in relief, except for Henry, who sees the disgusting manipulation for what it is. He points a trembling finger at the pastor, his voice cracking, declaring that if anything happens to those women, the pastor is the one who will burn in hell. Tears stream down the boy's face as he screams that they're all just lying to themselves, that this won't save anyone. A hand gently comes to rest on the broken boy's shoulder. A firm voice tells him he's already done more than enough. Alice steps into the light, her words cutting through the chaos. This hypocrisy ends now. All of you, get out. The pastor sputters, demanding to know who this pagan is who dares to interrupt him. The heroine doesn't flinch. She strides forward, climbing onto the platform. My name is Alice Claudia, a gold-ranked adventurer from Wrexham, and the 233rd hero of the Vatican. A wave of shock silences the crowd. A true hero now stood against the fraudulent pastor. Everyone now recognized her as the 233rd heroine. The pastor's finger shot out, aimed at the girl. He shrieked that this so-called heroine shamed the Vatican, that she failed her mission, that she'd even bedded Lucifer himself. She didn't even blink. Her past wasn't the issue here. She was here to stop the lies. She was certain that if the Pope knew of his actions, the pastor would face a disappointment far worse than shame. He snarled back, warning her not to lecture him, but Alice's eyes were locked on him, her decision made. Her sword was a blur of motion. It arced through the air. The steel tip pressed against his throat. A single drop of sweat traced a path down the old man's temple. He was frozen, terrified of what she would do next. Alice leaned in, her voice a low whisper. If you truly believe the goddess saves the faithful, you should start praying. Your life isn't even worth the risk. The man collapsed to his knees, his spirit broken, bowing over and over. He pleaded for forgiveness, but she just told him to get lost. Then, the adventurer's voice rang out with command. She declared that she knew they were afraid to die, that they'd hidden behind useless prayers. But that was the coward's way out, and the gods don't help fools. In this life, there are times you can't quit just because it's hard. People were taken. They're waiting for us. This is our duty. Henry watched, her words hitting him like a physical blow. She held up 2 fingers, giving the villagers a choice. You can stay here and rot with your guilt until you die. Or, you can pick up a weapon and fight for the ones you love. She turned to the village chief, demanding the location of the goblin nests. Their king was a terrifying, saint-ranked monster. But Alice didn't even flinch. She just needed to know where to find them. Meanwhile, back at the Moonlight pub, the air was thick with fear. Merlin draped his coat over a trembling customer. He told them not to worry. As long as they stayed with him, they would be safe. A young woman clutched his arm, begging him to protect her. It hit Merlin, then Martha had been gone for far too long. A knot of worry tightened in his gut. Just then, frantic footsteps pounded through the pub, thundering loudly. It was Henry, gasping for air. He blew right past Merlin. He scrambled upstairs without a single word. The blonde man shouted after him, asking where Martha was, but Henry didn't answer. He just threw open a door, snatching a sword from the wall. Blade in hand, he snarled at Merlin that this was none of his business. He was going to save his mother. Merlin's worst fear was confirmed. Something had happened to Martha. The boy charged back down the stairs, yelling at Merlin to stay out of his way. He was busy. Merlin snatched the boy by his collar. You're not busy. All you do is cause trouble. Enraged, the boy screamed for him to let go. He had to go. He had to save his mom. Merlin told him he was just a kid, that he couldn't do anything. He demanded to know what happened, but through his tears, the boy choked out that it was his fault his mother was gone. Now, he would save her with his father's sword. Merlin told him to get a grip. A weak little brat like you can't do a thing. Henry refused to hear it. He slapped Merlin's hand away. He clutched the sword, his knuckles white, and declared he made a promise to his father. He was the man of the house now. With his father gone, he swore he would protect his mom. The words struck Merlin, and his eyes shot wide. Such a noble promise. It threw him back into a memory he'd long since buried. Merlin, just a small boy, safe in his mother's warm embrace. He looked up at her, a fire of determination in his young eyes. He promised he would protect her when he grew up. His mother heard him, and that innocent vow brought a genuine, proud smile to her face. Merlin was lost in the echo of the past. And something in Henry's stance, it was like looking at a ghost of his own past. A small smile touched his lips, watching the boy's raw courage, his stubborn refusal to quit. By the time he snapped out of it, Henry was already staggering away, dragging a sword nearly as big as he was. Merlin sighed. Leave it to the reckless fools to make a mess for the rest of us. The young women who'd arrived with the hero anxiously crowded around, their faces etched with worry. He met their gaze and urged them, for their own safety, to get out of here. As the first light of dawn broke the horizon, the green-haired girl asked what his plan was, reminding him of the dangers that now lurked outside. But Merlin just straightened his collar, a wry smirk playing on his lips. He grabbed his coat from the wall, shrugging it on. He headed out of the pub. Maybe, he said, it's time for a hero to actually do some good. Beyond, the village gates yawned open. The rescue mission for the captured women had begun. Alice didn't hesitate. She took the lead. Every thought was locked on her objective. But then, a flicker of movement on the path ahead shattered her focus. A weak voice called out. A bloodied hand, shaking, reached up from the dirt. It was Trun, broken and bleeding out on the ground. "Don't talk," Alice commanded, her voice firm. "Save your strength. The villagers are coming for you." Relief washed over the man's face at her words. He looked up at her, and as his eyes focused, he saw it. The adventurer's crest pinned to her armor. He knew that mark. He knew her, Alice, the Golden Adventurer. With the last of his strength, he grabbed her hand. Painfully, Trun forced himself to his knees. He begged the hero to save his fiancée. He confessed his failure, his voice choked with shame, admitting he had no other choice. He pleaded for her forgiveness. "Get up," Alice said, her voice cutting through his despair. "An adventurer holds their head high. Always." She gently removed the insignia from his battered armor. "I'll hold on to this for you." Her gaze softened. "What's her name?" he whispered. "Afra Cecile." A reassuring smile touched her lips. "She'll be the one to give this back to you." The promise hung in the air, absolute. Trun watched her turn, her purpose unshakable. With a final gasp, he shouted a warning. "The Goblin Emperor! He's St. Class! Be careful!" The words hit her like a physical blow. St. Class. Her stomach dropped. She knew she wasn't strong enough for that. Merlin's voice echoed in her head, a cruel reminder. Asterisk. Those without talent should know their place. Asterisk. But she wouldn't break. Not now. Not ever. Her hand tightened on the hilt of her sword, knuckles white. She was ready for whatever came next. Talent or not, all that mattered now was the steel in her spine. Deeper in enemy territory, the scene changes. We are inside the Goblin Palace. The women torn from the village were here, bound and terrified. Among them, Martha trembled, her mind racing with what horrors awaited them. Heavy, deliberate footsteps echoed through the hall. A shadow fell over them. The Goblin Emperor had arrived. He surveyed his prize, a grotesque smile spreading across his face. "Throw them in the dungeon," he snarled at his soldiers. A vassal bowed low. "At once, my lord," the emperor grunted, pleased with his underling, Gargamel. The emperor inquired what reward he wanted, but the prime minister simply smiled, stating that his majesty's service was its own reward. The fawning minister claimed it was an honor to hold his trust, and with that, the chieftain sent him on his way. Our scene now cuts to the cavern, the goblin's den. A unit of soldiers stood by, waiting for their next command. The prime minister's voice cut through the silence. He ordered 2 of them to rally more soldiers for an impending ambush. With so many human captives taken that night, their leader anticipated that more villagers were bound to come looking. They had to be ready. A small goblin scout peered through a crude spyglass, scanning the dark perimeter. His eyes caught something strange in the distance. A column of white figures was moving toward them. At first, Gargamel thought they were magical beasts, but a closer look had the scout frantically reporting they weren't beasts at all. A cold dread washed over the goblin ranks. A blade, shimmering with a deadly frost, swung into view. It was Alice, the ice swordswoman. She had materialized from the shadows themselves. Gargamel roared for his soldiers to unleash the 4th giant goblin, a desperate attempt to stop her. But the soldier who had her in his sights was already encased in ice. Everywhere she stepped, a frozen wasteland followed. A true queen of winter's wrath. The biting chill of her power crept toward the soldiers huddled at the cavern mouth. She was on him now, dangerously close. Gargamel, caught completely flat-footed, could only stare. Her gaze was steel, locking onto the prime minister with unwavering resolve. He saw her, and for the first time, true fear flickered in his eyes. He made his move. A fireball ignited in his palm as he warned her to back down. She didn't even flinch at the threat. Her voice was ice. "Get out of my way." A powerful stomp connected squarely with his face. Alice put him down, hard. The prime minister became a projectile, rocketing from the force of her kick and crashing into the cavern wall. From a nearby ledge, another goblin soldier watched it all. Even Lord Gargamel had fallen, but Alice was already moving. She pressed on, her mind fixed on the helpless maidens. She flash-froze the goblin in her path and never broke her stride. The girl was a blur, sprinting through the dungeon, her sharp eyes missing nothing. Suddenly, a tremor. A brick in the wall began to splinter. Her head snapped toward the sound just as the wall gave way. 2 goblins, far bigger and more brutish than the others, smashed through the crumbling stone. One swung a crude club, aiming to crush her. But Alice was already gone, sidestepping the blow with impossible grace. She ducked low, a fluid motion that brought her under their guard. She struck from below. Her icy blade sang through the air, carving into the hulking goblins. Limbs froze solid on impact, but her focus never wavered. With a flick of her wrist, she shook the frost from her sword. The frozen beasts were alive, but only just. Pained groans escaped their frozen lips. She leveled her sword at them, her voice a final, chilling promise. "If you want to live, stay down." As night deepens, whispers rise from the forest's edge. where a makeshift armory is being gathered in the dark. Spears, torches, pickaxes, and farm tools lifted into the night air. A mob had formed, their minds set on one thing: rescuing their stolen women. Each man had armed himself with whatever he could grab from home, bracing to face a nightmare he couldn't imagine. The night, however, was full of danger, hiding traps for the unwary. And these men were farmers, not fighters. To face what was coming, they'd have to dig for a courage they never knew they had. Worse, the goblins already knew they were on their way. And with that, the villagers prepared to charge headfirst into the goblin horror. Deep in the goblin lair, Gargamel was stirring. He awoke from a forced sleep, his nose shattered and grotesquely swollen. A goblin soldier cheered to see his leader awake, but quickly warned him of a serious problem. The village humans were attacking. His nose a mangled purple wreck, Gargamel roared in fury as more and more villagers swarmed into view. Their war cries echoed through the forest, a unified, determined shout for blood. They swore they wouldn't stop until every last goblin was dead. Gargamel watched, his irritation boiling over as he cursed the pathetic humans. "This is it," one of the men yelled, pointing. "This has to be the den where they're holding our wives and daughters." He commanded the others to join Alice in charge, but the goblin shaman just sneered. He declared the humans were no threat, then called on the spirits of fire and earth. At the villagers' feet, tiny flames began to dance. A young man looked down, confused by the flickering lights. Before he could process it, the flames erupted. A wall of fire consumed everything, and everyone. The unsuspecting men were swallowed by the inferno, and through the fiery chaos, Merlin appeared. He saw the technique, recognized it as Time's firewall asterisk, and couldn't help but be a little impressed. Our hero walked up to a survivor, asking if he'd seen Henry. The man just shot back that this was no place for a kid. So the kid snuck in anyway. Merlin cursed him under his breath. What an idiot. The former king started walking toward the wall of flames. The village leader cried out, warning him about the saint-rank monsters inside. He told him to leave this to Alice. Merlin just let out a dismissive laugh. "Alice?" he said. "She's already lost to me once. She might be cute, but she's not that tough." The leader stared, stunned by the boy's sheer arrogance. Ignoring him, our warrior drew his sword, the grip familiar in his hand. With a single arm, he hefts the weapon high. It shreds the firewall like paper, clearing their path. He glances back at the villagers, a confident wink his only explanation. Their jaws hang open, their minds reeling. They can't fathom his power. He ignores the searing heat beneath his feet, completely unfazed. Merlin strides toward the den. The torn firewall parts for him, an inferno bowing to its master. But as he passes, the flames slam shut, trapping the other men behind a wall of fire, utterly stunned. The village leader's eyes narrowed, a cold realization dawning. He'd seen that figure before. That crushing presence. It was the same aura as the master swordsman who annihilated the pirates 6 months ago. A murmur of confusion rippled through the villagers. That swordsman wasn't just skilled, he was a living legend. But then again, he's just a player, a smooth talker who charmed his way into every lady's heart. The men could only stare, struggling to believe these two completely different people were one and the same. Gargamel was confident. The rabble outside stood no chance against his firewall. The goblin soldier's orders were clear. Retrieve Alice, don't alert the king. But he had to ask, shouldn't a prize like her be offered to their ruler? The prime minister exploded with rage. How dare a lowly soldier question his judgment on what was best for the king? A calm, self-assured voice sliced through the tension, wishing the little green creature a good evening. Gargamel was floored. Someone had actually bypassed his firewall, a smug smirk plastered across their face. Merlin let the silence hang in the air, savoring the moment before his grand reveal. He announced himself as a vision of elegance and grace, adored by all, straight from the Moonlight Pub. The one and only, the famous Little Daisy. The goblin prime minister clenched his fist, challenging the intruder. He dared him to prove his strength. But a quick scan revealed the boy had no mana, no aura, nothing. A useless human. He started to laugh, but Merlin just asked if he was simply frozen by his stunning beauty. Unleashing a Time's fireball asterisk, Gargamel roared that Merlin was insignificant trash who was about to die. Our hero merely raised a hand toward the incoming spell and flicked it away like a speck of dust. Gargamel's jaw hit the floor. He was utterly speechless at the sight he'd just witnessed. Merlin, however, was just getting started. His smile widened, completely in his element as he summoned his spirits. The prime minister's mind raced. Something was wrong. How did that boy just erase his magic? Flames now swirled around the protagonist as he gripped his sword. Gargamel poured all his power into a raging, fiery tornado to engulf him. He was certain of it now. The blonde human had no escape from this overwhelming power. But Merlin emerged without a single scratch. He stood there, perfectly fine, and asked if the goblin seriously thought that level of magic could ever touch him. Eyes bulging in pure terror, the Prime Minister knew he was going to need a new pair of pants after this was over. It had to be artifacts. That was the only explanation. He began to conjure a spear of pure flame. The villain launched the flaming spear. It tore through the air, a blazing comet aimed right for the blonde's heart. But to the goblin's horror, Merlin caught the spear, effortlessly. A sharp, mocking tone dripped from his voice. "You call this a timed spear of destruction asterisk?" Terrified, Gargamel's brain short-circuited. He couldn't process what was happening. "Impossible," he stammered. As if to mock him further, Merlin shattered the times, spear of destruction times, with a simple squeeze of his hand. The protagonist sighed, disappointed. He was expecting some classic villain monologue, at least, or a challenge worthy of his time. But with a snap of his fingers, the goblin declared his tricks weren't over. The broken shards of the spear began to glow, crackling with immense energy before erupting into a colossal pillar of fire around Merlin. The blast was so massive, so powerful, that even the distant villagers could see the column of flame tearing into the night sky. Gargamel roared, certain his flames would turn Merlin to ash. But to everyone's shock, the hero stood untouched. A casual wave of his hand, and the inferno simply vanished. The Prime Minister's jaw hit the floor, his eyes welling with disbelief and pure terror. Merlin offered a mock, "Congratulations. Impressive magic," he said. "Just not for me." He hated one thing above all: being tested, being underestimated. In the blink of an eye, Merlin was behind him. "Time for your eternal rest," he whispered. His hand moved. The sword handle clicked, drawn just a fraction of an inch. Gargamel froze, paralyzed by the sound. He could still see, still think. "Why? Didn't you draw it?" he stammered out. Locking eyes with the goblin, Merlin slid his sword back home with a final, definitive click. "I don't draw my blade for trash like you. The ultimate insult." He brushed a speck of dust from his shoulder, not a single thread out of place. He simply turned and walked away. "It's a curse, being this strong," he sighed. "Finding a real fight is impossible." Meanwhile, deep in the dreadful goblin dungeon, a lone goblin guarded the cells. Inside, Martha was lost in a haze of fear and despair. Screams echoed from down the hall. A wave of panic. Something was coming. The goblin guard crumpled to the floor. Silence. Then, the sharp crack of a lock shattering. Martha looked up, a flicker of recognition in her eyes. It was Alice. She threw the door open. "Is everyone okay?" The prisoners scrambled out, tasting freedom. Martha rushed to Alice, grabbing her shoulders. "Henry, is he safe?" she pleaded. Alice gave a reassuring smile. "He's fine. He's waiting for you back in the village." Tears of relief streamed down the poor mother's face. "The corridor is clear," Alice urged. "Go. Now." The frantic patter of running feet filled the oppressive silence of the dungeon. Martha took the lead, yelling for the others to keep moving. Alice turned back, calling out a name. "Trun's fiancé!" "Seal! Is anyone here named Seal?" A young blonde woman stepped forward. "I'm Seal." Alice smiled. "Trun sent me for you." Seal's eyes were fixed on the heroine, but then her gaze shifted, past Alice's shoulder. Her eyes went wide with absolute terror. A massive shadow fell over them, dwarfing Alice completely. The air grew cold. Alice felt it too. She spun around. No time to think. She shoved Seal with every ounce of her strength, pushing her clear. The price was a brutal blow from a monstrous weapon. The impact slammed her into the ceiling, then the floor. She lay in a broken heap on the stone. The rescued women could only watch in horror. Seal screamed her name. The sickening scrape of a massive weapon being dragged across the floor echoed through the hall. A deep voice rumbled. "So, you're the little rat who interrupted my bath." The Goblin King sneers, cursing Gargamel for letting her pass, leaving him to clean up the mess. He stalks past the captured women, his eyes raking over them with pure contempt. Then, he extends a clawed hand, his voice a low growl. "If you even think about escaping, I will introduce you to true agony." The young women flinch, shrieking as a wave of terror washes over them. Suddenly, a cage of jagged ice erupts from the floor, trapping His Majesty. Battered and bleeding, Alice rises, her ice magic crackling. "I won't let you hurt them," she declares. Wounds mar her face, but her resolve is an unbreakable fortress. The king's laughter echoes, a sound of pure malice. He shatters the ice prison with a single flex of his power. "You're far too optimistic," he mocks. "How do you plan to leave my palace alive?" Alice slams her hand on the ground, channeling another surge of magic. "I don't," she answers, as a beam of solid ice shoots from the earth, straight for the giant. It binds him. In that moment, Alice screams for Cecile, who snaps her head in her direction. The heroine hurls Trun's insignia through the air. Cecile catches the crest, her hands trembling. She stares at it, her mind failing to grasp what she's holding. A heartbeat later, it hits her fiancé's adventurer crest. "Hold on tight," Alice yells. "Trun isn't dead. He's waiting for you outside." A storm of ice energy gathers around the heroine. "This whole nightmare ends once you escape, and everything goes back to normal," she proclaims. Cecile clutches the crest with both hands. She pours all her love into it, tears finally breaking free. The two of you will get married. Alice's voice cuts through the despair. You'll have children. So you need to find your courage and run, finishing her plea. Alice raises a wall of ice around herself and the king, sealing them in. Cecile is left outside, safe from the monster's reach. The enemy realizes the trap. He's locked in with her. One of Alice's eyes is swollen shut, but the other glares at him, cold and sharp. You're risking your life just to stop me, he says, a strange light in his eyes. As the Goblin King, I'm starting to see humans differently. So I will be merciful, His Majesty declares. I offer you two choices. Drop your sword and become my plaything, or fight me to the bitter end. Alice isn't swayed by his false kindness. I'll take the second option. The king grins. Then I'll teach you your place. But Alice lifts her hand to her lips, as if blowing a kiss, and exhales a breath of pure frost. The icy vapor shoots toward the brute. He feels his skin begin to freeze. Is this your final move? He scoffs. I was expecting something more powerful than a cold breeze. I'm not giving you any more opportunities, she says, her voice devoid of warmth. Now be good, and die by my sword. We flash back to a dark mountain, ravaged by a freezing wind. A training dummy, caked in ice, is struck by a wooden sword. A little Alice stands before it, her face set with that same fearless determination. I'm tired, she complains. What's the point of practicing this one thrust so many times? This technique, her master says, is for when you are truly desperate. The little girl looks up at him. Can this technique defeat a Saint-class expert? Her master explains, if you can strike the heart, by combining your magic with your blade, even if an enemy doesn't die, they will be left completely helpless. The little girl grumbles, but it's too hard to hit a Saint-class opponent. But the teacher simply explains, that's why you have to create your own opening. In the now, Alice's mind is a razor's edge, her master's words echoing within. She roots herself to the earth, bracing for the coming storm she would unleash. A torrent of raw power and unyielding will. She explodes forward. But elsewhere, Henry crashes to the ground, staring up at a mountain of a goblin. The beast scoffs, never expecting a rat in its palace. Its massive staff rises, a shadow of death falling over Henry. Trapped, nowhere to go. The boy's arms fly up, a futile shield against the inevitable. He flinches, waiting for the impact. But nothing comes. The silence stretches. He dares to look. Just one eye cracks open, a flash of steel. Merlin stands there, his blade already tasting goblin blood. A heartbeat later, the giant crumbles, a mountain felled, and Henry is untouched. He stammers out Merlin's name, his mind reeling. How could anyone be that strong? One strike, the goblin never stood a chance. Merlin smirks. For bravery, I'll give you 99 out of 100 points. But you disobeyed orders and came alone, so you lose all 99. That leaves you with a big fat 0. Henry's world tilted. Uncle Merlin, he wasn't just strong, he was a master, all this time. It wasn't just empty boasts. The boy had been so wrong. His eyes shone with a newfound hero worship. You okay, kid? Merlin asks. Any injuries? But Henry's fear is gone, replaced by awe. He latches onto Merlin's leg. Please, teach me that quick draw. Merlin scoffs. I tried to teach you before, and you blew me off. So, no, the offer's expired. Henry's pleas become a desperate mantra. Then, a sharp voice cuts through the noise, calling for them both. It's Martha, flanked by other women from the village. Henry's face lights up. He bolts toward his mother, wrapping her in a tight hug. He babbles about how Merlin found him and saved his life, a heroic act that would probably cost them a fortune in salary. But Martha's mind is elsewhere. Her eyes find Merlin, desperate. You have to help Alice. She's fighting the Emperor, alone. The humor drains from Merlin's face. The scene cuts. Alice's sword slips from her grasp, clattering against the stone floor. A cruel, booming laugh echoes. The Goblin Emperor watches her, amused. Hope is draining from Alice's eyes. How? How did he find her? The Emperor sneers. He knew her times. Blizzard times was just a diversion. He'd been waiting. Your little dance was annoying, he growls. Let's see you run now. No mercy, no pity. His grip tightens around her, a vice of crushing force. Agony tears through Alice. A scream rips from her throat, a raw, piercing sound that haunts the palace halls. Martha pleaded with Merlin to save Alice, but he feigned indifference. Then, a thought sparked in his mind. Saving the girl. That could be his ticket. His way into the Adventurers Guild. Seeing his hesitation, Martha devised a plan. She made her move, triple his salary if he went. He threw his hands up, a perfect picture of wounded pride. Do you really think I'm a man who can be bought with coin? He demanded. Henry and Martha exchanged a look. The answer was a resounding, silent yes. He was the definition of a shameless, money-grubbing rogue. But he had an image to maintain. "What's there to lose?" he muttered, deciding to lend a hand. Martha pleaded with him to be extremely careful, while the ever-practical Henry begged him to return safely so he could teach him the quick-draw times technique. A smirk played on Merlin's lips. He turned, walking toward the chaos. "Just wait," he called back. "I'm bringing Alice home." A gut-wrenching scream tore through the air. The cruel Goblin King held Alice in his colossal fist, a toy to be broken. His grip tightened relentlessly, her bones groaning under the pressure. He leered, savoring the horrific scene. "Every little sound you make," he sneered, "makes this so much more enjoyable." Agony flooded her senses as her body was crushed. Alice fought to hold on, to just breathe. And then, a spear of pure ice plunged from above, impaling the Emperor's arm. Stunned by the sudden assault, the monster questioned the attack's origin. From above, his gaze shot upwards. He saw it then, the entire ceiling, covered in sharp icicles she had created. "When did you?" he roared. Even gravely wounded, his rage was palpable. Through a pained gasp, Alice managed a weak, defiant smile, declaring, "This is times the divine ice's retribution *." At her command, the ceiling shattered. A lethal hail of icy lances rained down upon the Emperor. The onslaught forced his grip open. Alice crumpled to the ground, gasping for air. The clever gambit had left the hulking brute infuriated. "You dare trick me?" he bellowed, shaking off the initial shock and regaining his composure. "This is what you get for underestimating me," Alice retorted. "Now, you will face times, the art of the great snow mountain blade *." In a fluid motion, she snapped into an attack stance and launched herself at the Emperor. Riddled with ice spears, his movements were sluggish. She closed the distance instantly, her sword a blur. "*1, *" she cried. The strike cut deep into the brute's wrist. Another blow landed near his ankle. She targeted his vital arteries. "*2, *" the blade bit deep into his grotesque, bearded neck. With a final shout, "*3, *" she unleashed a perfect, piercing thrust. "*the ice, ultimatum, *" a direct hit, straight for the enemy's heart. He shrieked in agony as the blade struck true, and he crashed hard to his knees. His immense weight shook the chamber with a resounding thud. Her attack had torn a gaping hole clean through the Emperor's chest. Exhausted and bleeding, she watched the result of her assault. The hulking brute appeared still, unconscious. His jaw hung open, seemingly lifeless. Believing the fight was won, she began to step back. But then, streaks of ominous energy pulsed from the body, washing over her and making her freeze. She glanced back, trying to comprehend. The Emperor's body was undergoing a horrifying transformation. The wound she'd carved in his chest began to glow with an unholy light. It was steadily shrinking, slowly sealing itself shut. Alice could not believe what she was seeing. The fatal wound in the enemy's heart had vanished completely. His eyes, once vacant, snapped open, burning with their familiar, malevolent gleam. His muscles bulged, tearing his armor as he rose, roaring with laughter. Her eyes were wide with pure disbelief. Alice couldn't understand how he hadn't died. She had pierced his heart, and still, he just laughed. The Goblin King fixed her with a cynical grin. Pointing to the right side of his chest, he declared, "A goblin's heart lies here. Not on your left. See, knowledge is power," he mocked. "I misjudged you once. I won't make that mistake again." Alice was broken. Every breath was a shard of glass in her lungs, a reminder of wounds that screamed for attention. The Goblin Emperor hefted his colossal club. It rose, a shadow falling over the battered heroine, but she refused to yield. A wall of ice erupted before her. The brute roared, a sound of pure contempt. "You think that can stop me?" His club smashed through the ice like glass. The shockwave launched her backward, slamming her into a palace pillar. Stone crumbled around her as her body absorbed every ounce of that devastating force. She hit the floor, every nerve on fire. The Goblin King closed in, his shadow swallowing her, and lifted her by the head like a broken doll. "You belong to me now," he snarled, "forever." Her face was a canvas of purple and red. A broken whimper was her only reply. Then, a blur of motion, a gust of wind. Alice was gone from his grip, leaving him stunned and empty-handed. He spun around. Merlin stood there, Alice held securely in his arms. But before the goblin could even process it, a searing pain shot through his shoulder. His arm was gone. He stared at the stump, disbelief turning to rage as he cursed Merlin's name. Merlin cradled her gently. "Was it worth it?" he asked, his voice low. "Risking everything for strangers?" His glare was harsh, masking a deep-seated fear. "You shouldn't have done this. You shouldn't have thrown your life away." He knew that stubborn fire in her eyes all too well. He carefully set her down against a ruined pillar. "Stay put if you want to live," he commanded. "I'm not going to say I told you so. Just rest, you stubborn girl. Leave the rest to me." Alice's strength was fading. The world swam before her eyes, but she knew that silhouette, that unshakable confidence. Her mind struggled to connect the pieces. It had to be him, her promised protector. She closed her eyes, thinking her hero from Elgen had finally come. Barely conscious, a heartfelt whisper escaped her lips, a confession meant for another. Merlin glanced back, her words catching him completely off guard. He was baffled, but the enemy was already closing the distance. The Goblin King stood before him, a cruel snarl on his face. Ready to play again? Merlin met his gaze without flinching. His expression was steel, ready for whatever came next. In the corner, by the pillar, Alice was finally lost to the darkness, just as Merlin left her. The Goblin Emperor sneered, "I thought I only had one rat scurrying through my palace. I never imagined there would be a second." He gestured to the stump where his arm had been. "You're stronger than you look, I'll give you that." But then, something impossible happened. The wound began to writhe. Flesh and bone twisted back into place. In seconds, his arm was completely restored. He flexed the new fingers. "In my time's berserk mode asterisk, I can regenerate from any wound. You can't kill me like this, but I can definitely kill you." But Merlin just smiled. "Funny, I usually end my fights in a single blow. What I'm really looking for is someone who can finally beat me." The hero's audacious words twisted the goblin's face into a monstrous grin. He had just been challenged, and he gladly accepted. Without a second's thought, the Emperor brought his weapon crashing down on Merlin. The impact obliterated the ground beneath them, a crater forming where they stood. But despite the raw destruction, our hero was untouched, still holding the enemy's blade with a mocking smirk plastered on his face. Shocked, but with his arrogance unshaken, the Emperor admitted Merlin was a cut above the rest, then demanded the boy's name. With a casual flick of his wrist, Merlin sent the Emperor's weapons flying from his grasp, sneering that a weakling like him hadn't earned the right to ask. The goblin, however, was undeterred. He introduced himself first, one of the 13 goblin emperors, the self-proclaimed future master of humanity. He then offered Merlin a deal: join him and become his prime minister. Merlin's only response was a cold, sarcastic smile that broke into a brazen, mocking laugh. He questioned where a creature like him found the nerve for such an absurd offer, then raised a hand to the sky. He declared that no being on this plane, not even the goddess of light herself, could withstand even a millionth of his true glory. He then added it would be humiliating to use the Emperor's corpse as mere fertilizer for his garden. The sheer disrespect made veins bulge on the creature's forehead, throbbing with pure, unbridled rage. He stomped his massive foot into the earth, building power for his next attack. One colossal leap. The ground exploded behind him as he launched forward. He rocketed toward Merlin, screaming that the boy had signed his own death warrant. Merlin's tone was ice. He simply scoffed. "Fat as a pig, but you can fly. How spectacular." Incandescent with rage, the Emperor now had one mission: drag this arrogant human straight to hell. And so, he poured immense energy into his staff, adding it to the momentum of his charge. But Merlin looked bored, casually tracking the hulking monster's every move. The Emperor's attack hit its mark, an earth-shattering slam of his staff right on target. The blow tore chunks of rock from the ground, the sound absolutely deafening. It was so powerful. Smoke curled from the goblin's staff. He cackled like a madman, boasting that even a top ranker would be paced after a hit like that. But Merlin, always full of surprises, he reappeared without a single scratch. He calmly asked if that was the best the Emperor could do. The goblin's jaw dropped in disbelief. Merlin gave him no time to recover. "My turn," he stated flatly. Then, with blinding, overwhelming speed, he was on the giant. A flash of steel, a deadly arc. The Emperor was frozen in shock. But before a word could escape his lips, something was wrong. A sharp, searing pain ripped through his core, a pain he couldn't ignore. A horrifying line appeared, splitting the villain's body down the middle, a testament to the former king's impossible speed. And that wasn't even the worst of it. The Emperor's regeneration stalled. The damage was too deep, even for his time's berserk mode asterisk. He was broken. Merlin wiped his blade clean. Merlin's voice was ice. He'd wondered who was behind all this chaos. But to find a king this pathetic, it was a complete letdown. A tremor in his voice, the Emperor choked out, "Who? Who are you?" Power like that, it didn't belong to a nobody. Merlin slid his sword back into its sheath. The blonde youth's reply was calm, cutting. "I'm not strong. You're just weak, unworthy of the title king." He watched the broken king fall in a heap before him. A faint smile touched his lips. The former monarch thought to himself, "Over just as quickly as always." And as a bonus, the curse on his heart felt a little lighter. The boss was dead, and with its defeat, a wall of ancient bricks began to grind open. It revealed a treasure room, a king's ransom, mountains of glittering gold coins, and a chest large enough to hold a throne. Merlin moved to get Alice to safety, but the chamber caught his eye. His breath hitched. The sheer scale of the goblin's hoard was staggering, and then, a wave of pure greed washed over him. The blinding shimmer of gold. It was magnificent. He took a step forward, reaching for the fortune, when a brick smashed down from above. It glanced off his skull. The whole palace was coming down. Chunks of the ceiling rained down like mortars. Merlin cursed under his breath. Their fight must have fractured the entire city's foundation. His mind raced. He could grab some of the treasure, if he was fast enough. But not with Alice. He could tank the falling debris. She would be crushed, buried alive. His eyes darted from the endless river of gold and back to Alice, unconscious, helpless. Time was gone. He had to choose. The world was crumbling faster and faster around them. The choice was made. He swept the girl into his arms, holding her close, and ran for his life. A frustrated yell tore from his throat. "Alice, you're going to be the death of me. I'm choosing you over a mountain of gold." Outside, the waiting men stared in utter disbelief. They were back. The women, tears of joy streaming down their faces, sprinted to their families. A reunion so pure it warmed every soul who saw it. But as the embraces tightened, the village elder pointed toward the mountain. Look, a huge chunk of the peak was giving way. They knew that spot. It was right above the goblin's underground palace. Henry's heart hammered against his ribs. Uncle Merlin, his sister Alice. Were they still in there? A gentle hand rested on his shoulder, offering comfort. It was his mother, Martha. "Don't you worry," she said, her voice steady. "Your Uncle Merlin is too clever for this. He'll get out." A wave of relief washed over the boy. He smiled, knowing she was right. Through the thick smoke of the mountain's ruin, shadowy figures emerged, stumbling forward. As they stepped into the light, it was them, Merlin and Alice, alive. The crowd rushed in, a tide of worried faces, desperate to see if they were okay. They swarmed Merlin, their words a torrent of apology. They had been so wrong about him. He wasn't some useless pretty boy. He was a true hero. But their praise was ash in his mouth. The blonde hero seethed. All that treasure, so close, now buried under a mountain of rock. A fortune lost. Later, at the Moonlight Pub, Alice was a still figure in a borrowed bed, unconscious, her breathing shallow. Merlin stood over her. If those wounds festered, she wouldn't make it. A smirk played on his lips. She was always so defiant, always treating him like dirt. But look at her now, helpless. He could do anything he wanted. His hand hesitated just above her heart. He'd never get another chance to see her this vulnerable. But no, he wasn't about to cross that line. He was just a doctor tending to a patient, nothing more. After a long moment, Alice's eyes fluttered open. She gasped, her hands twisting the sheets. Her hand shot to her head, a dull ache throbbing behind her eyes. The goblin's mace, the legendary swordsman. From Elgin, then nothing, a blank slate. Just then, Martha entered, carrying a basin of cool water. Martha confessed she hadn't slept at all, her heart sick with worry, and seeing Alice awake was like the sun breaking through the clouds. She explained just how close Alice had come to death. If Merlin hadn't been there, it was too terrible to think about. At his name, all the color drained from Alice's face. Her eyes went wide, haunted. Martha, completely misreading the room, he started giving her relationship advice, assuming they were a couple. She smiled knowingly, saying she understood young love's drama. She chalked it up to a young girl's shyness. Tears began to stream down Alice's cheeks. Every word was another twist of the knife. The hero, saved by the Demon King. The shame was a physical weight, crushing her. She had to face him. She asked Martha to get Merlin. As she waited, Alice rested, taking visits from a small parade of worried faces. Merlin made his way up the stairs, towards her room. He stopped, hearing a voice thick with emotion thanking Alice from behind the door. The heroine, flustered, insisted it was nothing. She was just glad they were safe. It was Trun and Cecil there to offer their deepest gratitude. Because of her, they were alive. She had saved them. Trun swore they would never forget her heroism. Merlin heard every word from the hall. He listened to their praise, their respect. So this is what it felt like. Maybe being a hero wasn't so bad. He felt an unfamiliar pang of jealousy. He watched as the grateful couple finally left her room, their faces bright with hope, with their heroine. The former king stepped into the room, his voice soft. "Are you feeling any better?" Alice's glare was ice, laced with fire. Merlin dropped into the chair beside her bed. "Heard you were asking for me. What is it?" The disgust on her face was a mask she couldn't remove. "I wanted to. Thank you for saving me." She whipped her head away, her voice sharp. "Don't get the wrong idea. It just means I don't hate you right now. But I haven't forgiven you for a single thing." Her fiery spirit was almost impressive. Merlin never expected her to treat it like a life debt, but he thought he'd get more than just begrudging words. He smirked. "I don't accept thank yous. I didn't save you for my health." Leaning in close, his voice dropped. "How about a recommendation? Help me become an adventurer." "Absolutely not," Alice's shout echoed in the small room. The former king simply sighed. "How disappointing. Is this really how you treat the man who saved your life?" he asked. She jabbed a finger toward Merlin's face. If you had just said you wanted nothing in return for saving me, I might have considered it, Alice seethed. Merlin's threat was a silken blade. I'll tell every traveler in every pub that the 223rd heroine is an ungrateful wretch. You wouldn't dare slander my name, she shot back. He rose from his chair. Is that a threat? He mused, a dangerous glint in his eye. Who do you think you are? Merlin turned his back on her. If that's your final answer, then all of Great Britain will know the former heroine Alice is a shameless, ungrateful woman. A wicked smile played on his lips. He saw the flash of fear in her eyes. His threat had hit its mark. She would be the perfect, obedient stepping stone to get what he wanted. As night fell, the scene shifted to the Goblin Palace. It was nothing but a graveyard of stone and splintered wood. Total annihilation. But then, a flicker of movement. A blast ripped through the silence. From the heart of the wreckage, two slender, perfect legs emerged. A young woman with flowing black hair, a fan held delicately in her hand, called out, "My love? I've found them," she declared to the ruins. The goblin splinter cell, hiding deep beneath Wales. She walked through the debris, her voice echoing. "My love?" she called again. Before her steps halted, she snapped open her fan, a sly smile gracing her lips. "Ah, I found something." She raised a hand, and violet energy bled into the air. A slab of stone groaned, lifting from the earth, held captive by her will. With a silent command, she willed it to show its true form. The stone block twisted, its form unraveling. Its very essence rearranged, fracturing into several perfect cubes that hung suspended in the void, and from the space between them, a key materialized. A low laugh escaped her lips as she reached, her smile a venomous curve. She declared it done. The third key to Hell's army was hers. Her fingers closed around it, a cold, possessive gaze fixed on the artifact. She clutched it tight, thinking of all the trouble she'd gone through just to find this one key. And yet, taking it was almost laughably simple in the end. Just then, reality tore open above her, a swirling vortex of pure darkness. A voice echoed from the void, calling her name, Calzona. Instantly, the triumphant woman was on her knees, head bowed in utter submission to her majesty. A cryptic voice echoed from the void. "Have you secured the key? Ramos Sagas guarded it for so long." The young woman answered, "It appears so," admitting, "I never expected they'd bury it so deep." The voice replied, "The plan to resurrect the ancient kingdom is now in motion. Once we command the infernal army's power, remaking Great Britain will be child's play." Calzona vowed, "I offer my very soul to see our kingdom rise again." Far from that darkness, in a quiet village, Merlin and Alice said their goodbyes, their carriage rattling toward the edge of the town that had been their sanctuary for so long. Merlin waved to Henry, "Take care of your mom for me." Henry's eyes burned with resolve. "I will, and once I awaken my aura, I'll come find you in Wrexham." Martha yelled after them, "Merlin, you should just marry Alice and be happy." The two of them froze, completely mortified. Gathering himself, the boy choked out, "Is that some kind of curse? Because that's absolutely horrifying." Alice nodded furiously. "That's the single worst curse I've ever heard in my entire life." A thick, painful silence hung between them. Then they both exploded. "How dare you?" they screamed at each other. "You think you're too good for me?" Merlin jabbed a finger at Alice. "At least people actually like me, and while we're at it, why don't you finally lose the extra padding?" Alice scoffed. "Oh, you're a hero to a bunch of old ladies, so what? And this is armor," she declared. "It's for protection, not for show." The blonde boy howled with laughter. "Just admit it, or are you trying to make me laugh to death so you can get out of your debt?" Enraged, she snapped. A sharp kick sent him flying right out of the moving carriage. He snagged her leg on the way down. The two of them were a tangled mess on the road, screaming about why they were even traveling together. The carriage rocked like an earthquake had hit. You had to feel for the poor donkey stuck hauling these two lunatics. Watching the chaos unfold, Martha came to a very unique conclusion. "You know," she said with a smile, "they actually get along so well, and so, their journey to Wrexham knew no peace. Our heroes spent every waking moment bickering, snarling, and fighting over anything and everything. An entire week passed like this, until they finally reached the gates of a massive new city. Despite her exhaustion, Alice was buzzing with energy. First stop, the guild. I'm finally ditching this idiot." Merlin just smirked, considering it. "An adventurer, huh?" They approached a grand, imposing building, the Wrexham Adventurers Guild. Merlin strode forward, throwing the doors open with a cocky grin plastered on his face, while Alice looked completely done with his existence. But a sudden roar of energy stopped them cold. A man was attuning with a brilliant, pulsing blue crystal. He was a mysterious knight, his face hidden by a full helm. The entire hall was buzzing, the air thick with whispers. A Saint-rank warrior. "There are only 3 Saint ranks in this whole guild," Alice whispered in awe. "The guildmaster is one of them. I never thought I'd see one in person." Merlin just chuckled softly. "You know, back when I was king." He commanded legions of saint-rank warriors. By comparison, this guild was just sad. A man, reeking of cheap liquor, staggered toward them, asking Alice if she'd brought home a new boy toy. He slurred that Arnold must be bawling in a bathroom stall, then threw an arm around Merlin, asking how he managed to tame this spitfire. A fire ignited in Alice's eyes. She snapped at Hobbs that they weren't together and to shut his mouth. Hobbs just laughed, telling Alice not to be so uptight, saying Lugia was way sweeter than her. He then poked. "Aren't you jealous she's the one who got a rose?" Just then, a short-haired girl with cat ears appeared, greeting Alice with a sunny smile. Alice returned the greeting, calling her Lugia. The girl asked if she was there to pick up a new quest. "No," Alice replied. "I'm here to make a recommendation for someone." Her voice dripped with annoyance. Alice jabbed a thumb at Merlin, declaring he wanted to become an adventurer. Merlin just smiled and greeted Lugia, calling her a beautiful young lady. Lugia's eyes went wide. "Alice, recommending a guy?" Chewing on her sleeve, the cat girl shrieked. "Since when did you get a boyfriend?" she cried. "That's impossible. I'm way more popular than you." Forced to explain yet again, Alice gave Lugia a light chop on the head, assuring her there was nothing between them. "You can relax," the heroine explained. "He's a wanted fugitive." That meant he needed a formal recommendation just to apply. Lugia beamed, saying he'd come to the perfect place. By joining the guild, his bounty would be cleared, and he could work to pay off his debts. The cat girl added they'd first test his strength to assign a rank. The higher the rank, the better the pay. With a kind smile, she told him not to sweat it if his starting rank was low, since he could always climb higher by gaining experience on missions. Then she leaned in, as if sharing a secret. She told him the legend of a 102-year-old man who finally became a silver rank adventurer after finishing 99,999 missions. But, she added, there was a shortcut. Get stronger, and your rank goes up automatically. Merlin got it. In the end, raw power was all that mattered. The guild system was brutally fair, after all. Even a top-ranked adventurer would get demoted if they slacked off too long or became a public menace. The cat-eared girl then pointed to a large crystal orb in the center of the hall, telling Merlin to place his hand on it to measure his power level. With a cocky grin, Merlin scoffed that touching some magic ball was a total cliché, and that he'd much rather get a reading from a different kind of orb. But he played along, striding confidently toward the crystal. He held out his hand. "Behold," he announced to the entire guild hall. "Witness my true power and tremble." Every adventurer in the room was hooked, leaning in to watch his grand performance. But the moment his hand made contact with the crystal, nothing. An awkward silence fell. He waited, his smirk slowly fading as the captivated faces around him turned to disappointment. Lugia watched, swallowing nervously. The air was thick with tension. "That's a shame," she stammered. There was no reaction at all. "Which means," she said, her voice barely a whisper, "you can't become an adventurer." And then, the entire hall erupted in jeering laughter. It was a comedy show. The crowd jeered, saying he couldn't even handle a goblin, that he was a nobody who didn't know his own strength. Alice quickly grabbed his arm, whispering that he had to use aura or mana to make the orb react. He just shook his head, explaining that in all his fights, he'd never used either. Not because he wouldn't, but because he simply didn't have them. Merlin figured he only ever beat monsters because his times quick loot time skill was leveled so high, making mana and aura completely unnecessary for him. Alice stared, absolutely floored by this. She couldn't believe it was even possible to fight, relying on pure swordsmanship and nothing more. The former monarch asked her to just treat him as an exception, reminding her that she'd promised he could become an adventurer with her recommendation. Alice looked hesitant, but a promise was a promise, and she owed him a debt. She leaned against Lugia's counter, asking if her personal recommendation would be enough, vouching that he was more than qualified for the job. But Lugia refused. The guild's orders were crystal clear. No one gets in without at least low-rank strength. That's when Merlin decided to put on a show. He slammed his foot on a bench and declared that if they all wanted to put their faith in a crystal ball, then they should send their strongest fighter to face him right now. If he wins, the debate is over. Simple as that. Lugia was stunned, thinking this was the first time she'd ever seen such a spectacle, telling him not to make such insane jokes. But with cold eyes and his hand on his sword, he told her he wasn't joking. He'd even take them all on at once. Just then, the soft shuffle of slippers approached. An old man with a long white beard stepped forward, deciding he would be the one to test Merlin's power. The elder, his face a map of countless battles, moved toward the protagonist, ready to answer the call. The entire guild hall went silent. That was the old guildmaster, Taylor. He was personally accepting the challenge. He was Lugia's grandfather, a saint-ranked master said to be able to level a giant with a single punch. He was the creator of the legendary times thunderclap times technique. The old master stepped up because if he didn't, the world would think the Wrexham Guild had no one left to answer a challenge. This was exactly what Merlin wanted. He extended a hand to Master Taylor and said, "I want to fight, now." The guildmaster simply replied that this place was too small. "We have a training hall out back," he stated. "Let's go there." With a glance over his shoulder, he gave a firm order for no one to follow. "This fight is between me and the boy, alone." Alice walked over to the cat girl, whispering, "Something about this is very strange." She had to ask, why wouldn't the master want anyone to watch? The old man was worried about his guild members' pride. The power difference was usually so vast that even Saint-rank challengers would leave utterly broken. The adventurer was completely shocked by this. Lugia then added, "My dad told me, grandfather has never lost a single fight since reaching Saint rank." Taylor explained the terms. Since Merlin was just an ordinary man, and he was Saint-ranked, Merlin could use his full strength. "If you can force me to take a single step back," Taylor declared, "you win." A grin spread across Merlin's face, thrilled by the condition. He asked for confirmation. "My full power, you say?" And then, he unleashed it. He grips his sword. "Don't blink," he warns the old man. "My draw is faster than you can see." Leaning on his cane, the old man simply tells him to prove it. A confident smirk plays on Merlin's lips. He unleashes his signature sword draw, aimed right at the old man. The guildmaster's calm expression shatters, replaced by pure shock. The blade screams past the old man's face, a blur of impossible speed. Its sheer force carves a trench into the ground, annihilating everything in its way. The shockwave tears through the village. It rips through houses, splintering them to dust. The entire back wall of the training hall is simply gone. The old man is completely floored, his jaw hanging open in utter disbelief at such overwhelming power. He stumbles backward, collapsing to the ground in a daze. Still stunned, he asks, "How? How is this possible?" Merlin just shrugs. "Don't worry," he says. "I only used the flat of the blade. If I'd used the sharp edge, you'd be a memory right now," Merlin finishes. Taylor's mind races. Could he have defended against that, even at full power? He knew the answer. Even with everything he had, he would have been instantly erased from existence. As dusk settles over the Wrexham Guild, Taylor can only wonder about the true identity of that man. Alice and Merlin are talking after his test with the guild leader. Lugia gives them a small wave. She, the guildmaster, and a few others watch from a safe distance. The cat girl finally asks, "Why did your grandfather stick his neck out for him, and did he really need to show off that much? He destroyed so many houses." The townsfolk, thinking the master lost his temper and caused the destruction, are now demanding to know if Merlin is still getting an adventurer's certificate. Taylor slams his cane on the ground. Silence falls. Every eye turns to him, their faces etched with concern, afraid they've angered their master. But with a weary, strained smile, the old man says he has his reasons. He declares the matter closed, forbidding anyone from speaking of it again. A brilliant sunset paints the city in shades of orange and red. Civilians are still gathered, staring in awe at the canyon of destruction carved through their streets. Alice and Merlin walk through the aftermath. The girl's eyes are fixed on the deep scar in the earth, a testament to the former king's terrifying power. Merlin, looking completely smug, holds up his new adventurer's badge, a wide grin plastered on his face as he remembers the master's words. "Normally, we only test mana and aura here," he'd said, "but in your case, I'll make an exception." He flips the badge, reading the inscription on the back, his name, his class, his assigned region, all neatly etched into the metal. He thinks to himself that he didn't expect it to be iron, a rank below Alice's gold badge. She breaks the silence. "So, did you actually defeat the guildmaster?" Merlin smiles, replying, "Not really. A true defeat is death. All I did was show him a glimpse of my power." He remarks casually, "The guildmaster is decent, maybe a little stronger than the 7 generals who used to serve under me." That single offhand comment hits Alice like a punch to the gut. It settles deep inside her, a new resolve hardening into a vow. She would train harder. She had to defeat him and get her revenge. But our hero is completely oblivious to her simmering rage. He's lost in his own world, giddy over his new badge. He screams to the sky, an official adventurer at last, already dreaming of the fortune he'll make. He'll buy the grandest mansion in all of Great Britain. But just as his ego inflates, Alice cuts him down to size. "You should stop running your mouth, especially since you're weaker than me. Go to sleep and keep dreaming." Her words hit him like a physical blow. "Weaker than Alice?" He roars back. "My rank is the only thing that's weaker. I'll take 1 mission tomorrow and make more than you could in 10 years. She doesn't even bother to look back. "We're done here," she says, walking away. Their parting is anything but sweet. Fuming, Merlin storms off, putting as much distance between them as possible, and then he freezes. A cold dread creeps in. He frantically pats his pockets, searching. All he finds is a useless horse racing ticket. Not a single coin. The reality hits him like a tidal wave of ice. Where is he going to sleep tonight? And to make matters worse, as darkness falls, the sky opens up. A woman with blue hair walks past, sheltered by a perfect umbrella. He holds out his wares. Matches? The great adventurer, now a street peddler. He's just trying to scrape together enough to live. He strikes a match, the tiny flame, a pathetic defense against the bone-deep chill. He's shivering, empty. Is this it? A night on the cold, wet pavement? He curses himself for that stupid bet on the horses. If only he'd known. The match dies, and as he flicks the smoking stick into a puddle, a different kind of spark ignites in his mind. He gets to his feet, a shameless plan forming. He'll just crash at Alice's place. Meanwhile, in a world away from the storm, Alice is safe and warm. She's sinking into a luxurious bath, a long overdue moment of peace. A blissful smile graces her lips as she soaks in the steaming, pristine water. She chuckles to herself. Merlin could never land a high-rank mission. What could he possibly do to get under her skin now? She sends up a little prayer, asking the heavens to let Merlin sleep on the street like the bum he is. In fact, it would be perfect if he was freezing, starving, and couldn't sell a single one of those stupid matches. And right on cue. Miles away, our hero lets out a massive sneeze. The downpour was relentless, but for Alice, her perfect evening is shattered by a sudden noise. Must be the landlady, she thought, probably rushing in. Back from her own quest, maybe. She slips on her slippers and pads to the door. Swinging it open, she starts to say that the landlady didn't have to stop by so late. But her words die in her throat when she sees who's really there. It's Merlin, soaked but trying to look suave. A lonely night like this could use a man, don't you think? He offers a shoulder to cry on. Alice just stands there, frozen, her brain short-circuiting at the sheer audacity. But this is Alice we're talking about, and she wasn't falling for his act for a second. A brutal kick sends him flying. He sails through the air and crashes against the gate. "I don't care how you found me," she screams. "Stay away from me." He picks himself up, his face throbbing from the impact. Right across his cheek. Just as he was recovering, a man behind Merlin demanded to know who he was and what business he had at his house. Alice sank back into her warm bath, but the peace was shattered by another round of knocking at the door. Done playing games, she snatched her sword to prove her point, threw on her pajamas, and stormed to the door, shouting for him not to push his luck. But it wasn't Merlin. A tiny old woman, the landlady, stood on her doorstep. Alice froze, her shock doubling when she saw Merlin standing right beside the woman. Furious, the landlady pointed a trembling finger at the blade. "The rental agreement explicitly forbids weapons inside," she screeched. Then, to make matters worse, she heard a condescending sigh from Merlin. "Honestly, making such a scene," he muttered. "You should know better than to draw a sword in someone else's home." A fire ignited in Alice's eyes as she spun on him. "How dare you lecture me," she seethed. He just offered a smug, infuriating grin. The landlady, however, wasn't finished with her scolding. She jabbed a finger in Alice's direction. "Even as a stranger, I feel I have to say something. Treating your new husband like this, right after you've married." The word husband hit Alice like a physical blow. Her jaw went slack. "Married?" Stumbling over her words, Alice insisted, "I have absolutely nothing to do with this man." But her frantic explanation was cut short by Merlin, who adopted the most pathetic, wounded expression imaginable. "Are you still angry with me, dear?" he asked softly. "How can you pretend we're not married?" The old woman's face hardened. "If that's your attitude," she declared, "then I can't rent my house to you. You'll probably tear the place apart in a rage." Panic set in. "It's a misunderstanding," Alice pleaded, her voice cracking. "I never even touch a weapon when I'm inside." The old woman was unmoved. "Put that sword away this instant, and let your poor husband inside. And stop making a spectacle for the whole neighborhood," she warned. Merlin sidled up, whispering, "You don't want to get evicted, do you?" He then smoothly wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her close. "I'm so sorry," he announced loudly. "She'll get herself under control." Instantly, the landlady's expression softened. "Ah, young love, just remember, a day as husband and wife is a promise for a lifetime." Seething with a silent, burning rage, Alice discreetly and viciously stomped on Merlin's foot. It was a pathetic release for her fury. Then the landlady added, "Now, about this month's rent." Defeat washed over Alice's face. "I'll get the money," she mumbled. The old woman turned to Merlin with a knowing smile. "She's got quite a temper on her. But she's a good girl. You take good care of her. She seemed so down when she first came looking for this place." For a split second, a flicker of guilt pricked at Merlin. Was he the reason she'd been so miserable? The moment passed. The landlady pressed a spare key into his hand. "Here, for the next time she kicks you out." And with that bizarre, chaotic exchange over, the door closed, and the landlady was finally gone. Merlin threw his hands up in triumph. "Success! I have a place to stay." He turned back to her with a wide grin. "Now, I have a suggestion," he said playfully. "You should really put your padding back on." The instant the taunt left his mouth, the cold, sharp tip of her sword was at his throat. "You bastard," she snarled, her voice deadly serious. "You've finally gone too far." He slid past her blade, his fingertips lightly grazing the steel as he stopped it. Newlyweds. And you already want to be a widow? Alice shrieked. My husband? What are you talking about, you bastard? He threw his arms wide. One wrong move and this whole house becomes a pile of rubble. You'll be footing the bill for that. So maybe we just calm down. But her eyes burned with a silent, vengeful rage. Alice finally seethed. What do you want? You think you're staying here for free? He was already lounging on her sofa, offering a lazy wink. He gave her a smoldering look that usually worked wonders. It bounced right off her. I've got a proposal, he said. A real win-win. You won't even want to kick me out after you hear it. He clearly wasn't moving until he'd had his say. Then just spit it out, she snapped. While gathering his thoughts, he grabbed a banana. Hey, I'm human, and I'm starving. Peeling the fruit, he casually dropped the bombshell. What do you say we become roommates? He pushed on. You've got to be short on cash. Splitting expenses is a good deal, she glared. Why would I ever do that with my enemy? That was ancient history. Merlin waved off dismissively. We should be past that by now. Her face hardened. She was nowhere near past that, but he had a point about the money. Reluctantly, the girl accepted. She stuck her hand out for a shake. Fine, but you sleep on the sofa, and you pay your share of the rent. Now, in a stunning show of defiance, he slapped the banana peel into her open palm. I'll get you the money as soon as I start working. Triple S rank missions are a cakewalk for a guy like me. I'll be rolling in cash in no time. Besides, he flashed a handful of horse racing tickets. These are my real ticket to the top. The next morning, inside the Adventurers Guild, a crowd of adventurers stared at a crystal ball broadcasting the horse race. Merlin's face was a portrait of pure desperation. He had bet everything he had on a horse that was currently running dead last. Over at the counter, Lugia stood watching. A bouquet of stunning red roses sat beside her. She still couldn't fathom why her grandfather would give an adventurer's certificate to someone like Merlin. He had just been groveling for his behavior in the streets yesterday, making it even more confusing. She truly didn't get it and kept a close eye on him. Not far away, another bouquet of roses was being presented to Alice. A handsome blue-haired man dressed like a prince approached her, declaring, "Even a flower this beautiful is overshadowed by you." Embarrassed, Alice gently rejected the bouquet with a polite thank you. The blue-haired man was Arnold, and he was clearly persistent in his attempts to win over Alice. Hobbs walked up to Arnold. "Stop wasting your breath," he advised, pointing a thumb at Merlin. "That guy already surpassed you. He won the girl." The blue-haired prince looked aghast. Alice tried to clear up the massive misunderstanding, but she was completely ignored. Arnold stormed over to Merlin. "Who the hell do you think you are? And what's going on between you and Alice?" Before Merlin could even process the question, Arnold drew his slender sword, a precious gem glittering in its hilt. "I know you must have threatened her to get her to be with you," he snarled. "But I, the eldest son of Count Austin, challenge you to a duel." With a completely defeated expression, Merlin just looked at him. "A duel's not necessary. I've already lost everything to do with Alice." Hobbs casually threw an arm over the blonde's shoulder, mentioning they were living together. Then he smirked, asking how there could be nothing between them. In an instant, Arnold's eyes flared crimson with pure rage. He couldn't process the words. He screamed the phrase back, his voice cracking as he almost buckled under the weight of it all. Alice shot Hobbs a glare and told him to stop talking nonsense, explaining that Merlin had forced his way into her house last night. Pulling himself together, Arnold cleared his throat, declaring that raw power wasn't the only measure of a man's worth. He was going to make Alice see his real charm. He brandished a quest request, a challenge to see who was the better man. He shoved the parchment toward Merlin. "A contest of strength," he announced, to determine who was truly worthy of Miss Alice. The challenge: eliminate a horde of undead. Those who performed well would earn 1,000 coins, but the truly exceptional would claim 5,000. This was his moment, his chance to finally prove himself to Miss Alice. As for Alice, she approached Lugia, asking what the commotion was about. Lugia explained it was a Denbighshire quest that had just started recruiting. Grave robbers had broken into the subterranean palace, triggering ancient traps in their greed. That foolish act unleashed the undead upon the surrounding villages. Bowing deeply before Alice, Arnold declared he'd already hired a saint-rank adventurer and would be honored if she'd join their super team. The adventurer he'd recruited was none other than the arrogant knight in shining armor from before, Sir Claude. Claude had a keen interest in the Denbighshire undead, so Arnold had sealed the deal with a massive bag of coin. With victory all but guaranteed by such a powerful ally, Alice agreed to join, sending the blue-haired boy into a state of pure ecstasy. Lugia's stamp hit the paper, making the team official. Arnold smoothed back his silky blue hair, and the self-styled prince began to laugh. He turned to mock Merlin, only to be met by the backs of our hero and Alice. They were already walking away, focused on the mission ahead. But just then, the ex-king stepped to the guild counter, asking to join the quest. But as a sub-gold rank, he needed a team of at least 2. The blond man scanned his options, wondering who he could possibly recruit. His eyes landed on Hobbs, who was nearby, chugging a beer without a care in the world. Merlin pointed, naming him as his partner. Lugia stared, completely dumbfounded, but her grandfather appeared behind her, quietly telling her to let them go. The girl still looked uncertain. Taylor insisted she approve it, giving the guildmaster a knowing wink. Merlin thanked him for his faith. In a luxurious, elegant carriage, our adventurers set off on their mission. Arnold proudly introduced Alice to Claude, boasting of her gold rank status, dreaming they would become the greatest team in all of Wrexham. But Claude's response was ice cold. He stated that they didn't need to cooperate, they just needed to leave the strong enemies to him and clean up the weaker trash. Trying to save face, Arnold suggested Claude was just worried for their safety and insisted on offering his support. But with a stone-cold gaze, Claude replied that he didn't need their help, and he'd ditch them in a heartbeat if they slowed him down. Alice found his raw arrogance jarring, even for a hunter of saint rank. Then she remembered Merlin, how he'd ended those beasts with a single, perfect strike. Her standards had clearly been raised. Had she known this was the alternative, she would have just gone solo. A thought crossed her mind. Had Merlin already found a partner? Speaking of our former Demon King, he was standing outside the guild, figuring out how to get a carriage. Ever the strategist, he decided to just borrow Alice's. He called over to his new partner, Hobbs, who was already 3 sheets to the wind. Fast forward to the next morning. They were on the road under a bright, clear sky. Hobbs, now painfully sober, had no idea how he'd gotten there. He was driving the cart while Merlin kicked back, relaxing in the rear. The redhead demanded to know if he'd actually agreed to a suicide run to Denbighshire. Merlin calmly replied he'd read the request and was going, period. Clutching his pounding head, Hobbs begged Merlin to turn back. He insisted the royal palace had experts for this sort of thing, and 2 iron-rank adventurers going there was just asking to be killed. He knew they were no match for an undead horde. Merlin just pointed to himself and declared there was nothing to fear. He even offered that if things got bad, Hobbs could just hide behind him. Hobbs stared at the kid, trying to decide if he was a complete idiot or just impossibly arrogant. Desperate, he shot back that he was a low-tier pyromancer and Merlin was just some guy who liked to punch things. The combination was a death sentence. The blonde kid just ignored him, pointing to a carriage up ahead. It was Alice and her team. They could learn a thing or two from them. Hobbs seized the opportunity, agreeing they could just take out a few monsters with them and then bounce. With a saint-rank hunter around, they'd be safe. But just then, the thunder of hooves erupted from behind them. They turned to see a unit of cavalry bearing down on them at full gallop. Leading the charge was a young man in polished armor with golden hair, riding a magnificent royal steed. Hobbs recognized the crest instantly, Duke Rose's personal guard. The Duke ran Wales, meaning whoever was in that carriage was a big deal. The lead knight reined in beside their humble cart. He demanded to know the fastest route to Denbighshire. Hobbs described a quicker but narrower trail, adding that their enormous carriage would never fit. The royal guard sneered, asking if he was serious. So, the redhead suggested they could go south, but warned it was risky territory, home to blazing rhinos. With a look of pure contempt, the knight asked if he knew who he was speaking to. He declared that such a noble person could not be expected to travel on some muddy trail. Hobbs bristled at the kid's attitude, retorting that if you've got legs, you can walk a little. This sent the knight into a fury, accusing Hobbs of wishing harm upon his lady. But just as he moved to strike, his whip stopped dead in the air. Merlin had caught it with his bare hand. He was protecting his teammate. The arrogant blonde knight ordered him to drop the whip, threatening he'd be punished, too. But our protagonist didn't give him the time of day, instead just tightening his grip on the weapon. Then, with one vicious yank, he ripped it back with all his strength. The knight's horse lost its footing completely. Both rider and steed went down hard in the mud. Merlin calmly told the young noble to mind his manners, reminding him they'd only asked for directions and had been offered them politely. Drenched in filth, the knight was absolutely seeing red. Still trembling on the ground, Hobbs scrambled closer, whispering that they had just made a terrible mistake. Those were knights of Duke Rose, and that man was the most powerful figure in all of Wales. Merlin scoffed. He declared he didn't care if it was Duke Cabbage or Duke Radish. If someone starts a fight, they'd better be ready for the consequences. The blonde knight struggled to his feet, snarling that Merlin wouldn't dare. This was the first time he'd ever been so humiliated, and he furiously challenged them to a duel. Merlin just taunted him back, promising to give him the fight of his life. Just then, a woman's voice shouted out. "Kyle, stop!" she commanded, as a young woman stepped down from the royal carriage. The beautiful noblewoman asked if the honor of the Rose Knights was so cheap that he'd challenged someone so clearly beneath him. The knight immediately fell to his knee, apologizing to Lady Cecilia and claiming the adventurers had insulted her. She dismissed his concerns, stating that commoners had never laid eyes on her, so their ignorance was to be expected. Lady Cecilia then asked if they would halt their entire procession just because 2 ants blocked the path, a comparison that drew matching scowls from the adventurers. With a hand placed theatrically over her heart, she offered a sincere apology for her servant's provocation. Merlin shot back that it wasn't a real apology unless she showed a little more heart, a comment that made Hobbs's blood run cold. He immediately tried to silence him. Kyle, however, became enraged by the provocation and prepared to charge, but the young woman held up a hand, ordering him to wait. She declared there was no reason to waste time getting angry with a low-rank warrior, then imperiously ordered them to move on. His eyes burned with hatred as Kyle shot one last glare at the two adventurers. Merlin, however, just met it with an arrogant smirk, completely unfazed by the threat. The royal carriage continued on, leaving them in a cloud of dust. Our protagonist muttered that he couldn't figure out why all these royals were so damn irritating, and that they should pray their paths never crossed again. Meanwhile, Alice, Arnold, and Claude's carriage pressed onward toward Denbighshire. Albert, always the showman, continued his over-the-top performance, parading his immense wealth and lavish life for Alice. But Alice was completely unimpressed, scoffing internally at his assumption that poverty had crippled her imagination. Arnold then spoke up, professing that it was Alice who had rekindled the hope in his life. He told the story of the day he was traveling to Elgin, visiting his uncle on his father's orders. He had glanced out the carriage window and saw a sight that was truly breathtaking. It was Alice herself, locked in a brutal fight with a giant boar tearing through the farmland. He saw her unyielding spirit, and in that moment, he was completely smitten. He'd asked for her hand once before. She'd turned him down flat. So, he joined the guild, all to chase after Alice. In Arnold's mind, fate itself had brought them here, to see the rise of Elgin's master swordsman. All he needed now was for Alice to finally fall for him. Claude's quiet voice sliced through their conversation. This master swordsman of Elgin, who is he? Arnold's jaw dropped. How could you possibly not know the legend? He sputtered. Claude just shrugged, explaining his focus was on relentless training. He'd heard the name in passing, nothing more. He never bothered with the details. For Alice, a die-hard admirer of the swordsman, it all clicked. Of course, his single-minded training meant he knew nothing about her future husband, the hero of Elgin. Arnold puffed out his chest. The swordsmen of Elgin took down the Redbeard brothers, two notorious saint-rank pirates. They ruled the seas with terror for years. Claude didn't even blink, just a slight raise of an eyebrow. Famous for killing just two saint ranks? Alice and Arnold froze, shocked, silent by his casual scorn. Claude pressed on. Even at the saint rank, you have the strong, the weak, and the frauds. From where I stand, those pirates were nothing but cannon fodder. True masters are a dying breed in this age. The crown is pathetic, letting its people pin their hopes on some unknown. A nerve in Alice's jaw twitched. He spoke like some ancient sage passing judgment. Arnold just laughed. All right then, he challenged. If the swordsman of Elgin isn't a hero, who in all of Great Britain is? Claude spoke of the four heroes of the Old Kingdom. Ever hear of them? The names echoed faintly in Alice's memory. Arnold was completely lost. Claude listed them off. Calzona, the dragon tamer. The sword masters, Zoe and Joey. And Bernard, the storm warrior. His voice was absolute. Those four were the real deal, the strongest. Everyone else? He scoffed. Just pretenders. But Alice knew those names. They weren't just heroes, she argued. They were legendary figures who built the last kingdom. Arnold, reeling from the revelation, finally pieced it together. Wait, aren't they from over 400 years ago? The carriage jolted, grinding to a sudden stop in the road. The driver's voice cut through the tension. We've been on the road for hours. The horses need a break. Good call, Arnold agreed, eager to stretch his legs. I could use some fresh air. Alice turned back. Mr. Claude, he answered with a clipped yes. She had to admit it. Those names, they hit like thunder. But they're all dead and gone. It's pointless to compare them to the living. Claude just stared back, his eyes cold, analytical. He said nothing. Alice stepped out first. Hey, wait for me. Arnold scrambled after her, but Claude didn't move, staying behind in the empty carriage. The sun bled across the horizon, painting the sky a deep, burning orange. And inside the carriage, alone in the growing shadows. What was he planning? It makes no sense, Claude whispered, echoing Alice's own words back into the quiet air. Outside, the adventurers' horses grazed, their contentment a stark contrast to the unrest in her heart. Alice just watched the sunset, her mind lost on Merlin. Where was he? Did he just leave them to fail? Her thoughts were shattered by Arnold, oozing his usual brand of oily charm. He declared he would love nothing more than to watch the stars with her. Alice stared at the solid gray sky. There are no stars. He leaned in close, a theatrical wink in his eye. Do you know the difference between you and the stars? Alice, he breathed, not waiting for an answer. The stars are in the sky. But you, my dear, are right here in my heart. A wave of pure, secondhand embarrassment washed over her. She had to escape. Alice shot to her feet, pointedly cutting through his performance. Where did Claude go? She asked, already deciding. I'll go find him. Night was falling fast. Alice walked into the encroaching darkness, searching for the silent warrior. A sudden, low voice cut through the stillness. Offer your soul to revive the previous kingdom. A chill traced its way down her spine. Alice crept toward the sound, silent as a ghost. She peered through a gap in the trees. Her breath caught in her throat. A massive, armored warrior stood there, a giant of a man. His weapon was raised high, poised to kill. It fell. A blur of steel and raw power, brought down with the full force of his massive arms. Her world flashed white. This was it, but the impact never came. The sword stopped. It hovered, mere inches from her face. The warrior's eyes focused. It was Claude. I thought you were a thief, he mumbled. He lowered the blade. Sorry about that. You need something? Her heart was a frantic drum beating against her ribs. We're leaving soon, Alice stammered, finding her voice. I came to tell you. He turned his back on her, and Claude thanked her for the news. But then he turned, his eyes locking onto hers. Did you hear anything just now? She lied without thinking. Hear what? Alice asked, forcing a confused look. Were you saying something? Claude's gaze drifted past her. Get back to the carriage, he ordered. With any luck, we'll still make it to Denbighshire today. But his words vanished, replaced by the ones she wasn't supposed to hear, echoing in the dark corners of her mind. What was he really doing out here? The question followed her to the carriage, where another coach was just pulling up beside Arnold. Arnold? A woman's voice called out. Lady Cecilia. He greeted her with a dazzling, practiced smile. What brings you to this road, he asked smoothly. Is the seminary already in recess? Why travel when you could be relaxing at home? Lady Cecilia's face was a mask of determination. I am here to resolve the Denbighshire crisis. I'm acting in my father's place. Arnold's face lit up with a smug grin. What a fortunate coincidence. I'm on my way there for that very reason, he boasted, and with a sand-rank warrior, no less. For the first time, the lady's composure wavered. Their conversation was sliced in two by a piercing scream. Their coachman was yelling, pointing wildly into the distance. The pompous young man spun around, his smirk vanishing instantly. A flaming tide of muscle and horn was thundering straight for them, a stampede. They were Time's blaze flame rhinos asterisk. Mid-rank magical beasts, known to migrate south in the autumn. But this wasn't migration. This was a furious, unstoppable assault. Fire erupted from vents on their backs. They were a living inferno, an unstoppable tide. Arnold's voice was a raw scream. A horde of blaze flame rhinos. They're here! Everyone, brace yourselves. Cecilia's blood ran cold. The warning from those two strangers. It was about this. Exactly this. The horses shrieked, their eyes wide with terror, driven mad by the chaos. Kyle, Lady Cecilia's ever-loyal guard, barked orders to protect his mistress, his voice cutting through the panic. Hold your positions, spears and swords ready. They will not touch Lady Cecilia. But Arnold was lost in his own terror. His mind raced. Alice? Mr. Claude? Where are they when we need them most? The rhinos charged, the air itself shimmering with heat. Lady Cecilia closed her eyes, gathering her power for the ultimate sanction. Asterisk, holy light arbitration, asterisk. Bathed in its glow, her knights became fearless avatars of her will, charging headlong into the stampede. Kyle was at the vanguard, his war cry echoing, "For the lady!" But another figure moved among them. A lone warrior, his stride steady and unbroken. It was Claude, his massive greatsword resting on his shoulder as if it weighed nothing. Get back in formation, Kyle roared. We have to hold the line together. Power coiled around Claude. I don't do together, he stated flatly, already shifting his grip on the immense blade. He raised the sword. It fell in a horizontal arc. The air screamed. A shockwave of pure force erupted from the swing. Cecilia's breath caught in her throat. This strength, it was impossible. Kyle and his knights froze mid-charge. They were all stunned. The blade never even touched them. The rhinos just disintegrated. Flesh and fire turned to ash and bone, effortlessly. From the tree line, Alice could only watch, her world tilting on its axis. Her eyes were wide with disbelief. Asterisk. So this is the power of a saint. Asterisk. Arnold hurried over to Lady Cecilia, a proud grin on his face. Allow me to introduce my companion. He gestured to the lone swordsman. That's Claude, my partner on this trip. He's a saint-ranked expert. Cecilia, still shaken, asked nervously, how did a boy like you get him on your team? Arnold's answer was simple. 200,000 gold coins. Cecilia's eyes locked on Claude. I'll double it. Work for me. But Claude didn't even look at her. He turned his back. He presented his back to royalty, a profound insult. No, was all he said. His voice devoid of any emotion. Cecilia was floored. Asterisk. What is wrong with this man? Asterisk, she wondered, a shiver running down her spine as she felt it a faint, chilling trace of dark magic. Shaking it off, she turned to her guard. Kyle, we pick up the pace. We reach Denbighshire before midnight. This rush wasn't just about time. The purging of the undead was her trial. She had to face it alone, to finally prove her worth to her father. Kyle bowed deeply. As you command, my lady. Later, at the army camp in Denbashir, the mood was far lighter. A bearded captain raised a tankard high. To fate, lads, for bringing us together for this glorious mission. Roars of approval and clanking mugs filled the air as he thanked them all for answering the call. Tonight, we feast, he bellowed. Amid the raucous celebration, Alice stood alone, clutching a small cup, feeling entirely out of place. Go on, Claude's voice was quiet beside her. Enjoy yourself. I'm turning in. And just like that, he walked away from her. He disappeared between the rows of tents. Alice watched him go, a knot of suspicion tightening in her gut. Who was this man? Really? She wondered if he was some kind of high-level threat, and if teaming up with a man like him was a mistake. The Adventurers Guild wasn't known for its strict background checks, which meant countless members had pasts far darker than even Merlin's. Arnold shattered her train of thought with his usual sleazy charm, pointing out that the two of them were finally alone. But she shot him down instantly, reminding him they hadn't found a single piece of intel yet. They were here to hunt monsters, not to fool around. Looking like a kicked puppy, Arnold whined about her being too serious. Alice just put more space between them, her mind drifting. God, if only Hobbs were here. He was a master of information. And speak of the devil, she walked right into Merlin's crew, with Hobbs himself laughing and drinking at a nearby table. Her mind reeled. How could they already be here? They had left long after she did. Arnold, however, only had eyes for one person. He called Merlin the rival who'd stolen Alice's virtue. A fist cracked against his jaw. She denied his insane claim, adding that fate always brings enemies together. A dark-haired girl leaned in close to Merlin, a little too comfortable for Alice's liking. Soon, a whole flock of them gathered around him. As always, he was playing the charmer. It made Alice's blood boil. She thought Merlin was nothing but a cheap flirt for older women. She marched straight to their table and slammed her hand down, demanding their attention. She told the women to get lost. She had business with Merlin. They scattered, but not without shooting her daggers. Merlin, meanwhile, just gave her a lazy, infuriating wink. The heroine explained they'd run into trouble on the road, which was why they were late, then demanded to know how Merlin's group had gotten here so fast. He said it was all thanks to Hobbs, who was basically a living map and found them a shortcut. But I'm surprised you made it at all on that stubborn little donkey of yours, he added, smirking. The insult to her loyal steed was the final straw. She lunged at him, screaming, "Bastard!" But they were cut off by a man's voice, declaring he knew Merlin would appear. Arnold staggered forward, bits of cloth shoved up his nose to stop the bleeding from Alice's punch. He announced that the protagonist was incredibly brave. He then pointed a shaky finger at his foe, declaring he would never lose to him in the battle for Alice's love. Merlin, however, just deadpanned. "The hell happened to your nose?" With a ridiculously formal bow, Arnold announced it was a mark of love. He then bellowed, clarifying it was a mark of Lady Alice's profound love. Merlin asked if the guy had a few screws loose. Alice shot back, "You're only just now noticing? You're slow." Provocatively, the blonde replied that he meant only someone with issues would ever fall for her. Arnold continued his delusional speech, proclaiming that Merlin had proven himself a true man by accepting the challenge, but also claiming that Sir Claude would single-handedly wipe out all the undead. Alice couldn't stand another second of the blue-haired boy's cringe. She told him she was going to gather information, and that it would be great if he didn't just wander off to rest. His eyes sparkled with pure, undiluted adoration. Arnold asked if she was worried about him, then declared he loved her even more now. Hobbs, already half-wasted, slurred out a question about whether Arnold preferred women with smaller assets, adding that rich guys certainly have some strange preferences. A swift hand shot out from the side, aimed straight for him, right into the drunkard's gut. Alice's fist connected hard. "You got a death wish?" she growled, before getting straight to the point. She leaned in. "Denbashir? What do you know?" He slurred a yes, but information wasn't free. "Gonna cost you," he mumbled. 3 gold coins hit the table. "So that's how you fund this habit," Alice muttered, unimpressed. He spilled it all. The tomb of the old kingdom's prime minister, north, in the forest. A 3-level underground labyrinth. "The ground there is shot," he said, leaking a powerful dark energy. Turns out the prime minister was a necromancer, which means every last one of those undead, they're his handiwork. The army's plan was simple: box the monsters in the forest and let adventurers clean up the mess. But the mess wasn't getting cleaned. Alice's hand went to her chin. "Former kingdom," the words hung in the air. Elsewhere, a single tent glowed with a faint light. Someone was inside. It was Claude. He sat on a simple mat, his massive weapon, a silent companion at his side. His posture was rigid, a fist clenched and unclenched, his thoughts a storm raging behind his eyes. He then whispered a vow into the darkness for the revival of the former kingdom. The camp was dead silent now, the earlier celebration. Nothing but a memory of overturned mugs and scattered trash. A shadow in heavy iron armor slipped between the tents, making no sound. It was Claude, up in the dead of night. Every silent step screamed suspicion. He reached the gate, unlatched it, and vanished into the dark. But Alice, whose suspicions had kept her from a deep sleep, was watching. She was already awake, peering through a slit in her tent, her eyes tracking his every move. She saw him leave the camp's walls. In a flash, she was out of her tent, sprinting to catch up. A single thought echoed in her mind. I knew it. Meanwhile, Hobbs was also awake, answering nature's call after one too many drinks. That's when he saw her, a silhouette slipping out of the camp. His bleary eyes focused. It was the redhead, Alice. What in the hell was she doing out at this hour? He rubbed his eyes, wondering if the booze was finally playing tricks on him. Their separate paths converged on a single hill, crowned by the ruins of what looked like an ancient temple. The warrior approached the structure, his steps heavy with purpose. Alice shadowed him, keeping to the darkness, concealed by a thicket of brush. She wondered if he was insane, really thinking he could handle this whole disaster by himself. It was a maw in the earth, the very gate to some forgotten labyrinth. Hours passed. Dawn finally bled across the sky, a clean, cold blue. The camp slowly came to life, but a scowl was already etched on Arnold's face. Inside his tent, Merlin and Hobbs were out cold, their snores rattling the canvas like jackhammers. And Merlin was cuddling up to someone. A hot flash of panic. Was that Alice? He tore the blanket away. Alice, what is he doing to you? But there was no one there. Just Merlin, wrapped around a lumpy pillow. Arnold's face went supernova. The sheer, crushing embarrassment made him want to dissolve into the floor. Startled awake, Merlin shot up like a bolt. His eyes were pure fire. Pull that stunt again, Arnold, and I'll personally introduce you to your maker, Underworld. But the blue-haired kid had a reason. Alice was gone, vanished. And what's more, Sir Claude had disappeared too. Arnold's mind raced. Did he take Alice and run? Then Hobbs spoke up, saying he saw Alice last night when he went to relieve himself. He figured she might have slipped into the forest, chasing after that reward money. A dark look crossed Merlin's face. She shouldn't have broken rank, he seethed, going behind my back for this. He tore off his sleep clothes, already dressed for battle underneath. His voice was low. Alice isn't getting away with this. Hobbs's eyes widened, clearly stunned by the young man's sudden fire. And he declared he was heading into that dangerous place too. The redhead, though, wasn't so sure. He warned him it was reckless. An iron rank like him, going in alone? He argued they should all go together and split the prize. But the old king shook his head. Money wasn't the point. This time, their foes were the undead. That meant he couldn't use them to extend his own life. That's why he needed a massive reward. Arnold stroked his chin. So, Merlin was finally taking Alice seriously. But Hobbs, always the pragmatist, just told the young master to get moving. Far below, deep inside the labyrinth's second layer, a suffocating darkness ruled all. Claude walked on, his pace steady and calm through the gloom. Alice followed. She stuck to the shadows. Without him, she'd be lost forever in this maze. But something was wrong. He knew this place too well. Had he been here before? Did he have a map? Or was this somehow connected to the Old Kingdom's prime minister? Lost in her thoughts, her eyes caught something on the ground. The signs of a fight. They were fresh. Someone had just been through here. A clatter of hooves shattered the dead silence. Skeletal hooves. Two enemies appeared before Claude. Bone warriors, one on a ghostly horse. They didn't hesitate. They charged. The armored warrior stood his ground. He gripped his greatsword. His gaze never wavered. One swing, a blur of steel. The blade fell, cleaving right through the skeletons. They were obliterated before they even got close. The warriors shattered into nothing but bone dust. Not a single drop of sweat. Claude just kept walking, leaving a trail of broken bones behind him. He raised a hand. The sealed door swung open. A grand hall appeared, its floor a river of crimson. He stepped inside. Alice slipped in after him, hiding behind the ornate pillars. Flickering blue flames now lined the walls, casting a ghostly light across the chamber. And in the center, a skeleton in royal robes and a crown sat on a massive throne. Claude stared, his expression grim. It's been a long time, his voice rumbled. The skeleton's jaw clicked. Who are you? Why do you trespass in my place of eternal rest? I will permit you an explanation before I claim your life. The warrior's answer was simple. 400 years, Sir Ian. Blue flames erupted in the skull's empty eye sockets. Who are you? Sir Ian rasped, the shock clear in his voice. Claude drove the tip of his colossal blade into the stone floor. Have you forgotten, he asked, the Empire's storm warrior? It seems time has eroded more than just your flesh. Sir Ian's voice was a dry rasp. Bernard, but you died ages ago. The prince's dark magic brought the four of us back, he explained, his voice hollow. We are his undead servants now. He was the lone survivor of our kingdom's fall, and ever since that day, he has prolonged his life by feeding on the essence of elves. Sir Ian's spectral form wavered. What is the meaning of this, Bernard? Bernard's finger aimed straight at the skeletal king. To restore our kingdom, we need a greater power, and you will surrender the key you protect. A chilling silence fell as Sir Ian's voice dropped, heavy as a tombstone. So, it's the key you're after, he insisted. If the old king hadn't made a pact with a demon, our home would never have fallen. Why follow him down this same damned path, he demanded. Bernard roared back, the sound echoing in the chamber. Power requires sacrifice. I don't want to fight you, old friend. Give me the key. Sir Ian rose from his throne, bones creaking as he took a battle stance. I refuse. Bernard drew his massive blade. Then forgive me, Sir Ian. A dry, hollow laugh escaped the skeleton. A warrior's greatest honor is a battlefield death. You've forgotten your oath. Bernard ignored the chilling words. He charged forward, his sword arced high. A crushing blow prepared, he vowed. That the kingdom's revival is all that matters now. Steel met bone in a cataclysmic impact. The chamber erupted in a blinding flash of light and sound. And from the shadows, Alice saw everything. Deep in the first layer of the underground labyrinth, a figure moved with frantic purpose. It was Merlin. He rushed through the suffocating gloom, sweat carving lines of anxiety down his face. He burst into a chamber filled with shattered bones. Damn it, he muttered. I'm lost. Every wrong turn meant someone else could be getting closer to the prize. Then, he remembered what Hobbes had said. The labyrinth had layers. His eyes fell to the floor beneath him. A reckless thought ignited. For Alice, he would break the world. He pulled his arm back. His fist tightened. If the path was blocked, he would make a new one. His fist slammed down. Raw energy crackled. With a deafening boom, Merlin tore a hole straight through the floor. Below, skeletons began to stir. But breaking through one floor wasn't enough. He drove the punch deeper, shattering the next floor and annihilating the monsters waiting there in a single, brutal motion. In seconds, Merlin had carved a direct path to the labyrinth's depths. He dusted his hands off with a smirk. Yeah, this was definitely the fastest way down. Meanwhile, on the second layer of the same labyrinth, a brilliant light tore through the oppressive darkness. Lady Cecilia, staff held high, was a beacon of divine power. She unleashed a wave of times, holy judgment *, purging the encroaching evil. The sacred energy was devastatingly effective. Skeletons turned to dust on contact. Her knights, inspired by the display, charged in to mop up the rest. But inwardly, Lady Cecilia knew the truth. They were completely lost, and their informant had dangerously underestimated what lurked in the dark. Her knights were breaking. Their armor was splintered, their breaths ragged. They were spent. *, just once I wanted him to see me as worthy. *, the thought was a shard of glass in her heart. Why was it so hard? My lady, Kyle started, but she silenced him with a sharp look. Quiet, we are getting out of here. But his voice was grim. We've been here before. This is the same path. 2 spells blazed in Cecilia's hands. Forward, she commanded, her voice a steel blade. We can break through. We just need to solve the pattern, trust me. But the holy fire in her palms felt small, and she knew her mana was guttering like a dying candle. It wouldn't last forever. A silent prayer formed on her lips, a desperate, final hope. She took a step. The ground vanished. A cold shock of adrenaline. Her eyes shot downwards. A hand of bone erupted from the dirt. It seized her ankle in an iron grip. A brutal yank. She was pulled down. Her staff flew from her hand, skittering across the stone. Powerless. The light died. Darkness flooded the corridor, and the monsters surged. They swarmed her knights. Cecilia lay on the cold floor, exposed and helpless. A cry tore from her throat. Help me! A skeleton towered above, its empty sockets glowing with a hateful red light. A rusted dagger rose high. The killing blow was about to fall. A flash of steel. A spearhead punched through bone. The skull flew free. Kyle stood over her, a guardian. My lady, are you all right? His voice was tight with worry as he offered his hand. She took it, scrambling to her feet. I'm fine. Her eyes darted around the floor. My staff, where is it? There. She saw it. Just a few feet away. She dove for it. My lady, wait! Kyle's shout was a scream, and then she saw why. It was a nightmare of bone. A skeletal centaur, 6 arms sprouting from its torso, each clutching a wicked blade. Cecilia fell back, all courage draining from her. The sight was an abomination, and she collapsed again in pure terror. The beast charged. No hesitation. A whirlwind of swords descended upon her. But Kyle threw himself in front of her. His spear met the assault. A desperate, screaming clang of steel on steel. He fell to one knee, a human fortress ready to die for her. Go, my lady! I'll hold them here, Kyle pleaded, but she refused, a fire of defiance in her gaze. All around them, the last of their warriors were being torn apart by the endless tide of skeletons. The holy light was gone. Darkness fell, and the skeletal abominations surged forward, a blur of bone and malice. The many-limbed horror was unstoppable, driving Kyle back step by agonizing step. Its sheer mass and reach shattered his guard, and Cecilia could only watch from the cold stone floor, a hollow despair consuming her. How had it all come to this? Already, so many brave souls had been lost, their flames snuffed out in the suffocating darkness. Then, a ghost from her past whispered in her mind. A memory surfaced. A man with blonde hair and a severe mustache, his voice like ice. The weak and the useless have no right to survive. The powerless have no place here. Young Cecilia, barely a child, heard those words, her own father, declaring her the weakest of them all. Her small hands twisted the fabric of her dress, every cruel word a dagger in her young heart. Beyond the mansion doors, the courtyard was a battlefield. There, the other children tormented her, their shoves and taunts a daily ritual. Her own younger sister, especially, would sneer, boasting she'd surpassed Cecilia without even trying, adding that no amount of training would ever make her strong. She didn't even want to call Cecilia sister anymore. Cecilia's heart fractured. The tears she fought so hard to hold back finally broke free, a silent testament to the pain of being rejected by her own blood. As she cried, a small boy came near, his voice soft. "How was your trip?" He held out a small hand to her, his eyes filled with a quiet concern. "Are you okay?" She took his hand, letting him pull her to her feet, and for just a moment, that small connection was the only thing in the world. Later, on the new recruits' training grounds, stood rows of menacing training equipment. That same boy was now tied to a thick wooden post, taking a brutal beating. A bald, vicious instructor swung a wooden stick without mercy, his voice a roar, promising the same fate to any who failed. Cecilia ran, throwing herself between them, begging the man to stop, to spare the small boy. But time waits for no one. The seasons turned, and the children grew. The blond boy, now a young man, knelt before Cecilia, his eyes burning with a desperate plea. He begged her to let him be her knight, swearing his life to her, promising to protect her until his last breath. Cecilia had grown too, her hair now a cascade, down her back. She stared at his earnest face, confused by the weight of his vow. Then, a soft, warm smile touched her lips as she looked down at her devoted, self-appointed knight. She took up a sword, her grip firm, and declared, "Then I will allow you to serve me." The boy's eyes lit up with pure, unadulterated joy, sparkling back at her. She was weak, he was weak. They were just two fragile souls who had found each other, clinging together for warmth in a world determined to freeze them out. Time, relentless as ever, moved forward. The dead of winter came, draping the world in a silent blanket of white. Kyle trained without end, pouring his entire being into the promise he made. As she watched him, Cecilia noted he had already achieved a high rank. "Aren't you exhausted?" she asked, "training this hard, day after day?" He turned, his face breaking into a brilliant smile. "Not at all, my lady. It's the only way I can be strong enough to protect you." His devotion was a constant surprise. Her eyes widened. A fond smile played on her lips. "Honestly, Kyle," she said softly, "you really are a complete fool." Her father saw her as a failure, a stain on his legacy, and had decided to cast her aside like trash, marrying her off to some far-flung noble. How, she thought with a hollow ache, could Kyle's strength ever save her from that? Back in the brutal present, steel screamed against bone in the dark cavern. Kyle, no longer a weak boy, fought the skeletal horror with a warrior's resolve. His lone spear met a storm of blades. "My lady, you must run," he gasped, deflecting another strike. "And leave you to die?" "Fool!" Cecilia shot back, her voice unwavering. "We face this together. It's the only way we survive." "But it is my shame to see you in danger," Kyle yelled. Cecilia's voice cracked like a whip. "Your chivalry will get us both killed." The bone-white tide surged forward, ready to swallow them whole. The final blow was about to land. Then, a blinding yellow light tore through the horde. Kyle didn't flinch. He became her shield. "This is my greatest glory," he declared, "to give my last breath for the one I love." Wounded, the three-headed horror charged him again. He gripped his spear, his roar echoing defiance. "This ends now. My loyalty is eternal." He lunged. His spear became a blur, 1,000 points of light hammering the monster's twisted body. One strike broke through. It plunged deep into the creature's central skull. Pride flickered across Kyle's face, a ghost of a triumphant smile. His spear was buried, wedged between the two other heads. Then, horror, the remaining heads stirred. Between them, a malevolent third eye blazed open. Kyle choked. His grip failed. The spear fell with a clang. He stumbled back, a torrent of crimson erupting from his lips. The wound was fatal. Despair seized Cecilia's heart. Her knight, her protector, was broken. Her eyes, wide with horror, finally saw the truth. His body was a canvas of ruin. Life poured from him, stolen by a single, devastating blow. The monster hoisted him higher, impaled on the very blades that tore him apart. Then, with a sickening flick, it tossed him aside like trash. Kyle hit the ground, his broken body shattering further. Desperate, Cecilia shrieked his name, scrambling to his side. "Get up! Protect me! What are you doing?" Tears carved paths down her cheeks as she screamed about his oath. The clack of bone on stone drew closer. It felt no mercy. It had no time for grief. The creature raised its swords again, aimed directly at her. Asterisk. This is it. Asterisk. Cecilia squeezed her eyes shut, waiting for the end, for the final, bitter, wretched life to be over. But in that final second, the ceiling above them fractured. A wave of immense power erupted downwards. It vaporized everything in its path, the monster included. Falling stone obliterated the remaining skeletons. Cecilia, eyes clenched shut, heard only the thunderous chaos. She couldn't understand. Cradling Kyle, she finally opened her eyes to the devastation. From the gaping hole above, a pair of boots landed softly on the wreckage. It was Merlin. "Man, it's been a while since I threw a real punch," he muttered, wincing as he stretched. His back gave a loud crack. Cecilia recognized him. The adventurer from yesterday. What was he doing here? Still rubbing his head, Merlin turned and finally noticed the girl. He approached her, noting the bitter irony of their meeting. With a cold smirk, he asked if she wasn't the proud first daughter of the Rose family. So why did she look like she'd been dragged through hell? She choked out that the dungeon's difficulty had suddenly skyrocketed. They were ambushed, overwhelmed by monsters far beyond their level. Merlin cut to the chase. Why was she even in this death trap? He pointed out that even as a priestess, she stood no chance against this many undead. Her eyes, empty and defeated, met his. She confessed, her voice barely a whisper, that she just wanted to prove her worth to her father. At that, Merlin let out a sharp, derisive laugh. The girl's head snapped up, demanding to know what was so funny. With an air of utter disdain, he told her it was pathetic. Her strength was her own. It wasn't something she needed to prove to anyone. By trying, she had only proven one thing: her own catastrophic foolishness. All her men were dead for nothing. If she were a demon, this level of incompetence would be unforgivable. Tears streamed down Cecilia's face. She didn't deny a word. In fact, she owned every last one of his accusations. Her gaze swept over the bodies littering the ground. She admitted it was her fault they were all gone. Even Kyle, the one who had fought tooth and nail to protect her since they were children. The protagonist watched her, his expression unreadable as he sized her up. Merlin had never been a fan of trying too hard, but he wasn't about to waste his breath lecturing her. He turned to walk away, but before he could take a step, a sickening scrape of bone on stone stopped him cold. That damn skeletal monstrosity wasn't finished. It lurched back to its feet, ready for another round. It lunged straight for Merlin, blades leading the charge. Cecilia screamed, a desperate warning of the attack from behind. The boy sighed, scratching his head. He wondered if he was born with some kind of main character curse, destined to be annoyed. Because someone was always making things difficult for him. In one impossibly fluid motion, his hand found his hilt, a flash of steel. His time's lightning draw times erupted, instantly atomizing the stubborn beast into a cloud of dust. A confident smirk played on his lips. How could a monster that was already dead think it could challenge him a second time? In his opinion, the undead were just plain irritating. No matter how many times you put them down, they just refused to stay that way. Cecilia stared, speechless. That much power in a single, effortless move. He couldn't possibly be just an iron rank adventurer. She knew with chilling certainty that if she didn't ask for his help, both she and Kyle were dead. Her eyes pleaded with him. She begged Merlin not to go, to save them. He glanced back over his shoulder. And why would I do that? The girl immediately offered a reward, a word that was music to the greedy protagonist's ears. He figured a noblewoman had to be loaded. He could probably squeeze a hefty sum out of her, maybe around 5,000 gold coins. With a sly, sarcastic grin, he spoke. Well, I guess a little side job can't hurt, if the price is right. The young woman, assuming a man this powerful had no need for fame or fortune, decided there was only one other thing he could possibly desire. A deep crimson blush spread across the girl's face as she squeezed her eyes shut. She thought of Kyle, of how he'd always fought for her, even confessed his love. But as fresh tears welled in her eyes, she knew he was willing to die for her. She couldn't hesitate now. Stammering, she said she understood what kind of payment he wanted, what he was on about. Her face burning, the young woman slid her blouse from her shoulders, offering herself. She assumed this was what he wanted. Merlin just sneered. I have no use for a reward like that. 5,000 gold coins would be better. She stammered that all she had was herself. He shot back. You can owe me. Annoyance flashed in his eyes. He gripped his sword, muttering how irritating this all was. Even Alice's flat chest is more appealing. Cecilia gasped, her voice trembling. What are you doing? Merlin gripped his sword with both hands, his stance shifting into a familiar draw, one clean arc. The blade sang through the air around Cecilia. The floor split open. A deep trench carved them out, isolating her and Kyle from the labyrinth's horrors. "The undead can't climb that," he stated flatly. "You'll be safe here for a bit." "But this isn't what I wanted," she protested, wanting out completely. Merlin just shrugged. "I'm busy. This is what you get." He snatched something from the floor and tossed it to her. "This yours?" "Her staff." It landed perfectly in her grasp. The blonde-haired man added, "Your knight's still breathing, by the way." Something a priestess should be able to sense. She clutched the weapon, her world narrowing. She didn't need anything else. She just couldn't lose Kyle. Peering over the edge, she saw the undead still boiling in the chasm below. You'll come back for us?" she asked, her voice small. "I keep my promises," he said. "I won't leave you here to rot." With that, he turned back to his own quest. Only one more floor to go. He almost hoped Alice had already failed. That way, all the gold would be his. Elsewhere, the air was thick with a tension Alice had never known. From the shadows, she watched, finally understanding why Claude sounded like a relic from another age. Two primeval forces were locked in combat, a storm of power that refused to break. She was frozen, utterly lost. She'd thought he was just some high-level target. She never imagined the truth was this, ancient. Alice knew she had to report this to the guildmaster. But first, she had to survive. Should she run? "You've gotten slow, Bernard," Sir Ian's voice boomed. "Has age finally caught up to you?" But the warrior was a stone wall, unmoved. His assault was relentless, a hammer against an anvil. He locked eyes with his foe, a chilling calm in his voice. "How much longer will you cling to that pride?" Bernard whipped his sword in a furious arc, conjuring a brilliant energy. Blades of light shot toward the skeleton, but Sir Ian just smirked. Utter foolishness. A colossal bone arm erupted from the ground behind him. He roared, "Behold my secret art!" The Times King of Skeletons, asterisk. The sheer power was staggering. Even the Empire's famed storm warrior felt a chill. The giant's fist descended. "No fear," Bernard charged, his eyes burning crimson. "You can't dodge this," Sir Ian screamed. He was right. The colossal fist connected with devastating force. Bernard slammed into the wall. The world spun, the impact echoing through his very bones. From the ground, another hand clawed its way out. Then, a massive skull broke through the earth. The true nightmare was just beginning. The bone creature stood fully formed. Its master raised his arms, embracing his monstrous masterpiece as Sir Ian roared. He demanded to know what had become of Bernard, and if he still had the nerve to look down on him. For 400 years, Bernard's power hadn't grown. He should have had no chance. The warrior slammed his sword point down into the stone. A deep fissure spiderwebbed across the floor. Sir Ian's colossal skull loomed over them, an overwhelming presence. But Bernard declared he only needed one shot. With cold focus, he vowed to shatter its skull and snuff out its soul flame with his hidden ace. Sir Ian scoffed, telling him to drop the act and try getting past his skeleton king first. A chilling blue aura flared to life around Bernard. He told Ian to accept what was coming. "You will never touch me again." Power surged around him as he roared the name of his technique. Asterisk, secret art, storm mode, asterisk. From behind a pillar, Alice watched, her breath catching. This wasn't just any attack. It drew its strength from the fury of a saint-rank magic beast. Bernard exploded forward, charging his foe. He sprinted at the skeleton king, greatsword held high, and then a crack split the ceiling above. Debris rained down, interrupting their clash. From the fissure, an immense power poured into the room. It blasted through the stone, carving a path of destruction. A lone silhouette dropped from the sky, landing among them. Bernard stared, completely stunned. "What is going on?" Sir Ian, equally baffled, demanded to know who dared to intrude. It was Merlin. He landed with a triumphant smirk, declaring he'd made it just in time for the party. He glanced at Bernard. "Hey, greatsword user, isn't Alice with you?" The knight could only stare in disbelief. "How? Weren't the undead on the first and second floors enough to stop this Iron Rank kid?" Alice shrank further into the shadows. He'd cleared 2 whole layers of the labyrinth. The sheer nerve of this reckless boy was unbelievable. Bernard's gaze hardened. To protect the kingdom's secret, all witnesses had to be eliminated. His grip on his greatsword tightened. His knuckles turned white. The skeleton king lumbered toward Merlin. Sir Ian shrieked, "Who are you? How dare you invade my eternal rest?" He pointed a bony finger at the boy. A swarm of shrieking ghosts shot toward him. "Be reduced to dust!" The spirits closed in on Merlin in an instant. But he didn't even flinch. A shield of golden light flared, deflecting every single attack. The skeleton king froze, its empty sockets wide with shock. Bernard's eyes went wide. Sir Ian realized his magic was useless. It couldn't even touch him. The armored knight understood immediately. This kid was dangerous, Alice thought to herself. So that's his anti-magic. It's just as broken as they say. She remembered the church's disastrous expedition, the heavy losses they suffered because of that very power. Merlin just looked bored. "Why'd you attack me? I haven't done anything yet." Sir Ian screeched. "Who are you? What was that technique?" Merlin just gave him a condescending smirk. "You don't need to know," Merlin replied coolly. "You're just a skeleton worth a measly 5,000 gold." The skeletal monarch erupted in pure rage. "How dare you insult me?" he bellowed, channeling his fury into the skeleton king. Sir Ian orders a physical strike, a bone-crushing punch, but Merlin just laughs. The colossal fist descends, smashing down with world-ending force. Bernard throws up his greatsword, shielding himself from the blast of shrapnel. He's certain the kid is dust. A blow like that would have vaporized Bernard himself. What chance did a boy like Merlin ever have? But as the dust settles, Bernard's world shatters. The monstrous arm is frozen mid-impact, stopped cold. A closer look reveals Merlin, catching the gigantic fist with one hand, effortlessly, like it was nothing more than a toy. Alice peeks from her cover, her mind reeling. His physical power. It's just as monstrous. Bernard is speechless, his mind refusing to process the scene. Sir Ian's jaw hangs open, his arrogance replaced by pure, unadulterated shock. He was so sure. No one could survive the Skeleton King's hammer fist. No one. Merlin's grip remains unshaken as he remarks, "This little pet of yours is interesting. Wouldn't you agree, Sir Ian?" His fingers tighten around the bone. A sickening crack echoes. The wrist shatters into 1,000 fragments. The behemoth shrieks, a sound of pure agony. Terror finally seizes Sir Ian. He fumbles, drawing his sword from its sheath. Merlin's voice turns to ice. "A worthless undead like you belongs in hell." He unleashes his power. A brilliant, golden light erupts, blinding everyone in the area. And before Sir Ian can even scream, he dissolves into nothing. All that remains is a crown, scraps of cloth, and a pile of powerless, scattered bones that once held immense wealth and might. Alice thought this would be a real fight. A true challenge for Merlin, not another enemy erased with a single attack. Again. She thinks back on that word. Again. He had ended his foes in one hit, time and time again. A proud smirk plays on his face. The boy sheathes his blade once more. Bernard can only stare. He wonders if even one of the legendary 4 heroes could have stood against this menacing individual. A dangerous thought begins to form in the knight's mind. What if that kind of power could be made to serve his majesty? Merlin smirks, thinking of his newly earned 5,000 gold coins, and starts sifting through Sir Ian's remains for more loot. As he wanders the area, his foot kicks something. A sharp metallic clink cuts through the silence. His eyes dart down. Small, metal. A key, dropped from Sir Ian's dissolving form, glints on the ground. But Merlin isn't the only one who sees it. Bernard's eyes lock onto the key, and he takes a hesitant step forward. Merlin casually plucks the large golden key from the dirt, a curious glint in his eye. Bernard's blood runs cold. He knows that key. It's everything. The one hope for the kingdom's revitalization. It absolutely cannot fall into anyone else's hands. "Lord Merlin," he calls out, his voice tight. Merlin turns, a mischievous smirk already on his face. Bernard pleads with him to hand it over. But the young man just keeps spinning the key, letting the gold catch the light. He questions why Merlin would part with his prize so quickly. The knight changes his approach, offering a staggering 200,000 gold coins. He asks what Merlin thinks of the new deal. 200,000. The number echoed in his mind, making his head spin. For a seemingly worthless key? With that kind of cash, he could finally hit the racetrack. Bet it all on Richard. Saliva pooled in his mouth. He was just about to seal the deal when a woman's voice cut through the tension. Alice held out her hand, a silent plea. She warned Merlin not to give the key to the armored knight. Bernard registered the new player, his head snapping toward the girl. Merlin scoffed, recognizing her immediately. He knew she was lurking, accusing her of ditching them just to claim the reward for herself. "No," she shot back, insisting she was only investigating. Her finger shot out, pointing directly at Bernard, ready to tear his secret wide open. Then, the truth spilled out. She declared he was none other than Bernard, one of the 4 legendary heroes, meant to be long dead. Merlin's eyes darted to the knight, processing her words. He had to ask, was this man standing before them actually one of the undead? Alice confirmed it. They were guardians of a fallen kingdom, she explained, resurrected by dark magic, and now they intended to raise that kingdom from its ashes. Claude had been after this very key. There had to be an incredible secret locked within it, making it far too dangerous to hand over. An incredible secret. The former monarch's interest was piqued. He figured it had to be a treasure of immense value. If it was, maybe, just maybe, he could finally clear his crushing debts. Bernard understood. Alice had been shadowing him, had heard everything. For his plan to succeed, they both had to die, right here. His grip tightened on the hilt of his massive sword. He began to advance, his only goal to silence the 2 people who knew his secret. Alice would be the first to fall. He lunged, his attack swift and without mercy. His eyes were cold, empty of all emotion. All that remained was a chilling resolve to see his mission through. Alice barely had time to register the blur of motion. Her heart hammered in her chest, but a hand shot out, bare flesh against cold steel, stopping the blade inches from her face. Bernard froze, stunned. He never expected this. Merlin stared into the hero's eyes. "Couldn't you have waited just a little bit longer?" he asked, his voice low. The armored knight was in disbelief. How could this boy be faster than him, especially while he was using Time's Tempest asterisk? Merlin smirked. "Can't let my personal ironing board kick the bucket. I'd be stuck with the entire rent." Bernard tried to salvage the situation, to return to their deal. Just hand over the key, and they could all walk away like this never happened. But the protagonist shook his head. This key held a massive secret. He knew it now. Besides, Bernard had just tried to kill them without hesitation. All bets were off. The knight's expression hardened, his gaze deadly serious. The time for talk was over. But Alice was already moving. Her sword slid from its sheath in a silver flash. With breathtaking speed, she closed the distance, sinking the tip of her blade deep into the knight's gut. He staggered back, a hand flying to the wound. An unnatural frost spread from the steel. She had channeled ice magic into her sacred sword. It worked. This proved he was truly undead. Merlin snapped at her, demanding to know why she just jumped in like that. The girl argued that if they fought together, their chances would be better, but the proud ex-king refused. He didn't need her help. "It's better if you stay out of it," he warned. "Don't give anyone the idea that we're friends." His words left Alice standing alone. Alice was baffled. Why was the former demon king fighting fair? Merlin held out a hand. 2-on-2 isn't fair, he declared. But if it's just 1-on-1, you'll have no choice but to accept your loss. Bernard's confidence surged. He would end them both, for his kingdom. With a defiant clang, he threw his iron helmet to the ground. Merlin's smirk faltered, replaced by a flicker of confusion. Alice just looked disgusted, or maybe terrified. The owner of that strange face boasted, "Ask anyone." Among the 4 heroes, who was the strongest in 1-on-1 combat? The answer is me. He threw his arms wide, soaking in his own past glory. Merlin scoffed. Still clinging to old memories, he then added, "Too bad you won't get to have any regrets." "Not everyone gets a second chance like Alice." The girl shot back. "Lucky? I'm not lucky. I'm unlucky I ever met you." But there was no more time for talk. Bernard raised his sword. Asterisk. Tempest mode. Asterisk. The air grew heavy. Alice felt her breath catch in her throat. Claude was finally taking this seriously. But the ex-demon king? He looked bored. His arms still crossed. Bernard stalked forward, his grip tightening on his greatsword. "In the name of the 4 heroes, I will end you." He planted his feet, channeled everything, unleashed it all in a single, charged slash. Merlin didn't move, hands on his hips, a cocky grin. The swordsman warned, "Keep that stance, and I'll take your head." Without a word, Merlin's eyes flicked to the side. Bernard felt it before he saw it. A world-shattering impact, a wave of pure force. A hurricane of wind tore across the battlefield, scouring it clean. And Merlin, his arms were still crossed. "Weren't you going to take my head?" Merlin taunted. "What made you jump?" The knight's face was a mask of pure terror. His breath came in ragged gasps. In Time's Tempest mode asterisk, his senses were screaming. They warned him this man was far beyond any saint rank. Bernard finally admitted it. "Yes, I am afraid." But this fear, it made him smile. Finally, an opponent who could make him fight for his life. And he thinks Merlin, of all people, can understand that feeling. The hero acknowledges it. That kind of loneliness is a hell of its own. So Bernard must be thrilled to have finally found an equal. But then, Merlin adds a chilling caveat. Unfortunately for Bernard, the feeling isn't mutual, because facing him brings Merlin no joy whatsoever. Bernard hefts his colossal sword with a single hand, leveling it at our hero. He roars a challenge, "Come at him, or admit he is a worthy rival." Tapping his chin, Merlin muses that being put on the same level as Bernard is a truly pathetic insult. A crushing pressure erupts from Bernard's body, his fury reaching a boiling point. He screams for an end to the talk, demanding they finally fight. Bernard vows to unleash every last ounce of his power. He will leave no space for regret. As he declares this, strange sigils burn their way onto his face, the warrior twisting in absolute agony. A vile, dark energy bleeds from his body, his unblemished skin erupting in a web of black veins. This is a forbidden art, a madman's bargain, trading his own life force for 100 times his normal power. Alice remembered her master's warning this technique was lost to the ages. She never dreamed she would see it with her own eyes. A faint smile touched Merlin's lips. "Now this is interesting," he mused, as the battleground itself began to scream under the pressure of the surging power. Alice's breath caught in her throat. A single bead of sweat traced a path down her temple, then another, and another. The 2 warriors stood frozen, a storm of energy swirling between them. Then, in an instant, Bernard was gone. He vanished. Merlin didn't move. arms crossed, his eyes calmly tracking the impossible speed. A flash of steel. Bernard reappeared, his sword a blur aimed at Merlin's throat. The blonde parried, he dodged, he weaved. But the onslaught was relentless. He was being pushed back. Merlin saw an opening, a flicker of a chance. He lashed out with a kick, but Bernard's senses, honed by his own dying life, were faster. He evaded. The great sword rose again, a promise of death, as Merlin desperately tried to create distance. A bolt of raw magic seared the air, missing Bernard by an inch, but Merlin was still off balance. He was caught, suspended in midair. The greatsword warrior wasted nothing, lunging to end it. Merlin twisted, dodging by a hair's breadth, landing softly. His hand tightened on the hilt of his own sword. His gaze was a razor, but Bernard thrusted, not with his sword, but his hand pinning Merlin's hilt to its scabbard. He was trapped. His sword was sealed. His opponent was disarmed without ever drawing his blade. This was the perfect opening. Bernard swung his massive blade in a clean, horizontal arc, aimed straight across the former monarch's body. It was a killing blow. The boy's face was lost in shadow. Bernard held his stance, his focus absolute. A single, tiny drop of sweat fell from Alice's chin. It hung in the air for an eternity before it finally struck the ground. In that exact moment, the point of impact exploded in a cataclysm of wind and smoke. Shielding her face, the girl stared into the chaos, her mind reeling. What just happened? Visibility dropped to zero. A thick shroud of dust choked the air as pieces of the ceiling rained down like stone hail. As the storm of debris settled, Bernard's figure emerged, his face a mask of pure disbelief. He thought he'd won, he thought he'd killed him, but there Merlin stood without a single scratch, slowly sheathing his blade. "You're fast," Merlin stated, his voice cutting through the silence. "But not as fast as my sword." The warrior's borrowed power began to gutter out. He stared at Merlin, and a memory, old and faded, surfaced. He saw another silhouette, another blonde swordsman. But it wasn't the boy he'd just fought. A dry, soft chuckle escaped his lips. "I really am getting old. To have seen that blade once before, and not even recognize it." With his final words, the warrior slumped to the ground. As his consciousness faded, he muttered a final truth. Exactly what I'd expect, from the strongest demon, the Monarch of Pride, Lucifer. The words left the protagonist completely baffled. He was a quiet man, one who rarely ventured out. There was no way Bernard could possibly know him. It had to be a simple case of mistaken identity. Alice stood frozen, still mesmerized by the sheer power she'd witnessed. Merlin called her name, but she was lost in the memory. To snap her out of it, he clapped his hands sharply before her eyes. The girl jolted back to reality. With a smirk, he told her there was still time to properly worship him, but she shot back that his performance was nothing special. As for the key, she insisted it held secrets of immense importance. They had to hand it over to the proper authorities. Merlin decided the nosy girl needed to be put in her place, flicking her squarely on the nose. He leaned in. "Would you give it up so easily if this key opened a legendary treasure?" He put a hand on her shoulder. "What do you say we split it? We both fought for it," he reasoned. But she pointed out that some treasures weren't made of gold. The protagonist scoffed. How could something a saint-ranked hunter died for possibly be worthless? Like a classic tempter, he began to wear her down, dangling the prospect of wiping out her crushing debt in front of her. Eventually, she caved. A victorious laugh boomed from the young man, while Alice felt completely and utterly conned. Merlin raised the key, observing it with a critical eye. The only problem now was unlocking the secret of this mysterious prize. Alice spoke up, mentioning a friend of hers in Wrexham, a fellow adventurer with an encyclopedic knowledge of such things. She suggested they go ask her. But as the two spoke, a low rumble began to echo from deeper within the hall. The protagonist's eyes narrowed. Could it be the undead? The girl dismissed it. Impossible. The necromancer is gone. But his instincts screamed otherwise. A moment later, a horde of undead shambled into view, their eyes glowing with malice. The key's mana was a beacon, drawing the last of the necromancer's forces. "Get behind me," Merlin ordered. "I'll keep you safe." The girl's pride flared. "I don't need your protection," she snapped. "And get off your high horse." The two adventurers would fight as one again, bracing against the coming tide of death. But outside the labyrinth, just moments before, a bearded man roared at the top of his lungs. "Is everyone ready to send these bastards back to hell?" The warriors responded with a single unified shout. Yes! A wall of steel and resolve poised for battle. The undead gripped their weapons, closing the distance on the hero's formation. Arnold stood among them, looking far less eager than the others. Hobbs nudged him with an elbow. "What, are you so desperate for cash you actually agreed to fight?" Arnold sighed. "Plenty of officials are expecting a big performance from me today." The redhead just scoffed. "So you're being strong-armed into this. Why does your family tolerate a screw-up like you?" Arnold shot back. "You just don't understand my reincarnation ability." They wondered about Alice and Merlin, but Arnold felt confident they were holding their own. He was reassured by the fact Claude was with them, a formidable force in his own right. Hobbs declared he'd be the first to bail if the fight went south. But then he coughed, sheepishly adding that his noble spirit was forcing him to stay. Arnold just rested a consoling hand on Hobbs's heavy shoulder. "Yeah, I heard about the massive debts you ran up at Helena's secret little club," he said. And since Hobbs was known to be loaded, he offered to help, his entire demeanor shifting on a dime. The big man proclaimed himself a man of honor who'd never desert his allies, swearing to keep Arnold safe. A horn blew from the front lines. The signal to attack. The battalion surged forward. Every soldier's heart pounded with the will to crush the enemy. But when Hobbs saw the undead tide, his courage vanished, and he soiled his armor. He tried to bolt, Arnold clinging to him for dear life. As a vicious battle exploded under the pale moonlight, countless warriors against a sea of undead. Then, from the swarm of skeletons, a familiar nightmare emerged. The centaur-bodied skeleton. Arnold latched onto Hobbs, his voice cracking, screaming that this was it, a pathetic, meaningless end. The skeleton offered no pity. It stalked toward the two cowards, weapons raised. They grabbed each other's hands, their faces drained of all color, pale as death shrouds. The sinister nine-eyed skull began to glow, its gaze locking onto the boys. They could only wonder if this unholy light would be the last thing they ever saw. Bracing for the inevitable, the cowards threw their hands up, shielding their heads. But the final blow never came. Something strange was happening. The enemy began to dissolve, fading into the air like smoke on the wind. The brave warriors could only stare, their weapons lowered in utter confusion. Slowly, it dawned on them. The battle was over. They had won, somehow. Forgetting the mess in their pants, the two men stood tall, puffing out their chests like conquering heroes. A small skull nearby seemed to nod, as if playing along with their ridiculous act. But the night gave way, and as it always does, the morning came. A bearded warrior presented a sack heavy with coins, the reward for ending the capital's crisis. Alice was meant to receive it, but she waved her hands frantically, telling him he had it all wrong. She pointed a finger at Merlin, declaring him the true hero who deserved the prize he'd taken down 2 Saint-class warriors himself. The bearded man stroked his chin, his eyes full of doubt. An iron class with no mana or aura? That feat is impossible. The story didn't add up. Alice's frustration mounted. No matter how she explained it, nobody would believe the truth. "The investigation is closed," he announced, ordering a soldier to take a letter to Her Majesty, the Queen. The official report stated that Ian and Claude had battled to the death, and when they were both on their last legs, the warrior Alice delivered the finishing blow, with Merlin serving only as a witness. Night fell on the kingdom once more. The moon cast its silver light from the heavens. A carriage rumbled down the road, a small donkey trotting faithfully beside it. Arnold took a sip of wine, remarking that he never pegged Claude as that kind of man. The guildmaster was in for a shock. But the old kingdom's influence hadn't been completely erased. The queen would surely send the Red Bud Knights to investigate. These weren't just any knights, they were the king's own royal guard, 12 specialists, each one a walking army. And their loyalty was to the queen, and the queen alone. After an encounter like the one with Claude, Arnold confessed he was now paranoid, never truly knowing the history of the adventurers he met. Out of nowhere, Merlin casually added, "I'll just tell them I'm the former demon king of the First Palace." Just then, Hobbs, stinking of booze, stumbled over and asked Merlin just how much he'd had to drink to start spouting that kind of garbage again. He admitted that demons scared him. They constantly wiped the floor with the church's expedition forces, and nothing could stop them if they decided to attack here. Merlin eyed him, suspicious. "And who told you the demons were planning on invading human territory?" The redhead shot back. "The church." Merlin countered, his voice firm. "The demons would never invade our land. It's the church that never stops provoking them, sending one expedition after another." As he thought about it, Hobbs realized the blonde's words cut deep with a terrifying logic. With a sly chuckle, Merlin glanced at Alice. "Is this why you church extremists only know how to pick fights?" But the girl wasn't playing along. Genuinely curious, the redhead asked why humans didn't just move south and ally with the other kingdoms. The history of this world is split into 4 ages. During the golden age of humanity, the elves unified every race except for humans. Only the demons refused the alliance. Hobbs, leaning in, had to know why. Merlin explained that demons were a proud, independent race that would neither cooperate nor kneel. But the real reason, there were unspeakable secrets buried deep beneath the 7 demon palaces, secrets that kept them chained to their lands. The big man clapped a hand on Merlin's shoulder, impressed. "You really know your stuff about demons." But a sudden shout from Arnold cut them off. He just slammed back an entire mug of ale, which meant they were in for one of his speeches. He slammed a fist on the table. "It's clear that neither of us has won this war for Lady Alice's heart," he roared. "But I'm not giving up. We'll settle this properly. It'll be a best of 3. Merlin just shrugged. "Fine by me. Whatever makes you happy." Alice shot them both a look that could kill. Suddenly, the carriage jolted, and a body went flying out the door. Someone had finally snapped. As he calmly sipped some water, Merlin felt a chill, a nagging feeling he'd forgotten something vital. But he just couldn't place it. Meanwhile, deep in the labyrinth, Cecilia clutched Kyle's body, her tears falling freely. "Merlin, why haven't you come for us yet?" Upon a desolate mountain, a great volcano awakens, spewing fire and ash into the sky. Nearby, a colossal gate groans open. A golden staff strikes the ground, cracking the very stone. The man in the trench coat coughed, then let out a guttural roar before a sealed door. He was furious that the useless Bernard had failed to bring back the key. The long-haired woman soothed. "Calm yourself. You must look after your health." The sinister bald man turned to Xona. "I want you to investigate Bernard's death and find that key." "Now, what have you learned?" the woman reported. "Unfortunately, Bernard fought the necromancer, and a gold-ranked adventurer delivered the final blow." The bald man scoffed. "Impossible. I don't believe it." Calzona continued. "The key is almost certainly in the adventurer's possession now." He slammed his fist down. "If that's true, then we need to accelerate our plans before everything is exposed." He called out, "Zoe! Joey!" The bald man's voice was cold iron. "You two will remain here, protect the sanctuary, and eliminate anyone who dares to interfere." The two enforcers vowed that not a single soul would get near the sanctuary. His gaze then shifted, locking on to Calzona. He laid out her next move. "Get to Wrexham now, and secure the adventurer's key, no matter what it took." The woman accepted, swearing that those who took what was hers would repay the debt with their own blood. Back at the Adventurers Guild, the sky was a perfect, brilliant blue, a truly beautiful day. Lugia was animatedly showing off a newspaper with a feature on Alice. She exclaimed that the young woman was becoming a real celebrity. Alice just grimaced. She commented that the news was traveling way too fast for her comfort. Merlin playfully poked at her, pointing out she was only famous for landing the final blow. Alice shot back that she never asked for this kind of fame. At that moment, the guildmaster appeared. Leaning on his cane, he congratulated the adventurers for making it back in one piece. Alice asked if he'd heard what went down with Claude. He confirmed that he had. According to him, headquarters had started helping the capital with its investigation and had even sent the Redbud Knights to provide support. Merlin tuned out their conversation and strolled over to Lugia. With a charming wink, he asked about the reward from their last mission. Lugia handed him a pouch with 1,800 gold coins. Their total earnings were 6,000, but a percentage was taken out to cover their outstanding debts. Merlin's eyes practically bulged, replaced by shimmering gold coins as excitement washed over his face. But then he processed what she'd said. The money was being combined, his and Alice's, absolutely furious. Both of them slammed their hands on Lugia's counter, demanding to know what that was supposed to mean. She calmly asked what the issue was with a couple paying their debts together. After a full-blown argument and a whole lot of bickering, the young adventurer's shouts could be heard from outside the building. Merlin looked utterly crushed, while Alice's eyes were wide with shock. Lugia tried to stay calm, explaining that based on the document her grandfather sent, the two of them were officially married. This meant all their wealth was now combined. And so, the adventurer decided to confront the guildmaster. He demanded an explanation for this completely ridiculous claim. The guildmaster explained that to register Merlin, a man with neither mana nor aura, he had to use a loophole in the regulations and legally link him to Alice. This was only possible because she herself had claimed full responsibility for him and his recommendation to the guild. Suddenly, their talk was cut short by the sound of a huge, flamboyant bouquet of flowers crashing to the floor. Arnold had arrived. Desperate and sobbing, he told Alice he wouldn't accept this, crying that times was her first. She sternly told him not to cause any more problems. A moment later, he was sprawled on the floor with a magnificent lump blooming on his head. Merlin and Alice spoke in perfect unison, asking if it was truly impossible to change this relationship, as it was completely unbearable for them both. A smiling Lugia said it was possible, if they could produce a divorce certificate, which they didn't have because, in reality, they weren't even married. They shot each other, looks of pure disgust. Each one declared they would never, ever choose the other as a spouse. Lugia then pulled out a marriage certificate that headquarters had sent over yesterday. Alice snatched the paper, a single bead of sweat trickling down her face as she stared, dumbfounded, at the document. The document stared back, their names inked side by side. Worse, a clause demanded Alice, as a Wrexham adventurer, provide her spouse with complete support. A wave of pure agony hit her. Alice crumpled to the floor, whispering how everyone would think she was married now. What was she going to do? Lugia, trying to smooth things over, offered a weak congratulations. Alice's face contorted with rage. "This is a nightmare," she seethed, "and I'm out money because of it." While she fumed, Merlin just let out a quiet chuckle. He pointed out her debt dwarfed his by a long shot. So when you looked at the combined total, he was the one getting the short end of the stick. A wicked grin spread across Alice's face. Karma. It had finally caught up to him, and now this was his problem to solve. Merlin slammed the papers on the table. "That's it," he declared. "I quit being an adventurer." Alice lunged, grabbing his cloak. "Oh no, you don't. You're taking responsibility." Lugia then chimed in, mentioning a certain guild rule. "Adventurer couples," she explained, "must take missions together. No exceptions or no approval." They were completely floored. The two just stared at Lugia, jaws slack. Merlin exploded. "That's the most ridiculous rule I've ever heard." Alice was right there with him. "It's completely unnecessary." Lugia sighed, explaining the rule was born from a nasty betrayal that nearly tore the guild apart years ago. Arnold slinked closer to Alice, his voice a sickly sweet whisper of her name. He offered a solution. Marry him instead. He'd pay off every cent of her debt, even if it meant selling his own home. She appreciated the offer, but the refusal was firm. "I don't need your pity," she said, her voice cold. Her cold words hit Arnold's lovesick heart like a shard of ice, but his posture grated on her nerves, as if she were some prize to be bought to clear a debt. Before she could turn away, Merlin spoke up. "Aren't you forgetting something?" He dangled the Denbisher reward money in front of her. She immediately flared. "Are you trying to shake me down for my savings?" she demanded. "Nope," Merlin said coolly. "The rewards were combined. I'm just asking for my fair cut. That's not extortion." Alice paused, considering it. He had a point. Then she remembered. "Didn't we decide to rent a place together?" And just like that, she launched into a dizzying list of rules for their new shared life. From splitting bills to a detailed chore wheel, after her marathon speech, she finally paid him his due. A single, solitary gold coin. All that work, our hero cried out in despair. "For one lousy gold coin." Hobbs just chuckled from the sidelines, muttering about what happens to whipped husbands. The sun bled across the horizon as they arrived at Alice's place, a charming two-story house. Merlin's knuckles rapped against the wood. 1, 2, 3. The door swung open to reveal Alice, her expression sour. "What do you want?" He crossed his arms. "It's my house too. I paid for it. I'm moving in." She yanked him inside. "Get in here, quickly. I don't need the neighbors thinking I have a bum showing up at my door every day." He scoffed. "I'm not a bum," he shot back. "In fact, I'll be the model of a proper, upstanding roommate." Inside, a fresh salad was already on the table, tossed with egg and slices of cured meat. Alice finally broke the silence, her voice tight. "So, what's the plan for this mountain of debt?" Merlin, already lost in his food, just shrugged. "What plan? We can't pay it, so we don't." He said it so simply, as if accepting a life sentence. "We just live with it." She flinched at his defeated tone. "I'll become a saint rank," she shot back. "I'll take on SS-class missions." Merlin scoffed. "Good luck. The guild doesn't even have any. And," he added, his words a cold splash of water, "you're not a saint rank adventurer yet." The truth was a bitter pill. Alice took a shaky breath, the air rattling in her lungs. Then, something shifted. A spark ignited in her eyes. Asterisk, slam, asterisk. Her hand hit the table, the crack of wood echoing her newfound resolve. "Then I'll just have to become one." Merlin, ever the realist, just shook his head, offering no encouragement. "People die chasing that rank," he said flatly. "Besides, even if you did, there are hardly any SS missions to take." "But there are SSS-class missions," Alice countered, leaning in, her voice low and intense. "The ones that pay millions." A bitter laugh escaped Merlin. He'd never even laid eyes on an SS-class posting, let alone a mythical SSS-class one. "The guildmaster told me," she said, her gaze unwavering. "The last SSS mission was a decade ago." She held up 2 fingers. Merlin's jaw tightened. "What's that? 2 million gold coins?" A wry, almost pitying smile crossed her face at his question. She let the silence hang for a moment before delivering the payload. 20 million gold coins. With a score like that, their debt would be nothing but a bad memory. Merlin choked, spraying a half-eaten bite of bread. The number was staggering. But beyond the gold, a darker thought surfaced his curse. A monster worth that much. Killing something that powerful might not just make them rich. It might be the very thing he needed to break his own affliction. With that kind of cash, he mused, a wild look in his eyes, I could bet it all at the track and live for 7 lifetimes without a single care. Alice's expression soured instantly. As they finished their food, the tension eased. They talked of past fights, of dreams of mithril armor, and the crushing reality of their debt. Soon, only empty plates remained. "So," Merlin began, his tone shifting, "how tough is an SSS mission, really?" "Most adventurers wouldn't last a second," Alice explained, her voice grim. "Even high rankers would be lucky to escape with their lives." She told him the story of the last one, a terrifying leviathan that rose from the depths. It had slaughtered countless adventurers, a massacre so great the church itself was forced to dispatch a hero to end it. Merlin leaned forward, completely captivated. "A hero?" he pressed, needing to know everything. "He was my senior," Alice said, a flicker of pride in her eyes. The legendary spear hero. The name struck Merlin like lightning. Shattered memories flooded his mind, a silver spear, a brutal crusade, against Lucifer II, against his own mother. The memory was sharp, agonizingly clear, and with it, a horrifying realization dawned. To free his heart from this curse, he might have to face that man. "Tell me more about him," Merlin demanded, his voice raw with urgency. Alice, however, just shook her head. "I only know the rumors, that he's one of the 10 legendary heroes. 10. The former monarch was stunned. He never knew there were so many. He wondered if heroes like that even existed anymore, if they were still breathing. She didn't have a clue. She vaguely remembered some drunken bishop slurring nonsense about how the legends just disappeared. While they talked, Alice scrubbed the floorboards with a vengeance. Trying to get under his skin, she sneered that those heroes would have squashed him like a bug. He just shot back, saying he was damn glad he never ran into them, then. Still, a flicker of hope remained in Merlin's heart that maybe, just maybe, one of those heroes could free him from this curse. He pushed Alice for more on the crusade against that colossal sea beast. She figured the hero had only managed to wound it, letting it escape back into the abyss, and that's when a thought sparked in his mind. If times could kill that monster, it would prove he'd surpassed the legend himself. A slow, confident smirk crept across his face. He declared they wouldn't have to chase down some SSS-class mission. They could just wait for it to come to them. But Alice snapped him back to reality, reminding him about their monthly debt. They'd have to grind hard while they waited. Merlin felt the familiar, heavy presence of the key hidden under his shirt. He pulled it out, and an idea crystallized. Waiting for Alice to hit Saint rank was the wrong move. Instead, he would hunt for treasure himself and be the one to save her. He then turned to her, asking if that friend she mentioned was for real, the one who knew all the secrets, and if she could actually be trusted. According to Alice, her friend was the real deal, sharp as a tack, and totally reliable. They had to find her the second she got back from her mission. The next day broke, crisp and clear. The early morning sun was already streaming in. A window in their humble little place was wide open, letting in a cool morning breeze. Merlin was lost in a newspaper article. It announced the church had named the Elgin Swordmaster as the Holy Scriptures' prophesied Knight of Redemption. The church had also fast-tracked Cyrodiil's appointment as the new Knight of the Redbud, who swore he'd wipe out the rebels from the Old Kingdom. Merlin just stroked his chin, wondering just how strong this new knight really was. Suddenly, a frantic pounding on the door shattered his concentration. It was Alice's voice, high-pitched and desperate. She was screaming for him to get out of the bathroom. She shrieked that they had a deal she was supposed to go first. From inside, his voice came out, calm and infuriatingly sing-song. He declared that when nature calls, it calls for everyone, and hey, he just got there first. Forced to swallow her pride, Alice begged, insisting it was a real emergency and he needed to hurry. Like a total jerk, he deliberately took his sweet time, slowly and precisely folding his newspaper. Then he stretched out, slow and lazy, milking every single second. Finally, he swung the door open, freeing the hostage bathroom. Alice, it was practically steaming. She swore she would get him back for this and that he was banned from ever bringing a newspaper in there again. Merlin shot back that the bathroom and a newspaper were a match made in heaven, a perfect combo like beer and fried chicken. She slammed the door in his face, yelling that it was his turn to make breakfast and to get on it. Breakfast. The thought was a distant one as the blonde-haired man headed for the kitchen, his mind replaying just how infuriating Alice could be. Before he could take another step, a sharp knock echoed from the front door. Our protagonist wondered who would dare call on them so early. He pulled the door open just enough to see Lugia standing on the other side. "Is Miss Alice here?" she asked. "She is," Merlin answered, "but she's tied up with something only she can handle." Lugia's voice was tight with urgency. "You both need to get to the guild, right now. The Redbud Knights from the capital. They've sent people specifically for you two." Merlin's mind raced. What could the capital's elite knights possibly want with them? Meanwhile, at the Wrexham army camp, a burly, blonde soldier smirked. "Well, if it isn't the brilliant and beautiful Lady Alice, gracing us with her presence." The girl's face remained a stone mask as he gave a formal welcome. He then placed a hand on the small of her back, a little too low, and gestured her forward. A hot flash of rage and humiliation shot through Alice. Her elbow snapped back, cracking hard against his face. "Where do you think you're putting your hands?" she seethed. Yet, through the fresh bruise, the man just grinned, looking more thrilled than hurt. Merlin could only stare, completely baffled by the bizarre scene unfolding in front of him. Alice sighed. "This is Captain Price. He, has a thing for being disciplined by attractive women." Only then did Sir Price's gaze land on the other blonde man in the room. He sneered. "So this is Merlin, the love rival Arnold mentioned." He declared the former Demon King was just riding on the coattails of his incredible wife. "Price," Alice cut in sharply, "remember why you summoned us." The captain opened a nearby door. "Just a moment." I'll let the Redbud Knights know you've arrived. Merlin stood with his hands on his hips, his eyes narrowing. Something about this whole situation felt wrong. He slipped a hand into his pocket, his fingers closing around the key from their last mission. He called out to Alice, who stood just ahead. "Don't say a word about the key," Merlin whispered. The girl gave a single sharp nod. The heavy tread of armored boots grew louder. Merlin quickly palmed the key, concealing it deep within his clothes. A group of knights in immaculate, ornate armor rounded the corner, their presence filling the hallway. One of the knights stepped forward, confirming their identities before pulling up a chair and sitting directly across from them. "My name is Brent Chapman," the man stated flatly. "I've been assigned to investigate the two of you. My orders come directly from Sir Sahaddin." At the mention of that name, Merlin's blood ran cold. A knot of dread tightened in his stomach. "Stay calm," Brent said, his voice even. "Simply tell us about your encounter with the Guardian of the Fallen Kingdom. We hold any disciples of Master Taylor in the highest esteem. He once gave us pointers on combat, so in a way we consider ourselves his students as well." Without another word, the blonde knight produced a list. "Let's begin. Did you overhear anything important from the conversation between the two saint-ranked beings?" Alice met his unwavering gaze. They spoke of resurrection, of bringing the former one back. Kingdom by unlocking a new power. Merlin's foot tapped hers under the table, a sharp, silent warning to say no more. She quickly backpedaled, claiming she was too far off to hear anything clearly. Brent, unfazed, moved to the next question. He pressed her for details on the survivor, Bernard, her hands twisted in her lap. Alice explained he was likely the Old Kingdom's prince, who had clung to life by draining the essence of other elves. This was a critical lead. With the elven population in Great Britain decimated, it was vital to their entire investigation. His eyes locked onto hers, cold and steady. The knight asked if she was holding anything back, urging her not to hide a thing. But Alice insisted she knew nothing else. Brent, however, wasn't buying it for a second. He stated that even a saint-ranked opponent on the brink of death is nearly impossible for an ordinary warrior to even scratch. The story of her delivering the final blow just didn't add up. Alice flushed, her composure completely crumbling. She stammered out excuses, desperately looking away. Then, her expression hardened with a sudden, reckless idea. She confessed, "I didn't kill him," and pointed. "He did." Merlin simply confirmed it with a nod. "It was me," he admitted without emotion. The knight standing beside Brent just burst out laughing. The blonde knight remarked that while he appreciated their couple's act, they needed to be serious when facing the Redbud Knights. Tears welled in Alice's eyes. She bit her lip, choking back a sob as a heavy silence fell over the room. Her voice cracked as she pleaded, "Show them your quick draw! Do it now or they'll never believe us!" But Merlin's answer was flat. "I don't want to." Brent turned back to Alice, demanding she tell him exactly how strong Bernard was. He reminded her that the knights in this room were on a personal assignment from Queen Elizabeth herself. The message was clear. There would be consequences for not cooperating. Despair washed over the young woman. What more could she say? She'd already told them the truth. That's when Merlin finally decided to intervene. He stated he hated being threatened, asking with pure sarcasm, "Are the Queen's Knights supposed to be that incredible?" Brent's arms crossed over his chest. "Are you daring to question the authority of the Redbud Knights?" A crushing tension filled the room, followed by an agonizing silence. Alice, already at her limit, began to panic. She grew even more distressed, frantically trying to think of any excuse to get Merlin out of this. She slapped a hand over Merlin's mouth, rushing to declare that the necromancer and Bernard only seemed times powerful. They weren't a big deal, she insisted. Just high rankers is all. The Queen's Knight let out a dry, humorless chuckle. "I had a feeling," he said. "It seems the four heroes of the Fallen Kingdom weren't so special after all." Merlin played along, adding that the Storm Warrior had been nothing more than a weakling. Brent commented that Alice's husband was much more honest than she was, leaving her stunned by the unprovoked jab. With a curt, formal bow, the Redbud Knights thanked them for their cooperation and departed, their exit slow and deliberate. As the door shut, the suffocating atmosphere instantly lifted. Alice clutched her head, demanding, "Why couldn't you just show them?" To showcase his power. He simply stated he wouldn't perform parlor tricks just to prove a point. Meanwhile, in the village, life continued, undisturbed. The female knight with Brent asked what their next move was. He answered that they would return to the capital and deliver their report on the rumors to Circea. Just then, a young woman approached. Her gait was graceful and light. Kazona walked past the Redbud Knights with an air of calm as they discussed their duties. But a primal instinct screamed at Brent that something was wrong with this woman. He yelled to his comrades, calling out the suspicious person. But in that single moment, the girl had already vanished into the bustling crowd. The blonde knight's mind reeled. The resemblance to Calzona, the dragon tamer thief and one of the four heroes, was unmistakable. If they had truly returned, why would they appear here, in Wrexham? The female knight asked what was troubling him, but he waved it away, insisting it was nothing, that he must have been seeing things. And with that, the three departed, leaving the cunning woman who had flawlessly deceived the queen's own knights. A powerful waterfall thundered down a breathtaking mountain, set against a brilliant blue sky. And there, Alice was honing her craft, sword in hand. The spray from the cascade began to crystallize, turning into tiny shards of ice under the sheer force of her will. She channeled all her energy into the blade, her focus absolute, eyes locked on her target. She made her move. With a single, fluid swing of her sword, the entire waterfall froze solid. The water didn't just stop. Massive ice crystals bloomed along its entire length. That roaring cascade fell silent, as if time itself had been flash-frozen. Alice stared in awe at her own power, barely comprehending what she had just done. But the layer of ice was brittle, cracks spiderwebbed across the surface. In a heartbeat, the waterfalls might shattered the prison of ice. Water exploded through the widening fissures. With no time to react, Alice's eyes could only widen in terror. A colossal torrent of water surged toward her, a sudden, violent deluge. Only this time, it wasn't just water, but a deadly current filled with jagged chunks of ice. Drenched and defeated, our adventurer knew she was still a long way from reaching the rank of saint. A voice cut in, "A long way is the understatement of the year. The true gap is like the one between heaven and earth, and who else could it be but Merlin, the one person in the world who took pleasure in rattling Alice's cage?" The girl demanded to know how he found her. He explained that her new habit of sneaking out early and returning late had simply made him curious. He then gestured to the scene. "Is this method of yours actually effective, or is it just a colossal waste of time?" She glared, her face a mask of fury. "This is how I've always trained," she insisted. He simply smirked, recalling how she'd asked him how he grew so powerful and about the monsters he'd slain. "That," he said, "is the answer to real strength. Brushing up against death is the fastest way to unlock your true potential." The heroine's mind flashed back to her fight with the Goblin King, the terror, the pain, and the incredible surge in her aura and mana right after. But to take that advice at face value presented one massive problem. Who in their right mind goes looking for near-death experiences? Merlin, that's who. He offered a partnership. He'd train her by keeping her teetering on the edge of oblivion. He called it settling a debt, an honor she should be grateful for, since he'd already refused to train Beelzebub's own sister. A chill ran down her spine. If this was a trap, she was in mortal danger. He turned his back to her. "You're seriously annoying," Merlin stated flatly. He casually picked up a twig from the ground, declaring there was nothing to fear. After all, why would anyone fear a simple twig? He challenged her, daring her to come at him with everything she had. He twisted the knife with a perfectly aimed taunt, a reminder of their last meeting on the beach. Then, he delivered the final blow. He called her a washboard. A vein throbbed on her forehead, pure rage. Her eyes snapped shut. Her arm shot out. A wave of frost erupted from her palm. The air crackled, freezing as it rushed toward Merlin. He didn't even flinch, watching the attack approach with an infuriating smirk. Why bother with magic, he mused, when she knew he was completely immune. As the ice was about to hit, a transparent shield flared into existence. It absorbed the attack without a scratch. But it was just a diversion. She was already moving, closing the distance in a flash. Sword drawn, eyes locked, she lunged, thrusting her blade straight for his heart. But a flick of his stick sent her blade wide. "Too slow," he declared. She lunged again. The result was the same. Again, and again. Her sword met nothing but that cheap piece of wood, effortlessly blocked every time. Then, without a hint of remorse, he tapped her sharply on the head with the stick. "Far, too, slow," he repeated. Exhausted, breathless, gasping for air, Alice had nothing left. Merlin, on the other hand, stood perfectly composed. Not a single drop of sweat on his brow. He just looked at her, questioning if this was really all she had. Her pride shattered. Alice's gaze turned ice cold, analyzing every detail. She gathered her remaining energy, roaring, "Don't you dare look down on me!" For the first time, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. His eyes widened, just slightly. She surged forward, her sword a silver blur. "Taste the time's essence of the great snow mountain, asterisk," she screamed. This was the fire he wanted to see. A true smile touched his lips as he moved to meet her, his own simple stick held ready. A deafening clang shook the air. Their silhouettes clashed. A single, decisive strike from Merlin sent Alice's sword flying from her grasp. Later, they were back at the house, the fight clearly over. A bandage was wrapped around Alice's head. She sulked like a child whose favorite toy had been broken. Her voice trembled. How are you so strong with just a stick?" He offered a lazy apology, claiming his hand had slipped. Besides, he insisted, this was all to help her reach the saint rank faster. Alice, still fuming, wasn't buying it. She listed off all the ways she had been kind to him, her voice thick with indignation. He just waved it off. "It wasn't on purpose," he insisted. "Don't be a sore loser." He then set a meticulously cooked plate of food on the table and told her to eat. An incredible aroma filled the air, and her stomach rumbled in betrayal. Her mouth began to water instantly. She took a massive spoonful, bringing it hesitantly to her lips. The moment it touched her tongue, her world exploded in flavor. It was a symphony on her taste buds, a dream of flavor and pure bliss that left her feeling whole, completely satisfied. But then, a different feeling surfaced: outrage. He wasn't just a better fighter, he could cook better too? The injustice of it all burned. She scraped her plate clean, every last delicious bite a reminder of her defeat. So she struck a deal. She'd handle every chore, as long as he handled every meal. The afternoon sun cast a golden glow. The sun bled toward the horizon, painting the Adventurers Guild in its dying light. Inside, a crystal ball flickered, showing a horse race, a jockey raising his fist in triumph. Mountains of gold coins sat on the table, the spoils of that race. A few more clinked onto the pile, a sound of victory for someone else. Merlin's face was a mask of despair. He'd bet it all on Richard, and lost everything. Hobbs clapped his shoulder. Hey, it happens. The redhead shot our hero a wink. Losing a couple of times is normal, sure. But the thing is, Hobbs added, our ex-king here hasn't won a single gold piece, not one. And he's bet on over 100 races. He shook his head, calling it just plain weird. Anyone else would have won by accident at least once. He mused aloud, wondering if the goddess of misfortune herself had taken a special liking to Merlin. The guildmaster, catching their conversation from the bar, figured this had to be Merlin's own strange way of training his intuition. Meanwhile, the redhead was already pushing him to try his luck again. But Merlin just sighed, admitting he was cut off from the household finances. Hobbs remembered right then the poor guy was a card-carrying member of the Whipped Husbands Club. Merlin fiddled with a small cord around his neck, a nervous habit. His fingers found the hidden key. Maybe a treasure hunt was a better bet for making some real coin. But the moment he touched it, a cold prickle ran down his spine. The feeling of eyes on him was undeniable. He scanned the room, searching. But he saw nothing out of place. He couldn't seek Sona, hidden in the shadows of the guild. She'd come looking for information on Alice. She never dreamed she'd find the key's owner instead. And from the chatter, he was Alice's husband. But he felt empty. No mana, no aura, nothing. A predator's smile crept across her face. Taking the key from this powerless nobody would be child's play. Just then, Hobbs slapped Merlin on the back, breaking the tension. He told him to shake off the loss and join him at Helena's secret spot, a den full of fine ladies and even finer drinks. He shot Merlin a thumbs up and a huge grin, promising it was every man's paradise. Merlin was curious, he admitted, but flat broke. The redhead immediately offered to cover his tab, saying he'd grab Price too. Darkness settled over the city. The adventurers made their way through the streets, finally stopping at a secluded alley. This was the spot the adventurers' secret hideout. A stunning woman with a river of blue hair greeted them at the door. Hobbs and Price were practically drooling, calling it the paradise for all men of Wrexham. Our hero watched her, thinking, now that's a woman. Alice could stand to learn a thing or two from her. The woman's eyes landed on the new face in the group. Hobbs made the introduction. This is Merlin Lucifer, the guild's newest adventurer, he added with a proud puff of his chest, though not as strong as me, of course. But when she heard the name, the smile vanished from her face, replaced by something unreadable. A chill went down Merlin's spine. He saw the change instantly, wondering what just happened. Hobbs saw it too. He broke the sudden silence, asking if she was feeling all right. She waves off his concern, ushering them inside with a promise of the usual entertainment. They move through the establishment, making their way to a private VIP room. From the hallway, a wave of raucous laughter escapes the door. Inside, Hobbs is fumbling through a cringy pickup line with a woman in bunny ears. Nearby, Price explores his unique interests with a woman holding a whip, while Merlin just sips his drink, taking it all in. These city folk really know how to live, he muses. Hobbs snaps at him to stop just drinking and pick a girl. Merlin, however, replies that he'd rather see someone break a rock with a hammer on a beautiful woman's stomach. Stunned by the bizarre request, the redhead flips through a catalog, searching for any act that could possibly satisfy this strange whim. At that moment, a new figure enters the room, her delicate, manicured feet stepping with practiced grace. The woman announces she's arrived uninvited, but will perform a Sagdian dance for them, hoping they find it to their liking. The ever-crude Hobbs and Price are immediately captivated, their eyes gleaming with lust. Kazona, hidden beneath the dancer's veil, burns with a cold hatred for the two leering fools. But she remembers her mission. Her eyes find Merlin. He's unnervingly calm, but she's certain he'll be under her spell soon enough. Then, the key will be hers. As she flows into her first steps, she tells them not to blink. The woman is a master of her craft, weaving a spell with every light, ethereal movement. Gathering all her charm, she prepares a final, seductive flourish aimed directly at her target. She blows a kiss into the air. It floats gracefully toward the men. Hobbs and Price erupt, completely lost in the spectacle. She has the wolves snared, their hungry eyes locked on her every curve, but her true prey seems utterly unimpressed. She focuses everything on him now, pouring every ounce of her skill into catching his gaze. The dancer then glides onto the table, closing the distance. She's inches from him now, locking her eyes onto his. A strange energy fills the air. Merlin feels a faint wave of nausea roll over him, an unnatural sensation coming from her. The woman makes her final play, leaning in until her face is almost touching his. The other two men cheer her on, screaming for her to kiss the blonde. Kazona's hand dives for the spot where he's hidden the key. But before her fingers can touch it, he shoves her back with shocking force, his face a grim mask. "This act is unbelievably boring," he declares. Flustered, she asks if she's not beautiful enough for him. He ignores the question. "How old are you?" he asks. She replies, "Only 20. He stands, a cold smirk on his face. "Liar. That perfume you're wearing," he says, his voice low. "It's not something a young woman would ever choose." He pins her to the wall. His eyes bore into hers. "Usually," he continues, "only older women approach me, spinsters or grandmothers." With a cruel, predatory smile, he asks, "So, which one are you?" His words strike her like a slap, rage flashing in her eyes. Just then, the receptionist from the front desk rushes in, apologizing for spoiling their fun. "Someone is here for Merlin," she says breathlessly. "They're asking him to come outside." Hobbs's face drains of all color. Could it be Merlin's wife? A knot of unease tightened in Merlin's gut. He'd never set foot in a place like this before. Merlin had chosen to follow the young woman who summoned him. Thankfully, it wasn't Alice. He could already imagine the lecture he'd get from that straight-laced saint. The path led down, deep underground, and his suspicion coiled tighter with every step. Merlin finally broke the silence, his voice sharp. "Where are you taking me? And this person who wants to see me, where are they?" She simply asked for his patience. "Just follow me. All will be explained when we arrive." Merlin planted his hands on his hips, sighing as he continued the descent. His instinct screamed trap. They finally stopped before a grand, imposing door. Flickering torchlight cast dancing shadows down the corridor. A flicker of recognition crossed his face. This place felt familiar, disturbingly so. The young woman sank into a deep, reverent bow. "It has been a long time," she said, her voice filled with awe. "My lord, Lucifer." The name was spoken with an almost fanatical respect. It all clicked. A demon. "How?" he demanded. "Few have ever seen my face. How did you know?" "I saw you once before, my lord," she explained. "At the meeting of the 7 Kings 3 years ago. I was with my master, as part of his escort." "I am Helena Fielding Fitzgerald's," she declared, rising with purpose, "general of the 4th Palace of the Demon King. And my lord, a friend of yours, is the Lord of Lust, Asmodeus." The name hit Merlin like a physical blow. Of course. Helena then shared a piece of palace gossip, explaining how Asmodeus had saved his domain from economic ruin. "My lord once dressed as a woman," she said with a hint of pride, "and performed in countless shows. Such things are forbidden now, of course, but he remains the secret fantasy of countless men." Helena gave a slight bow, leaving Merlin to his memories. The heavy door clicked shut, sealing the protagonist in the silent chamber. His eyes fell on a single, ornate chair facing a massive, magic-infused mirror on the wall. Typical Asmodeus, always with the unnecessary drama. Merlin sank into the chair, propping his chin on his hand as he stared into the reflective void. The former Demon King spoke to the empty room. "Well, aren't you going to introduce yourself?" Flames suddenly erupted across the mirror's surface. From the fire, the silhouette of a woman emerged, solidifying into the breathtaking image of a long-haired redhead. A wry smile touched Merlin's lips. "Some things never change. You're as charming as ever, my friend Asmodeus." The beautiful woman in the mirror hid her own smile behind a fan. "And you. A year ago, I never would have dreamed we'd meet like this." Asmodeus's voice echoed, "What brings you to my den of iniquity?" But Merlin cut him off. "Stay out of my business," he snapped, his expression hardening. "You lecherous cross-dresser." Asmodeus chuckled. "Lecherous? I seem to recall someone staring at me with a rather appreciative gaze when we first met. Someone who even offered me a secret gift." The memory was clear as day. Merlin shot a finger at the mirror, his face flushed. "How was I supposed to know you were a guy? And stop bringing that up." The redhead waved a dismissive hand. "Let's put that aside. I need to know. Is it true that you've been?" He'd been impeached by the old parliament for abandoning his duties. He just laughed. Merlin shot back that it was only right for a good-for-nothing parasite like him to be kicked to the curb. He kept the real reason buried deep. The curse. The desperate need for a powerful enemy just to stay alive. To Asmodeus, it was obvious Merlin orchestrated his own exile. He'd been a peerless king, then suddenly became useless. Still, the door was always open. All he had to do was send a letter to return. The protagonist offered a hollow thanks, claiming to prefer his freedom, but knew in his soul that staying on the throne was just a slow-motion death sentence. He offered a sly wink instead. His friend scoffed, You call being a bottom-tier adventurer freedom? Merlin explained that the greatest sanctuary can be found in the chaos of the market, and that no amount of money could buy what truly mattered. He then spoke of the Monarch of Pride, insisting his 7 generals were worthy successors. Asodius disagreed, reminding him that raw power was the only thing that mattered for the job. And since none of those generals could even lay a scratch on him, perhaps the parliament would be begging for Merlin's return. Merlin felt the conversation growing stale. With a forced smile, he asked if this lecture was the only reason he'd been called. Of course not, Asodius grinned. I have a very special invitation for you. Merlin's eyes lit up, his curiosity finally piqued by the surprise. Asodius then grandly declared his plan to elevate the demon race by inviting Merlin to a fabulous drag queen parade. The refusal was immediate and absolute. The former king looked about ready to launch his chair through the mirror. The redhead quickly waved it off, saying it was just a joke and he needed to relax. But then his expression shifted. Asodius's tone turned cold, warning Merlin that agents from hell had been spotted in Great Britain. He needed to watch his back. The blonde just smiled, telling Asodius not to lose sleep over it. He could snuff out the Lord of Hell himself if he felt like it. A genuine laugh erupted between the 2 old friends, a shared moment confirming that even after all this time, nothing had really changed. Stepping outside the room, Merlin was met by Helena, who addressed him as Lucifer. She promised to call him if her lord needed him again. He told her to stop using that name. The young woman refused flatly, stating that until Parliament named a new Monarch of Pride, he was Lucifer. That status was absolute. Muttering that a title without authority was worthless, the blonde told her to do whatever she wanted. Then, hoping to avoid old acquaintances, Merlin asked for a path with fewer people. Helena offered to take him back to Hobbs, but he refused. He asked instead how long she had served Asodius. Helena recalled starting as her lord's personal maid. She managed his diet and daily schedule. The memory stirred something in Merlin, a recollection of his own former maid and her eccentricities. She would even warm his bed for him, and took a strange delight in sampling everything first. She'd pre-taste his dishes, often leaving the spoon a slobbery mess. Merlin mused that if he ever broke the curse on his heart and returned to the palace, he'd definitely want a maid just like Helena. They slipped into a secluded corner, where she asked if his whole ordinary adventurer act was just a front for some secret plan. The girl was convinced he was running an entire adventurer charade just to infiltrate the enemy's inner circle and help the demon race. Merlin remained silent, simply placing a hand on her shoulder. He decided to play right into her fantasy, confirming her suspicions. He told her a secret plan was in motion, and she had to swear herself to absolute secrecy. Seeing the zealous fire in her eyes, he mentioned he just needed a little help, settling some debts that were putting the entire mission at risk. She immediately swore to pay anything to help the cause. A sly smile crept across his face as he assured her it was nothing, just a few million gold coins. The color drained from Helena's face, her jaw hanging open. As the tavern door slowly swung shut, she still had that same look of pure, unadulterated shock. She quickly told him to get some rest and come back whenever he was ready for more fun. Merlin yelled after her, protesting that she hadn't even let him finish, that she never actually agreed to help. Our hero just stood there, scratching his head, completely baffled. But while he was lost in thought, a figure lurked on a nearby rooftop. Kazona watched his every move under the moonlight, a predator hidden in the shadows. He had complicated her mission. Now, she would just have to kill him to get the key. As he walked home, Merlin's biggest concern was what he was going to have for dinner. But a sinister purple shadow stretched out behind him, almost touching his heel. From that darkness, Calzona emerged, silent as the grave. Twin daggers flashed in her hands. She prepared to strike.